or you could attack for this. Just a pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Prof gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left? I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome back, trainers. Between the 53 bridges that connect the 14 islands that make up Stockholm, we have hundreds of Pokemon trainers who have battled through a fierce competition of day one. We have seen regional winners and even an international champion already getting knocked down to the losers bracket. And there's 4 trainers standing undefeated through a fierce day of competition, ready to take on day 2. I'm here with my fantastic colleagues, Adelian, Tomahawk UK, and Lou the Pikachu. How are you guys feeling for today?
I'm feeling very, very good. I'm excited about the trainers that have made it to day 2. It's going to be amazing to see what they pull off because, quite frankly, if the talent on show yesterday is anything to go by, then today is going to be even better if possible.
I'm really excited. I'm really excited because we've seen so many new Pokemon so far this weekend. We're in the Might and Mastery season. There's been a meta update. Everyone was really interested to see which Pokemon would rise to the top. And Marcus, I hate to break it to you, but there is one Pokemon that I think is pretty high usage today, which we might come on to a little bit later, but it might put you a little bit back in your seat.
Oh, you mean Swallow, I'm sure. Anyway, if you want to take part in the Might and Mastery season, there are a lot of options for you. Lou, when is that possible?
Well, as you can see on our graphic, we are past the halfway point in the 2025 season for Europe. We're currently in Stockholm, but there are a couple more events on the calendar if you want to come out and test your competitive skills in Seville, Utrecht, and Bologna. Those are the last events in Europe because then we start kicking across the pond to the North American International Championships in New Orleans and then finally Anaheim for the Pokemon World Championships.
And that is the highlight of the season for everyone, the World Championships. But how do you actually qualify to play for that World Championship? Do you know?
So there are so many championship points available to these players. And of course, you can win an event. That's what everyone wants to do. But even if you don't, there are still so many championship points that offer. You can see 350 for first, 325 for second. And so if you can accumulate as many points as possible, that will go towards a leaderboard. Here in Europe, the top 50 players with championship points come the end of the season will get their place at the World Championships in Anaheim, California.
And the absolute pinnacle of the players on top of those leaderboards, they can also win a travel award to go to the World Championships.
Yeah, Travel Award is a really lucrative standing. You can see here the players that are currently leading the way. Colin 6, he is still in the tournament, so is Padaman. They want to get as many championship points as possible. Of course, they want medals too, but everything to play for.
I'm very intrigued. I see a couple of familiar names there in the top 8. I don't know if you recognize anyone, Adele.
Yeah, I recognize someone. There's someone right at the bottom of Tier 1 Travel Award who seems to be doing rather well for himself. But there's also I can also see Inadequates right underneath, trying to jump into that Tier 1 Travel Award space as well. So it's a hotly contested leaderboard here to get not only the invite to Worlds, but also to get help in order to do so.
But I wonder, zooming in a little bit, how did you feel about day one? Was there any moments in particular that stood out to you?
I think for me, coming into a new meta, it's always interesting to see which Pokemon are going to start breaking the mold and kind of carving out a name for themselves. I personally was very happy to see Furret do well. It's currently still in the winner's bracket with Ouden, so I'm going to be looking forward to seeing them potentially try and take it all the way, particularly as there is an Azumarill on that team as well, so it might mean someone has to eat their words towards the end of the tournament. But other than, you know, the Furret, I love being able to see the Gastrodon there, obviously, but Emolga as well, also on ArcticAnubis' team with that Gastrodon. Emolga was very impressive for me. So even though we've got Lapras and Swalot doing well, those little niche Pokemon, I really enjoy seeing those.
I'm really impressed by Galaxkobolten as well. Whenever I saw it on stream, it really impressed me. But we still haven't cemented our top cut entirely. There's still a losers finals from the groups that will have to be played before we finalize our top cut. We see Colin 6, the #1 ranked player on the EU leaderboard. He even lost a game yesterday. That's why he's in the loser bracket, but he still is in the competition.
We're in one of those crazy situations where those players that are still on the winner's side, they know they have an advantage. They haven't dropped a game. We're in a double elimination format. That means you need to lose 2 matches in order to be knocked out. The problem is, once you lose one, look at the caliber of players that you still have to overcome in the loser's side.
Yes, there's three trainers at least who have won regional championships or some kind of premier event. Colin 6, Padaman, Galaxkobolten, those 3 stand out as previous medal owners, but not to take anything away from the other 5 trainers, including Withered, who is only 14 years old, doing so well to get into this stage.
I was so impressed by all of these trainers yesterday. Withered with his Swallow play, Leonardo with Shadow Pidgeot. The amount of Pokemon that is viable in the Might Mastery series, insane. I am enjoying the competition here so much. And we had a feeling some of these players were going to do well before this tournament. And I gotta say, one of the players that I had my eye on, he's still undefeated, and that's DanneWWW. But let's take a look at the Fantasy Caster Draft.
Yeah, the Fantasy Draft is a really fun exercise that we always take part in at these regional events. We snake around one by one, picking the players that we think can do really well. And we're in a great position here where all of us still have a player in the race. But Adelian, I think you're leading the way.
Yes, it's a rarity because normally, whenever I pick my 3, they seem to jinx them a little bit. But here I can see PvP David is still in the winner's side of the bracket, but also see Leonardo on the loser's side, which I'm very pleased to see. But the other contenders, Danny, still in the winner's bracket as well. So Marcus has a good amount of potential there. And of course, let's take nothing away from Colin 6 and Padaman, because those 2 picks by both of you fabulous people, those trainers have already won so many accolades already. Take nothing away from them, they can pull it off.
I believe you actually have all 3 of your caster picks still in the tournament,
yes,
with
I do,
Galaxkobolten also in the loser's bracket.
Indeed.
So you outdone yourself this time.
Yeah, I don't know how I managed to pull this off, but thanks, folks. That was all on me, right?
All on you. But what I want you viewers to be aware of is that if you want to follow all of the action, you go to Pokemon.com/broadcast and where you can follow everything that's going on. And just click on this link. This is not a link, is it? No, you can't click on this link, but try. If you have it available, try click this link, or else type it in manually and you can see everything that's going on with Pokemon. Now, we have so many things we want to show you from day one, so please take a look at this video. Thank you so much for throwing it over to us, Marcus. I'm Marcus, and this is Adele, and we're super happy to be here casting your first battles.
Yes, I can't wait to see what these trainers will do. Bear in mind that there's going to be 4 trainers that are in the... Sorry, 8 pairs. Let's start again. 4 pairs, 8 trainers in the losers bracket that are going to be fighting their way into the top 8, and they're going to face off against some of the trainers from the winners bracket as well. So plenty of matches here, but we will end up crowning one regional champion today, later on today. So stay tuned because it is going to be amazing.
I believe that the match we have coming up is an incredible one. First, let's take a look at the winners bracket, where Ouden is facing off against Nickname. This German player Ouden, he built a team together with Zizweiles.
Yes.
UIC runner-up.
And Zizweiles has a tendency to do quite well. He is a master when it comes to team building, to get advice from your fellow trainers, especially a trainer of Zizweiles' caliber, means that you are destined for success, I'm sure. The team is one thing, the trainer's the other, so take nothing away from Ouden either.
In my opinion, running a team of Zizweiles is incredibly hard, but Ouden, I believe he's ready for it. But also with the other matchup that we have here, we have PvP David versus DanneWWW.
Yes.
I'm going to just call him Danne from now, because the W's, they mess
You can
with
just
my
assume
stuff.
that he'll get wins, right?
Absolutely. He's done nothing else so far.
Exactly.
But that means we will definitely have a Swede in the winners finals of this tournament, because in winners semis, Danne against PvP David, both are Swedes.
And that's amazing for those that are supporting local talent here. We love to see local trainers coming in and doing well at their home championships. So for Sweden, this is about pride. This is about doing well in your own city. Let's have a look at the Pokemon that were used in the tournament, because that gives us a feel of what is now hot and trending in Stockholm. So we can see that Cradilly is #1 in day 1, the most popular pick and a relatively new grass type. We didn't see much of it in the previous meta, but now Cradilly is the source.
I have to correct you. It was the most popular pick in day 1. And I was surprised to see Azumarill be this popular in day 1, because I haven't seen Azumarill as one of the top contenders in this meta, but clearly...
Do you not think... I'm sure, did you tweet?
No,
did you say anything about
I'm
that?
pretty sure Azumarill was not supposed to do well in this one.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
But if we move on to look at day 2, I'm sure that Cradilly has dropped a little bit, and now there's only 4 out of the 12 teams in day 2 that actually has Cradilly.
Yeah, that's still a respectable amount, but we can see that if we take away the most obvious pick, because Marcus isn't too keen on highlighting that for questionable reasons.
I'm just going to say I'm fuming looking at Azumarill outperforming its day 1 usage.
But I do want to highlight that the second most popular pick is a favorite of mine. This is the Shadow Sableye. This has come back into meta. I remember when Sableye was so popular, particularly in its purified format with Return as a second charge route. But now, thanks to the buff in Dazzling Gleam, giving Shadow Sableye some fairy-type coverage against opposing dark types, I can understand why it is so popular. Is there any other Pokemon that really stand out to you, Marcus, in your analysis?
Obviously, Swalot, as my caster prediction to do well, is now on 5 out of 12 teams. So, and whenever we saw it on stream yesterday, it really impressed us. But so between Sableye, Swalot, and Cradilly, the absolutely new Pokemon, they are seeming to do very, very well. And I also want to highlight Adelian.
Please.
Because Sableye did not see that much usage in day 1.
Yeah.
But we see half of the teams in day 2 actually have the Sableye.
Yes.
So does that mean that Sableye could be incredible if it's piloted by very good trainers? Does that mean Sableye is hard to run, but if you run it, the potential is incredible?
Yes, no, I can agree with that. I also think that Shadow Sableye is a Pokemon that can be quite challenging to get hold of if you don't have one ready to go, or you can't easily access one via a Team Go Rocket Grunt or a Team Go Rocket Leader. But for those that have had Shadow Sableye in the back, now is the time to get that out. If you don't have one, go and hunt them down from those Team Go Rocket Grunts or Leaders. Grab one. Use Foul Play and Dazzling Gleam to make it amazing, because I think this Pokemon is one to have.
Absolutely, you're so right on that one. I also want to mention Lapras because it did not have that performance I expected from it. Like a third of the teams have it on day 2.
Yeah, well, but I think Lapras will still be a Pokemon that we have to be wary of. You have to have some kind of guard against it, and certainly for Colin 6, he will have to do that because he is facing off against StrangeToP's Lapras here. Lapras looking pretty decent against a good amount of Colin's team as well, against the Swallow and the Talonflame. But Colin is the final boss, one of the strongest trainers in Europe. Rank 1 on the championship point leaderboard. Amazing team as well. Anything stand out to you that you like?
Obviously the Swallow. I can talk all day about the Swallow. And I guess Azumarill does, like, it's a thick bunny and it does thick bunny things.
Azumarill does some Azumarill things. Got it. Right, exactly. I'm noting this down.
Yeah, just take all the notes so you can take this with you into your next tournament. Then we see Azumarill on the other side as well. I guess I'm gonna have to let my Swallow favorite go. No, you know what? It doesn't matter to me who wins this.
But let me ask a question. So looking at a Pokemon I want to highlight right now on StrangeToP's side is Jumpluff, or it's the Shadow Jumpluff. But notice it's not running Energy Ball, which is in the past what Jumpluff would typically run. Now it's running the double flying type moveset with Aerial Ace and Acrobatics. And there's no other grass-type coverage on StrangeToP's team. I'm curious as to why that is, but we'll find out very soon if there is an advantage here as Clodsire from StrangeToP's side takes off against Cradilly on Colin 6's side.
This is typically a winning matchup for Clodsire, and you see Colin swapping immediately. That would lead StrangeToP to believe Colin has a better answer to the Clodsire in the back, and StrangeToP answers the Azumarill with his own Lapras.
Yes, I like the fact that StrangeToP used Clodsire to get a few poison stings off, get the energy as well as weaken Azumarill, which does take super effective damage from poison type attacks, and now bringing the Lapras, which while it will not be able to threaten all that much with its charge attacks, Psywave is an intensely powerful fast attack in terms of dealing damage, and is going to chip away at this Azumarill along with the Sparkling Aria. Colin responding with a Play Rough to try and weaken Lapras back.
I wonder if StrangeToP thinks that he doesn't need switch advantage, or if he doesn't care about switch advantage. Is he just planning to expend his Lapras against this Azumarill so that it doesn't have to face up against Cradilly?
Yeah, that would make sense because Lapras, with now running Psywave rather than Ice Shard in the past, it means that it's going to have less utility. But, oh, there's a lovely catch here. Cradilly is able to take the Sparkling Aria, but Sparkling Aria is going to do neutral damage to this Grass and Rock type.
Well, this energy is more valuable into the Rock and Grass type Cradilly than into the Azumarill, but Colin decides that the energy on the Azumarill is more valuable than the health points on the Cradilly.
Yeah, so now Colin 6 has to take an Earthquake, which deals neutral damage to the Grass and Rock type Cradilly. Cradilly now responding with a Grass Knot here again, with Clodsire being a poison and a ground type Pokemon. Grass type attacks are going to do neutral damage back, but Clodsire's bulk is so respectable, it can take a Grass Knot easily.
I'm curious as to what StrangeToP's plan here is, because I can see there is a Shadow Sableye in the back for StrangeToP, and there's a Guzzlord in the back for Colin 6. If StrangeToP does not manage to strip away the shields of Colin, that Guzzlord looks incredible in the back.
Yes, and neither trainer knows what those final Pokemon are, so it's going to be down to a prediction game. Now StrangeToP knows that Guzzlord is there, but this is problematic because Guzzlord is able to Dragon Tail down Shadow Sableye here. StrangeToP needs to try and bait and tease those shields away from Colin 6 as soon as possible. Going for the first foul play in order to draw a shield does get a successful bait here.
Colin knows he needs to shield all the energy from Sableye that could be potentially a Dazzling Gleam. So Colin is going to expend his final shield here and bag all the energy into the incoming matchup. StrangeToP does have 2 shields left, but there's so much energy on the Guzzlord.
Yes, and also Guzzlord is able to deal a good amount of fast attack pressure with Dragon Tail, and the problem is StrangeToP has no health left on either of his Pokemon, so what is he going to do? Is he going to even get to a move? Yes, he does. Gets to the Stone Edge here, but Guzzlord's so bulky. I think it will survive a Stone Edge, to be honest.
I believe this is not enough, and Colin looks for a farm down of all of StrangeToP's Pokemon. He does not even throw the energy, and StrangeToP, he wants to take both his shields into the next game, but Colin secures the win from game 1.
Very impressive, and it goes to show for those of you watching at home or in the stands at the moment that shields and managing your shield usage is a real skill here, but there is a risk if you are too conservative with not using your shields enough. You may get into a situation where you are pressured by a Pokemon that has a high damage fast type attack, like the Guzzlord with Dragon Tail, where your shields are suddenly not going to do very much. You're just going to get farmed down. So I think that's what happened with StrangeToP here, and he has to be more careful and use his shields a bit more.
I think that the strategy from StrangeToP was to use the shields on his most fragile Pokemon, the Sableye.
Yes.
But in the end, Sableye was so fragile that it didn't even have a chance to use the shields because it got farmed down by the Guzzlord. So maybe if you're StrangeToP, if you shield the Lapras or if you shield the Clodsire, maybe you get more out of those Pokemon because... And then you maybe get to threaten the shields from Colin. And
yes,
that is what is needed.
Yeah, because Azumarill on Colin's side did land a play rough onto StrangeToP's Lapras, which did a respectable amount of damage. That would have been something worth shielding there. So you are right.
And the Cradily also landed a Grass Knot on the Clodsire, making so that the Clodsire could not get to 2 charge attacks against the Guzzlord.
Yes.
Because if Clodsire could have gotten to more charge attacks against the Guzzlord,
yes,
then he would be able to take it out. So
yes,
preserving health on your bulky Pokemon is also sometimes a way to success.
Yes, agreed. Absolutely agreed here. And so StrangeToP now has to rejig, rethink, because bear in mind that these trainers are both in the losers bracket. So if one of them does lose, and unfortunately one will have to, they will get knocked out of the tournament at this stage. And it's a bit of a shame because both these trainers are so talented, such lovely people, and so skilled that it's a shame to see either one of them go. So they're both going for it. Now, Azumarill from Colin 6 faces off against Lapras from StrangeToP.
I see that the Clodsire from StrangeToP is looking very good. It has 2 pretty good matchups in the back, but at the same time, the Sableye for StrangeToP is looking even better because Colin has benched the Guzzlord.
Yes, and Guzzlord is a fabulous answer to the Shadow Sableye, but it is not there. Sparkling Aria launching resisted damage onto Azumarill. Azumarill responding with a play rough here, which goes unshielded. StrangeToP has to be careful and has to use his shields a bit more, so let's see when he decides to use them.
In my opinion, the way you play this as the Lapras is you build up a lot of energy, you allow the Azumarill to throw another play rough, and then you bag the energy on, you bag a lot of energy on the Lapras, and then you swap into your Sableye, in my opinion. And then you save your shields for the Sableye in this occasion.
Yes, I like this idea. Because at this range as well, with Azumarill being relatively low on health, even though Shadow Sableye has a type disadvantage against Azumarill and the play rough threatens, at this point, the Shadow Sableye would be able to use Shadow Claws in order to take out Azumarill. So let's see what StrangeToP does. Is he going to just weaken this Azumarill a bit more and then let Lapras go? Let's see what the next play is. Oh no, another Sparkling Aria comes through instead.
StrangeToP wants switch advantage, but is this the play that he should go for? Maybe. I think StrangeToP wants Sableye in a good position, but what is a good position here? Can he come in Sableye into this Cradily? I think not.
Yeah, considering Cradily has just had 2 Bullet Seeds worth of energy, whereas I think StrangeToP was hoping to only have 1 Bullet Seed before his Lapras got knocked out. This is not ideal. Bringing the Sableye in anyway, hoping to use the fact that Foul Play paces so quickly compared to Cradily's Rock Tomb that will prove an advantage. But the Rock Tomb is now coming in, and this is guaranteed debuff. No shield on Sableye!
I believe StrangeToP is expecting another Guzzlord in the back, and that's why he decided to come in with Sableye into the Cradily instead of going in with a Clodsire.
Yes, but this is actually going to work out, hopefully, because Clodsire does have an advantageous matchup against the opponent, against Colin 6's Swalot. Swalot has the ability to threaten with an Ice Beam, but Clodsire is so bulky that here comes the Swalot, and now when is StrangeToP going to go for the Clodsire? Farms up and now brings in Clodsire here. This is looking pretty good for StrangeToP right now.
In my opinion, it's deviously looking good because Colin 6's Swalot has a better better time against the Clodsire than you'd believe. Look at the Ice Beams. It does a lot of damage, and Swalot is throwing super effective mud shots.
Yeah, and that chip damage is going to help add to things, because that means now 2 Ice Beams plus the mud shot chip damage from Swalot is threatening the knockout on the Clodsire. Shield coming out, Colin6 making the right call to use his shield to protect against that Earthquake here. This is looking tricky now. Ice Beam is threatening, and StrangeToP is going to have to use his final shield.
Let me tell you, Clodsire does not make 2 Earthquakes against Swalot in the zero shield scenario. So it's a great decision for Colin. Oh, and we get a catch!
Amazing catch, and that Earthquake is mitigated onto the Cradilly now. Cradilly is able to tank this, especially with it being the undercharge, but a really good undercharge, again some extra farm on the Clodsire here. But what is StrangeToP going to do? Is he going to swap the save? Yes, he does, going for the foul play here. Is Colin6 going to shield, because Swalot does survive this?
Colin knows that he needs to save his shield for a potential Earthquake, but he does not. He has lost track of Sableye energy. He needs to shield this. Colin needs to take out the Sableye and Ice Beam the Clodsire before he can get to an Earthquake. Can he get there?
It's going to be so difficult to do that. It's so close. Going for the Sludge One. We're hoping that Sludge One will be enough to knock out. And then is there enough energy on Swalot to land the Ice Beam straight away? It's going to be close. Has Colin made the calculations?
Has he shaking his head. Colin is getting to the Ice Beam. Will this be enough to take out the Clodsire?
Clodsire, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, but it is a super effective attack.
Enough.
It is enough. Clodsire goes down. Swalot is the victor, and Colin6 is able to advance into this tournament.
Incredible display by both of these trainers. I wonder how Colin planned after watching his Guzzlord winning the game in Game 1. What was he thinking Game 2, putting it on the bench? It turned out to be the winning play, even though it won him the game in Game 1. Leave it on the bench Game 2 and put the pressure on with a Swalot.
Yes, he did very well. It just goes to show Colin is the final boss. He always finds a way to win. He is such a good trainer and is very worthy that he is ranked 1 on the European Championship point leaderboard currently.
We saw this from Colin yesterday as well. Colin is an expert at using his entire team. We saw him yesterday. When he won Game 1, he swapped out 2 of those Pokemon that won him the game in Game 1. So he's just using his entire team in all games.
Yes, and this unpredictability is quite a nice thing for Colin6, because it means that trainers that are facing him are less likely to be able to guess what his team is going to be. And sometimes, as long as you have multiple ways to build a team of 3 within your team of 6, and they all have some kind of tactical mastery in play, then this is something that, in my view, separates good trainers from great trainers, where they're able to do this and sort of bamboozle their opponents a little bit.
I'm very impressed to see Colin6's play. I have seen from the games I've seen from Colin, he's brought all 5 out of his 6 Pokemon. I have not seen him run the Malamar just yet.
Yeah, maybe Malamar was not apt here against StrangeToP with the Sableye and Shadow Drapion here, but this was a fabulous catch here on the Azumarill. You can see StrangeToP nodding, thinking, yeah, that was a really good play. I also love how the camaraderie between these 2 trainers, they were taking a selfie before they started their battle, because it's a momentous occasion. You're playing 2 great trainers playing against each other. You're facing the final boss. StrangeToP, no stranger to these kinds of tournaments, playing so well, and it's a credit to him to get so far. I know many in his community will be very proud of how far he has come.
I know StrangeToP is itching to get that top cup placement. He has gone to several regionals and he's finished just outside so many times, but he had a great run in Worlds in Hawaii, and I believe that StrangeToP, all he needs to do is put in that consistency. If he gets that consistency, he has some great top performances, and then sadly sometimes he misses out. I think Pokemon is a mental game. You need to be prepared and calm and collected, and make sure that your preparations are optimal. And I believe StrangeToP will eventually get that top cut.
Yes, practice makes perfect. He's a fantastic trainer. I played against him in the European International Championships only last month in London. Sadly, that did not go very well for me, but it went very well for StrangeToP, and he is a great individual, a great human being, and a trainer that I would love to see get even more success. And I'll see him on day 2, a one-time tournament in the future, maybe one day a medal to his name.
Talking about day 2 players, we see Padaman facing off against IbiQer.
Yes, this is
battle.
Padaman, the defending EUIC champion, only last month winning a trophy and having the accolades of not just, it's not a regional, it's an international champion, a titan in the scene and a young talent as well. He has demonstrated his talent from a very youthful age, and he's still got so much to show to the play Pokemon scene. Teams here, your Swalot is still in there.
Swalot is making waves here in Stockholm. And I gotta say, I think that this throwdown, this battle between these two players, I think IbiQer is also from Spain. I could be wrong about that.
So it will be a clash of clash within the nations. I like the Sandslash as a unusual pick for Padaman here. I think it has a lot of utility. I love the fact that it has some exquisite coverage there. Of course, it has to be mindful of certain Pokemon like Galaxkobolten. However, Powder Snow is a useful move. It has same type attack bonus. It also has the ability to power up the Ice Punches and Drill Runs very, very quickly. And there is no Galaxkobolten on IbiQ's side. And so that's where the challenge is. How do you deal with that Alolan Sandslash? What is the best answer here?
The best answer for IbiQer is definitely the Lapras, because Padaman decided to go with the variant of Alolan Sandslash that has Powder Snow.
Yes, that's
and
right.
That is double resisted by Lapras's Water and Ice typing. So even though Psywave is resisted from Lapras, the damage output from Sandslash is way lower into the bulky Lapras.
Yes, and Drill Run versus Lapras, if you compare with Lapras launching Sparkling Aria onto the Alolan Sandslash, the Sparkling Aria will do a bit more damage and has the same type attack bonus. You also have to bear in mind that Shadow Kanto Marowak is available, but it takes super effective damage from the Ice typing, even though it deals out super effective ground typing. So that will be an intense matchup. Shadow Sableye faces off from Padaman against the Lapras, so Psywave is going to be double resisted here. Instant swap there.
This was a terrible matchup for the Lapras because Sableye double resists the Psywaves. And IbiQer swaps in his Shadow Kanto Marowak and is met by Padaman's Azumarill. This is good for Azumarill.
Yes, Azumarill is going to really enjoy this. Has the bulk to withstand the Mud Slaps, has the bulk to withstand the Bone Clubs that we've just seen there. Padaman has the opportunity to farm up a lot of energy here. Another Bone Club coming in now just to try and bring this Azumarill closer to the red, but Azumarill's bulk, so impressive in the Open Great League.
I'll tell you something, Adelian. This Marowak can flip the matchup against Azumarill, but he decides not to.
Yes, he's deciding to just let this Marowak go. It has done its job and now brings in the Lapras to get a good amount of farm here. I think it's quite nice because Azumarill will be able to launch another Play Rough, but Lapras does have the bulk to withstand one, and this Psywave damage will mean that Lapras can get to a Sparkling Aria more quickly if it doesn't already. Sableye coming back in now. Here comes the Sparkling Aria onto Padaman's Shadow Sableye.
This is very clever play by IbiQer. Even though your swap is met by a Pokemon like Azumarill that it generally loses, that you still get an advantage by farming down the potential Azumarill and setting up energy on your Lapras. But IbiQer swaps in his Sableye into a Padaman Sableye.
Yes, he does, and now this is a mirror matchup for the two of them. Now, Shadow Sableye is able to launch Foul Play here, even though this does neutral damage. Because both of these Pokemon are Shadow Pokemon, it does over half of each other's health, and so they both have to be very careful. The fact that one trainer has Dazzling Gleam and the other one doesn't does not necessarily mean anything when they're both so low on HP.
And they are going to pay similarly to the Foul Play, and IbiQer gets caught on. Padaman catches the Foul Play from Sableye on his Azumarill. It's low health Azumarill.
This is excellent. A full undercharge by IbiQ there to make sure he gets some additional farm, but this is going to be tricky because he needs all the energy, and there's a counter catch. A fabulous play onto the Lapras. Foul Play is now coming in onto the Lapras, but Lapras will not be knocked out by this.
But is this better for IbiQer though? Because the Psywaves are not doing enough. Sableye will get the farm down and IbiQer does not reach the Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, that's going to be so tricky. Unfortunately, Padaman, the catch, while it was a clever idea and had to be done, Padaman recognized that and goes, all right, I'm just going to farm on your Lapras then, no problem at all, and gets the knockout, which means Padaman takes the first game against IbiQ here.
In my opinion, I believe IbiQer should have saved his Lapras. Of course, he didn't know what was in the back. Padaman won this game even without showing the Shadow, the
Final Pokemon.
yeah, the Alolan Sandslash.
Yes.
It wasn't even shown.
And that's
Padaman won this game just off of Azumarill and Shadow Sableye.
I mean, he is the EUIC champion for a reason. He does have the talent to do exactly that, but it is problematic for IbiQ now because IbiQ won't be able to think what were the 3 Pokemon that my opponent used because he doesn't know that third Pokemon's information. It's harder to build patterns going into Game 2 without that knowledge now. So this is going to be an uphill struggle against one of the best trainers in Europe.
I want to see IbiQer bring that Swalot. Padaman leaning onto the Azumarill. Please, just let us see the Swalot. Take out the Azumarill. That is what we want here, trainers. Is it not?
Well, Swalot does have play here, but I think the problem for IbiQ is that he is fearful of the Alolan Sandslash. He is also fearful of the Shadow Sableye because Sableye, being a ghost type, resists the poison type damage of Sludge, and that means Swalot would have to rely on Ice Beam. That is going to be so tricky. So it's a risk. It might be worth the risk, but nonetheless, it is still a risk.
Very interesting to see IbiQer play the Shadow Kanto Marowak as a safe swap, but I guess it makes sense. Padaman does not have the clearest response to the Kanto Marowak outside of the Jump Bluff.
Yes, but then there's 2 water types on Padaman's team now. Sorry, not water types, there's an ice and water type, and that's the concern. Going now for the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the lead, which is quite nicely because it's going to do respectable fast attack pressure onto the Shadow Sableye.
I believe that the Kanto Marowak needs to start shielding eventually here.
Yes, absolutely. Shielding is absolutely necessary because those foul plays do come quickly, they do high damage, and they are boosted by Shadow Sableye's Shadow boosted power, quite frankly. Now going for another Mud-Slap. Excellent timing on IbiQ to get the first Bone Club off, which will mean a shield is now lost on Padaman's side as well. Both of these trainers are down a shield already.
And this will be very interesting to see if IbiQ decides to shield his Shadow Kanto Marowak here, because he has a Shadow Sableye of his own. Yes, I believe that saving this shield is the correct play for IbiQ. Will Padaman double shield his Shadow Sableye? He can get a juicy farm down here.
It will get a really lovely farm down, but there is a risk there. If you do go 2 shields down early on, you might need that shield later on. 1 bubble comes in from Padaman's Azumarill, which gives a little bit of extra energy. Facing off against the Lapras now, which is looking good for Lapras here. Psywave putting a lot of pressure onto the Azumarill over time.
In my opinion, this is what Padaman wants to see, because he wants to keep his Sandslash away from this Lapras. And IbiQ needs to... I don't know what he needs to do, because this Sandslash is looking very safe for Padaman if this Lapras gets whittled low.
I think the play here would be for Lapras to weaken this Azumarill sufficiently that it could potentially get a farm down with Sableye and get enough energy to always be ahead on energy than Padaman's Alolan Sandslash. So I think that might be the potential play here. IbiQ letting the second play rough go through, but now really the Lapras is really low. Sparkling Aria coming in to weaken this Azumarill. At what point will IbiQ switch? That's the question.
I hope he switches now. This is what we want to see. Sableye swap from... Oh, and Padaman reads into the switch, but IbiQ stays in.
Yes, he stays in because he wants to get that Sparkling Aria off and weaken the Alolan Sandslash. And now you bring in your Sableye and use Shadow Claw and Foul Play to take it down. But this is an uphill battle because Sandslash has energy now and will be able to get a Drill Run off first. And IbiQ has to respect the damage that it does to a Shadow Sableye.
Yes, Shadow Sableye is very fragile, but it took that damage pretty well. I believe that Sableye is looking poised to actually farm this Sandslash down.
Yes, I mean, this foul play is going to take out the final shield of Padaman if Pato chooses to use it. No, choosing to let it go and putting it all on his final Pokemon, which is the Azumarill. I do like this play because Azumarill does have the bulk to withstand the damage from Shadow Sableye a little bit more, but it's so low that now foul play, resisted though it is enough to potentially knock out.
Can IbiQ make another foul play? I believe he can, and this foul play will win the game for IbiQ against Padaman.
What a amazing display here to bounce back with limited information in Game 1. IbiQ, though, able to fight back against Padaman here and win a matchup against the defending EUIC champion. That is impressive in itself.
Incredible play by IbiQ. He trusted in the Sableye, Padaman read into the play that I wanted IbiQer to make. And if IbiQer actually followed my advice, I think he loses that game. He stays in with the Lapras. And
gets
gets
the
sparkling
Sparkling
Aria
Aria
onto the
Sandslash, and that weakens Sandslash enough that the Foul Plays and the Shadow Claws from Shadow Sableye were starting to be more threatening at that point. So yeah, fantastic play here. IbiQ, the pride of all the trainers that are watching in the stands, that are rooting from the stands and from Poland, and then Paman has the Spanish backing him. They're so excited to see all these trainers do so well. This is a closely fought battle. One of these trainers sadly is going to be knocked out of the competition. Padaman wants even more championship points. He wants that accolade to be the next. Imagine winning a regional after winning an IC as well. How crazy would that be to have back-to-back victories at high levels of competition?
I spoke to Padaman yesterday. He said, I'm going to go out quick from this tournament. That's the type of player I am. I can win an IC and then just do terribly in the next one. So I believe that Padaman's highest levels are some of the highest in the world, but he believes that he's too inconsistent to perform at that level at every event.
But the thing is, inconsistency is because as you get tougher and further and further into tournament, the opponents are just so strong. That's what's tricky here. Now this is this is a jump off which resists the water type damage, but has no grass type offensive pressure. How is it going to handle the Azumarill?
Very interesting to see how this plays out, but I believe that the jump bluff wins the 1 and 2 shield scenario against the Azumarill when it's a shadow jump bluff with acrobatics still, even without the grass type charge attack.
Yeah, so let's see. Yes, a respectable amount of damage. Azumarill down to half health already. One more acrobatics from Jumpluff would take out the take out the Azumarill. Azumarill responding with an Ice Beam. This goes unshielded. This is double super effective. Huge amounts of damage on the Jumpluff.
And Padaman gets an acrobatics onto his Sandslash. A great catch from Padaman. And then that lets IbiQer get his Lapras onto the Sandslash, and this is exactly where IbiQer wants that Sandslash.
Yes, but look what's in the back. Neither trainer is aware of the back lines, but you can see that there's a Shadow Drapion in there, which I think is an adjustment from Padaman because he wants to have a better response against a Shadow Sableye. Now the Drill Run is coming in from Lapras, from Alolan Sandslash, and then Sparkling Aria is a response to that. At this range, this will practically knock out. If it doesn't already, the Psywave certainly will finish the job off.
Oh, and Padaman will get to a parting Drill Run as it goes down. How do you play this as IbiQer? The Shadow Sableye has not the worst matchup in the world against the Drapion, but the Sandslash will get farmed down, and Lapras comes out with a lot of energy.
I personally would throw the Sparkling Aria right now, just go for it and weaken this Shadow Drapion, because you want to keep the element of surprise of having your Shadow Sableye in the back. Bring the Drapion into a place where even the foul play is threatening, but it is a race. Well, who's going to get first? A Sparkling Aria before a Crunch is launched by Drapion. Padaman has to shield this and respect the damage it does.
Very interesting to see how IbiQer is now playing this. Will he let the Drapion get the farm down? Because it is getting closer and closer. Oh, and it gets an Aqua Tail into the Sableye. Luckily for IbiQer, this is not a crunch. He decides to not shield.
I think he'll be very happy to see that it's only an Aqua Tail, but now he has to start shielding his Sableye because it is squishy. It takes neutral damage from Aqua Tail, and it's a Shadow Pokemon, which means its defenses are even lower. Shields coming in now. Sensible decision here. This is a race. Can you Shadow Claw down this Shadow Drapion?
But this Azumarill will probably also get to a charge attack. IbiQer knows he needs to save the shield for the Azumarill. But now, how much health does he have left? Can he get to enough charge attacks to win this game? I believe Padaman's Azumarill is looking thick enough to hang on, and Padaman is nodding his head.
Yes, he's confident here. Foul play is a successful bait, but Sableye not able to reach any other charge attacks, and now the Lapras comes in. It's on barely 1 HP, and one more bubble. Finish the job off. Padaman is your victor in very close circumstances. A very, very good play there. Commiserations to IbiQ, but nonetheless a fantastic run that he should be very, very proud of.
Padaman using the Shadow Drapion in the end. IbiQer has brought Kanto Marowak to success in both games and decides to bench it. The game, Padaman brings the Shadow Drapion.
Yes, I think that was a fabulous, fabulous adjustment. I saw the logic behind it. You could tell that IbiQ was leaning so heavily on that Shadow Sableye and how versatile it was in the previous games. Padaman was like, this is causing too many problems for me. You know what? What's the best answer when I'm facing a Ghost and Dark type? Let me bring in my own Dark type, and Crunch is a fabulous charge attack that will cause problems for Shadow Sableye.
I'm very impressed by both of these trainers and their adjustments. And Padaman calling that the Kanto Marowak will stay on the bench for Game 3 was incredible. Here in Game 1, it was going back and forth, but this catch from Padaman on the foul play on his zoom roll was what won him that game, in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely. It's sometimes a decisive play like that right in the final end, and you can see that IbiQ tried to make the same play and make another catch, but it just meant that you just farmed down the Lapras anyway. So this is where a catch is useful, but there's other times when a catch may not be able to get you the win condition that you wanted.
But this Game 2, the Shadow Sableye from IbiQ hang on by a thread to get to a final foul play against the Azumarill to win him Game 1. A very close fought battle.
Yes, these two trainers, both of them are very talented, and for someone like IbiQ to push Padaman so much is a credit to him as well. It goes to show that at this level, when you are getting closer and closer to the Stockholm Regional Championships, and you are getting to those medal-winning matches, the margins are so tight.
I want to highlight one specific thing.
Yeah.
And that is IbiQ lost with a shield.
Yeah.
Which may look weird, you might be thinking,
yeah,
why did he not use a shield earlier? But IbiQ knew that if he spent a shield on another Alcatel from the Drapion,
yep,
the Azumarill had so much energy that it would definitely take out, because the Aquatels from Drapion does less damage than the charge attacks from Azumarill. And that means that it's better to spend those shields on the harder hitting charge attacks. So IbiQ wanted to save his shields for the charge attack that definitely would take him out, and then decided to not spend shields on the charge attack that potentially maybe could take him out. So that is why he lost with the shield, because he knew he needed that shield in case of a charge move that definitely would take him out.
Yes, that is the rationale. At this level, these trainers play with these sort of predictions in mind of what could happen if I do use the shield or don't use the shield. Of course, all of these trainers have practiced immensely in order to get here and play very well and perform to the best of their ability, but it all starts from very early steps. You go to the locals, you get your practice in, and then you sign up to compete or indeed spectate using arcane9.gg/events/Pokemon. Sign up there. You have 3 special championships available in Europe, in Sevilla, in Utrecht, in Bologna. Sign up for those. And of course, for those of you watching across the pond, the North American International Championships is going to be on offer at some point soon. And of course, if you're that good as you are, you might be invited to the World Championships, and there you can go for World Championship glory.
I'm also intrigued by the local competitions, because I know you as a professor organize local events in your community and your home community where you live for the players that live in that area, so they can meet each other, practice against each other, and I'm sure that both ArcticAnubis from Finland and C. Leonardo that lives in the UK, both have been to local tournaments. At least I hope so, that they have the opportunity.
Oh, they definitely have. I've had to face C. Leonardo in a local challenge, and it did not go well for me. This seems to be a running trend with me in locals.
Not just locals, also EYC and some regionals you've been to. Maybe.
Are you sure you want to talk about that?
Well, let's get back into the game. ArcticAnubis is running a very interesting team with Emolga. Emolga has both an offensive and a defensive niche in this meta, because even though Emolga is a fragile Pokemon,
yes,
its resistances being an electric type and a flying type is very interesting, because it's an electric type. that resists ground type damage, and that is very rare in Pokemon.
Oh yes, that means that there's no weakness that can be garnered from its electric typing, which means if you are facing against an Emolga, you must target its flying type weaknesses. It has a weakness to ice and rock and takes neutral damage from electric types, but as you said, Marcus, Emolga is a little bit on the frail side. Its defenses are not the best, and that's where it struggles against high fast attack pressure. And on the side of C. Leonardo, there are Pokemon that can generate some fast attack pressure. The Spiritomb with Sucker Punch, fantastic fast attack. Pidgeot with Gust does a lot of damage, but doesn't really like electric type attack, so maybe not the one against the Emolga.
Emolga will be able to completely wall off that energy from Pidgeot, but as we mentioned, Emolga is a little bit frail. So a Brave Bird from Shadow Pidgeot, I believe, will still chunk the Emolga very hard.
Oh yes, if you are in a pinch and you're in a no-shield scenario and you see Emolga versus Pidgeot, still the Brave Bird is going to be problematic. But the Shadow Pidgeot is an unusual Pokemon. I think the last time we saw it on a regional stream was perhaps Dunebug piloting it to success in the last season, unless I've missed a regional where someone else played with it. But Shadow Pidgeot is a fabulous Pokemon, very spicy, very different, but gives some fabulous coverage.
And I think C. Leonardo's team is very unique. He has the Registeel. That was my caster prediction to do well.
Yeah.
And with a moveset that I prefer on Registeel in this meta with double cannons, Flash Cannon and Zap Cannon.
Why no more Focus Blast? Because I thought it was the staple for a while. Why do we not want to use it?
What targets do you have for Focus Blast right now? Yes, it's the Sand Slash, and yes, it's the Guzzlord. But you usually win those matchups anyway.
Yeah,
and
with Flash Cannon for sure, because Flash Cannon does neutral damage on Alolan Sand Slash and Guzzlord, and you might as well get to two and then knock that with those two Pokemon out. Is that the rationale you're going for?
Yeah, but you know what? Sand Slash might be tougher for Registeel without the Focus Blast. I have to admit that. But we will see the superior from ArcticAnubis into the Shadow Pidgeot for C. Leonardo. This is not where you want to see the superior for ArcticAnubis.
And here comes Clodsire in response to that, responding to with Claydol. Claydol is really, really strong into Clodsire. This is looking so good with C. Leonardo already.
And this Claydol really wants to see this Clodsire. Claydol, it has the Ice Beam and it has the Rock Tomb. This energy goes everywhere into our ArcticAnubis' team.
And I expect C. Leonardo to recognize that he will be able to farm this Clodsire quite a bit, going for the Rock Tomb here, which I think is clever, because what that's going to do is it's resisted damage, but it is going to lower the attack of Clodsire, which means the next Earthquake may not threaten Claydol quite as much.
And that allows Claydol to build up more energy, and that energy it can take on into the incoming matchup to threaten the Pokemon coming in.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And even more so, it means that his opponent doesn't get as much farm down as well. ArcticAnubis recognizing that he wants to give maximum farm to the Serperior and therefore does not attack with Clodsire, but Serperior has to take an Ice Beam here.
Incredibly heads-up play by ArcticAnubis. He wants more farm on his Serperior to be able to... Oh, and he goes in with the Emolga. Can he get the farm down? He gets the farm down on Emolga on a ground type.
That is incredible. What an amazing play to get some energy on Emolga here, but facing off against the Cradily, Pokemon that is going to be an answer to Emolga, but Cradily has to respect the acrobatics. C. Leonardo makes the right call.
In my opinion, ArcticAnubis should have baited the discharge here, because not getting debuffed yet, it's an obvious shield for C. Leonardo. And, this is looking tough for ArcticAnubis. The Emolga has to pull this out for him. Can Emolga do that?
Yes, it's going to be close. Another Rock Tomb coming in. This time C. Leonardo throwing on bad timing, but that's because he's so confident that giving an extra Thunder Shock to Emolga isn't going to be crucial here. Second debuff on the attack. Now the acrobatics coming too, but Cradily can survive this. No shield. C. Leonardo is so confident right now.
Double debuffed acrobatics doesn't even do half health to the Cradily.
This is the amazing thing with Rock Tomb and the debuffs here. Now a discharge coming in because ArcticAnubis recognizing that Emolga may get knocked out very soon. Discharge and no shield.
No shields. And there will be a Rock Tomb. ArcticAnubis, he can tell that this was not what he wanted from this play.
No, there is the knockout, and then Pidgeot coming in. Here is Serperior, and we all know how this is going to go down.
ArcticAnubis concedes the game. He's not even tapping his screen right now. C. Leonardo got the alignment he needed and took that game.
Very impressive, C. Leonardo. They're demonstrating the power of Shadow Pidgeot. Just how much chip damage was Gust doing to Serperior? Because Serperior is one of the bulkiest grass-type Pokemon in the Open Great League, and yet Shadow Pidgeot was tearing through that HP.
I would say that it's not even chip damage. That is detrimental damage. The Gust from a Shadow Pidgeot hits so hard if you can't resist it. But I'm very impressed by the bravery of C. Leonardo of bringing that Shadow Pidgeot into ArcticAnubis' team, because I thought the Emolga looked too good for ArcticAnubis to not bring it.
Yeah, that is very true. The Emolga is the main Pokemon that is pressuring away that Shadow Pidgeot. But if you look at the rest of ArcticAnubis' team, it doesn't actually fare all that well against Shadow Pidgeot. We saw the Clodsire isn't running Stone Edge. We know the Golisopod, Serperior, and Gastrodon have a hard time dealing with Flying-type Pokemon. And so the Guzzlord is the only other partial answer. But it does mean that ArcticAnubis is somewhat restricted to use one of those two Pokemon, Emolga or Guzzlord or both, which C. Leonardo can potentially capitalize on. So this is the fear. ArcticAnubis is in a tricky situation.
I think ArcticAnubis should lean into the Guzzlord. You need to take a risk now. Yes, it's not the best, obviously, into Azumarill or Registeel, but the Emolga is pretty good into both of those two. So if you can pair the Emolga and the Guzzlord together, then I believe that ArcticAnubis has a better shot at winning this game.
And this is the demonstration for those of you watching at home of what Marcus is talking about. This is a core of 2 Pokemon out of your 6 that have excellent or good coverage against the opposing Pokemon's team of 6 if played correctly. So let's see, Pidgeot coming in now. Serperior once again. ArcticAnubis is not happy to see this. This is twice in a row now.
And that both players are going for the same strategy in each game. C. Leonardo has only one real answer to the Serperior. It is the Shadow Pidgeot, and he gets it on ArcticAnubis' Serperior.
And the thing is, ArcticAnubis isn't able to win switch advantage here off the Claydol, because Claydol is so bulky, he can easily tank an Earthquake and then threaten. C. Leonardo making the same tactic again, weaken the attack so that the Earthquake is no longer threatening and farm down the Clodsire.
If this game goes the same way as the previous, ArcticAnubis is not in a very good position here, because how is he getting out of this situation?
Oh, it's going to be so tough. Oh, he has to try and do something differently, but what? This is a classic example of team reads being made excellently well by C. Leonardo, a titan in the grassroots circuit, demonstrating how good he is here in Pokemon as well, knowing what his opponent's going to run. Rock Tomb coming in, which at this range does knock out the Clodsire.
And ArcticAnubis decides to try to farm down the ground-type Claydol with the electric-type Emolga. What is going on here?
Well, he has to get farmed somehow, so I appreciate the attempt here to get that tactic, but
now you need to spend a shield on this Rock Tomb.
Yes, and that was the not less than ideal scenario, because now there's a debuff. I suppose the only thing that Emolga can do is swap out at this point in order to clear the debuffs. No, going for the acrobatics. Let's use a bit of energy, because Emolga was already on maximum energy here. A shield to respect the, albeit debuffed, acrobatics.
I'm very interested to see how ArcticAnubis plays this, because C. Leonardo does not have fast attack pressure into this Emolga.
No.
So relying on this Emolga up shields to do well for him is how I would play this as well. And he managed to catch the Rock Tomb. Incredible play by ArcticAnubis, and C. Leonardo shaking his head.
Yes, I saw that ArcticAnubis was going to make a try for that. That seemed like the play, but now Pidgeot can potentially come in, but Cradilly is going to get another Rock Tomb ready, and then now he's going to swap into the Pidgeot, which can farm down the Serperior here. Serperior is going to respond with Aerial Ace, but this does neutral damage to Shadow Pidgeot.
I'm very curious to see how C. Leonardo decides to play this endgame, because this is a debuffed Serperior. He's going to farm down the Serperior with his Pidgeot.
I'm not sure whether this was the right idea to do some more damage with the Frenzy Plant, because it would have given, if Pidgeot had more health, that's more farm for the... Oh, and now Emolga swapping in to try and get the farm down here. C. Leonardo responding, recognizing this might happen, goes for the Brave Bird, I believe.
And this Brave Bird is knocking out the Emolga, and that's a good game for C. Leonardo. And ArcticAnubis, he is knocked out of the tournament.
That was a mastery of team reading, knowing what your opponent is going to run. Fabulous plays from C. Leonardo, who, as he moves further and further into the tournament, you just saw him breathe a little sigh of relief there, because that could have been very, very tough for him if he didn't get that alignment. And I think he knows how fortunate his team reads have been.
But I think that ArcticAnubis could have made it closer if he decides to throw the discharge immediately into the Pidgeot, because that would have taken out all the energy from that Pidgeot. But at the same time, the Cradley built up so much energy that if Emolga did not leave Pidgeot, that Pidgeot matchup and go into the Cradley with some amount of energy already, it would get outpaced.
Yeah, I mean, there are some matchups that you can try and wiggle your way out of if you're a particularly good player, but I think when you're playing against C. Leonardo and he has the perfect alignment, Pidgeot into Serperior, Claydol into Clodsire, and has the knowledge to know that he can go for the Rock Tomb and get additional farm as well, I think everything that C. Leonardo did was a tactical mastery and demonstration of just how much thought can go into these battles. Brilliant, brilliant trainer with a brilliant, brilliant game.
And I'm sure that the Finnish community is very proud of ArcticAnubis and his display here in Stockholm, because he has proven himself to be a top trainer. And interesting to see that what we spoke about before the game actually happened. The Shadow Pidgeot landing a Brave Bird into Emolga. Even though it's resisted, you can tell this does at least 60% damage to the Emolga.
Yes, it absolutely took Emolga straight out of the skies here. The Shadow boosted Pidgeot means the resistance isn't that big a deal. Sure, the resistance has an effect, but the bulk is the key thing here, and Shadow Pidgeot will Brave Bird through some tougher opponents and still do a huge amount of damage.
As I said, Emolga has a defensive niche, but maybe it's wrong to call a frail Pokemon like Emolga as a defensive.
Yeah, it's defensive in terms of its resistances, but not in terms of its bulk, and so you have to consider... yeah,
exactly.
Like, maybe a Mud Bomb. Maybe you can handle a Mud Bomb out push.
Maybe, but not a Brave Bird from a Shadow Pidgeot.
Definitely
that
not.
Move hits so hard, no matter what it goes in.
Yes, I'm not looking forward to that. You know what ArcticAnubis could have done? He could have borrowed C. Leonardo's Registeel for that one.
Oh, maybe a Registeel.
Ah!
Would have been great for ArcticAnubis in that situation.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Registeel is one of the caster picks that Marcus pointed out, thinking that this might have potential. We didn't see much of it in this particular game, but clearly C. Leonardo has been piloting it to success as he now moves further and further into this tournament.
Yeah, that makes top 8 for C. Leonardo, and he is no slouch. He was top 12 in EUIC last month, knocked out by... Can you remember who knocked him out?
Who knocked him out? I know that you were very busy at EUIC doing Marcus things.
Actually, it was me knocking him out.
Ah!
But it was an incredibly tough battle, and I believe that C. Leonardo knows that he was in a position to win that game, but he made a mistake.
Sure.
That allowed me to eventually eclipse him. And
so basically,
lucky.
So basically, what you're saying is that he should have won and you shouldn't have.
I absolutely say that. He was in a position. Sometimes you set 1 foot wrong, that could cost you the entire game.
And that's very true against a trainer of Arceus Aurelius' caliber. But let's go to this particular matchup and 2 other trainers, I think, of your caliber as well. Galaxkobolten versus Withered.
I have to emphasize, there is a Chansey on stream. Players, there is a Chansey on stream. We saw it a lot yesterday, but Chansey, it won Galaxkobolten his winner semifinals.
And it in such a spectacular fashion here. I was speaking to Withered earlier yesterday, and he said that he's not sure how he's going to deal with Chansey, because if you look at Withered's team, there is no fighting type coverage there, and that is the main weakness of Chansey. So he has to be very mindful that Galaxkobolten does not employ timeout strategies where he uses Chansey and keeps all 3 Pokemon alive in the game, so that Withered, with a disadvantage of having less Pokemon, loses by timeout. So this is going to be an interesting matchup, and I don't think it's one Withered has had much experience in, if I'm honest.
And I think there are so few players who actually have experience with this kind of strategy. Chansey, Bubble Beam Mantine, Icy Wind Dugong in this meta, we all expected Dugong to drop off, and then also the debuffing move, Leaf Tornado. All those 3 moves, Leaf Tornado, Icy Wind, and Bubble Beam, are debuffing the attacks of the opponent. So if Galaxkobolten can debuff Withered's Pokemon,
yes,
and then send in the Chansey, it will be so hard to remove it.
Yes, and Icy Wind and Bubble Beam give guaranteed debuffs. You mentioned, Marcus, the Leaf Tornado, which has a 50% chance of debuffing your opponent's attack. Also consider Crunch as well. While the chance of debuffing is a little bit lower, and it will debuff the defense as well. So Drapion does have a little bit of pressure to weaken the defense as well and cause more damage. So Galaxkobolten can be debuffed in many ways. Looking, though, at Withered's team, I like the look of the Marowak here because it does consistent high fast attack damage, which might be quite useful against the Chansey.
I believe the Marowak is good against the Chansey, but it's terrible into the debuffers of Galaxkobolten. The Superior, the Mantine, and the Dugong all line up very well against the Marowak. So this will be a very tough matchup for Withered, and especially because Galaxkobolten is so used to playing this strategy, while other players are usually not. The way that timeout strategy works is that the player with the most amount of Pokemon left will win the game. So if Galaxkobolten has 3 Pokemon left and Withered has only 2 when the timer runs out,
yes,
then Galaxkobolten will win. But if they both have only 1 Pokemon left, for example, it is the Pokemon with the most amount of HP left, that will win that battle. And Chansey, having over 400 HP, makes it incredibly good for this strategy in particular.
Yes, Galaxkobolten wants to make stall a thing in Pokemon Go. It is popular in the trading card game and in the video games as well, but not made its way to the fast-paced metas that Pokemon Go is all about. But Chansey looking to change that. Galaxkobolten looking to change that. Withered looking to not change that. Keep the meta how it is. He is a fantastic trainer, a young talent, only 14 years of age. If I was as good as Pokemon Go at 14, I don't know what I'd do with myself.
I was incredibly impressed by Withered yesterday, and I think Withered, he knows he's up against a tough opponent with a tough strategy for him, but I believe that Withered will have what it takes eventually to go on and take his crown. But this is not looking like a great start for Withered.
No, it isn't. Lapras going in against the Superior. Superior dealing super effective damage with those Vine Whips, and there is a threat. Makes an immediate catch onto the Sableye. Has he caught a Leaf Tornado or a Frenzy Plant is the question.
This is great for Galaxkobolten because he lands a Frenzy Plant into the Sableye and it goes down so quickly.
And the problem is that this is already a disadvantage now because Sableye is going to be knocked out soon, which means that Galaxkobolten will have 3 Pokemon to Withered's 2, and this means Chansey's time. Chansey can do Chansey things.
I'm surprised by Galaxkobolten deciding not to shield the Superior, but I believe that Galaxkobolten's strategy here is to time out Withered. We see the Chansey and the debuffing Dugong in the back.
Yes, we do, and now Guzzlord coming in, which will handle the Superior, because Superior running double grass strategies mean that Guzzlord is able to wall off Superior entirely.
Oh, but look at Galaxkobolten actually not swapping out and saving the Superior, because he knows that he can get the alignment with Dugong on the Guzzlord.
Yes, and that will be really, really nice, because then Dugong on Guzzlord means Chansey on Lapras, and this is problematic. Now Lapras responds, throwing to the using Psywave here, but Dugong, I reckon, is going to throw an Icy Wind in order to weaken the attack of Lapras. Here comes Sparkling Aria, though.
This is not going to do a lot into the Dugong, and Dugong can stay in here and take this damage. Withered would probably not shield. No, he won't. And this damage sets up Chansey to just come in and do what it does best. Tank moves just last all day.
Just look at how little damage Chansey is taking from those Psywaves. Let's take a look at Sparkling Aria. It is an improved attack that Lapras has. Just barely bounces off the pink of Chansey. Chansey unfazed. Another Sparkling Aria coming in now. Let's try weaken this Chansey even more, but it's going to take several Sparkling Aria to take out this Chansey.
And what has been an incredible improvement, an unlikely improvement for Chansey, is it's the new and improved Dazzling Gleam, because it got cheaper and it still hits double super effective against the Guzzlord. Even though Chansey's attack stat is ridiculously low,
at this range.
A double super effective charge attack will take out the Guzzlord.
Yes, and I think Withered needs all the damage he can get. Guzzlord's Dragon Tails are going to chip away at this Chansey. Dugong coming in now, going for a crunch. For Withered looking to get some debuffs on this Chansey. Galaxkobolten respecting that crunch will do a decent amount of damage. Shield comes out.
And here we can see no defense debuff from this crunch, but Galaxkobolten now has a Dugong loaded with energy against a single Pokemon of Withered, and he's going to get to 2 drill runs before Withered will manage to take out the Dugong. But this is looking so good for Galaxkobolten.
Oh yes, it is. Dugong now farming up even more energy here. When is he going to throw? He goes for the Icy Wind, which I like here, because at this range, even Icy Wind will be problematic for Lapras to deal with, because Lapras is so low on health.
And this Icy Wind turns out to be enough to knock out Withered's Lapras. Galaxkobolten takes game 1.
Takes game 1 and didn't even have to resort to Chansey tactics as well in order to do it. This is a tough opponent, a former regional champion in Lille 2 seasons ago, I believe, playing against a young and upcoming talent who is trying to make a name for themselves on the Play Pokemon circuit.
Dugong is incredibly good for Galaxkobolten here. And there is no way that Withered can hit super effective against the Dugong other than the rock slides from the Kanto Marowak. But that is not a good matchup for Withered at all. And so the Dugong is coming every game for Galaxkobolten, and Withered will have to rely on this Lapras. But if Lapras, as you saw, gets lined up against the Superior, that is not great for Withered.
Withered needs everything to go right for him in order to win this. He needs the right alignment, and he needs for Galaxkobolten to make the sort of obvious play in terms of, okay, if I don't get the right alignment, I'm going to do this, and Withered does have an answer for it. But you're absolutely right, Marcus. That Dugong has so much versatility. The Lapras is the best answer for it, but that's about it. And even when you look at Shadow Sableye, which can have the damage output to deal with Dugong, it's going to be left so weak that a Chansey or a stall tactic is now much more of a threat after that point. So it's looking really tricky here. How is Withered going to weasel his way out and hopefully get a win over Galaxkobolten?
It's going to impress me a lot if Withered manages to find a way here. But I have to just ask you, Adelian. We're talking about the timer in Pokemon Go. I cannot see a timer anywhere. What is the time? What is Galaxkobolten trying to do with the time?
Well, what he's trying to do is make the battle run for such a long period of time that it times out in Pokemon Go, and he is left the victor. This is another matchup which Withered doesn't want to see. Superior coming in again against the Lapras here. This time, no attempt to catch Frenzy Plant coming in. This is going to do super effective. Right call this time.
I wonder how Galaxkobolten will want to play this. I assume that he wants to shield a potential Ice Beam from Lapras, and he does.
Yeah, this was an interesting... I was hoping that perhaps a bait would have been attempted here, because this seems like the logical thing to do. A Shadow Shiny Sableye coming in. Now another Frenzy Plant. So Galaxkobolten looking to weaken the damage. Is there going to be 2 shields early on? But I think this might be the play.
Oh, a Leaf Tornado from Galaxkobolten, and it does not get the debuff.
Well, that is going to be useful. Apologies, thought that was a Frenzy Plant. There is a Charge Attack priority event going for the Power Gem here to try and knock out the Superior. Galaxkobolten now shielding in order to keep his Superior preserved.
This was not how Galaxkobolten wanted this game to go. I believe Withered maybe lets this Sableye go down.
It's a risk though, because Sableye just about survives and now gets a debuff, but that's fine because the Sableye is knocked out anyway. Down 1 Pokemon, Chansey is at an advantage here, but Withered does have a shield, Galaxkobolten does not. What does Withered do? Brings in that Guzzlord.
But now Galaxkobolten has the alignment that he wanted. He has the Dugong on the Guzzlord, and that is a very good matchup for the Dugong.
It is indeed. Guzzlord is going to have to be swapped out after this, taking the Frenzy Plant, resisted damage, but still does a respectable amount. There is a lot of energy on this Guzzlord. Dugong coming in, immediate crunch. Let's see if Withered can get a bit of luck and get this debuff onto the Dugong, because that would be very useful here.
But now after this Frenzy Plant, the and it gets the defense debuff.
Yeah, and that's going to be useful. That Psy-Wave damage is now going to rack up a little bit more. Dugong now going for the Drill Run. Not before Withered, though, launches a Sparkling Aria, and this is against a defense debuffed Dugong. How much does this do?
Oh, it does quite a lot. And I can tell from Galaxkobolten's face, even though he had the strategy, this is not going as well as he was hoping.
Yes, because now you have to bring in Chansey to clear the debuff on the Dugong, but Lapras is able to get quite a few Sparkling Arias off, and it's a question now, as long as he can get a knockout of the Dugong, then Withered will be able to win despite the timeout strategy that Galaxkobolten might be employing. Sparkling Aria coming in now in order to weaken this Chansey a little bit.
I wonder if Chansey can make it to 2 Dazzling Gleams against the Guzzlorn. Maybe this can be Galaxkobolten's game after all, but this Chansey is not doing a lot of damage to Withered's Lapras.
Well, all the HP in the world means almost no attack in the world for Chansey here, as Chansey is trying to get potentially to that Hyper Beam to knock out the Lapras and have some extra energy for the Dazzling Gleam. Another Sparkling Aria coming in to weaken this Chansey even more, bring it into the yellow. When was the last time we saw that?
Oh, well, that is a great question, Nadelian. I'm curious to see how this Chansey is going to proceed throughout this game. Will it throw a move eventually, or is Withered is managing to wiggle this Chansey low?
This is going to be so amusing. This is another this time a Dazzling Gleam comes from the Chansey. At this range, it would knock out no shield, but Withered has to be considering the timer here, has to be careful, keeps one shield to protect against the next Dazzling Gleam. Oh, a fast attack does go through, which is useful. So Dazzling Gleam is now being shielded. Sensible decision here.
I wonder, what is Galaxkobolten's win condition here? Because this crunch is so threatening. He knows he looked to win this game, but Withered has managed to find a way through the thick Chansey.
And now it's just Chansey left in the red. Guzzlord is in the yellow here. Chansey has to get to that Dazzling Gleam. It's the only win condition, but a crunch is going to come through first. Dark type damage on the normal type Pokemon. A risk of a debuff at this range. Chansey is going to be felt. 400 HP has been eliminated from this battle. Withered gets that win.
And Galaxkobolten realizes what a game Withered played and tells him it was well played.
Very, very well played. 14 years old, defeating against the unpredictable, against Stall of all things. He was able to break through and smash through Chansey's defenses and HP. Just defeating that one Pokemon alone is an accolade in itself.
I believe that Galaxkobolten, he is playing, I don't know if he's playing to the timer. He's just using Withered's lack of damage into the Chansey for his advantage. And what we say when we mean the timer is that you have a set amount of seconds in a Pokemon Go game. And if those amounts of seconds run out,
yep,
it's over.
Yep.
And that Galaxkobolten has won so many games utilizing the timer and utilizing the strategy that he knows when that will eventually happen, while other players usually don't, because Pokemon Go is a fast-paced game.
Yeah, of course, it's a tactic that you don't often see. What I want to give credit to Withered about as well is in this particular game, he actually lost the lead as well because he had his Lapras face off against Galaxkobolten's Superior, and Galaxkobolten is so experienced with his Superior, and despite that, Withered was able to win alignment and get something favorable so that his Lapras was able to do, it seems like 101 Sparkling Arias onto the Chansey.
I believe that Galaxkobolten was in a winning position until he decided to stay in with his Superior against the Sableye. If he goes into Chansey, a normal type, into a Ghost type, and Chansey also has the Fairy type Dazzling Gleam,
yes,
to hit the Sableye. Sableye cannot get rid of Chansey quickly.
No.
So I believe, oh wow, and here we see Withered with the adjustments.
Nice. Swalot is going to have a great time against Superior. Instant swap into the Dugong here, responded to with Lapras. This is where you want to see Dugong. Lapras now chipping away with Psywave. Is he going to get to a charge attack first? No. Drill Run coming in and lowering the HP of Withered's Lapras.
I'm very interested to see how Withered is playing this, because this Dugong is not threatened by the energy from Lapras, while Dugong is hitting it with neutral damage back with the Drill Runs.
I suppose the question is one Drill Run plus the Ice Shards more worthwhile than the Sparkling Aria combined with the Psywaves?
I don't think it is. I believe Lapras has the upper hand in this matchup.
Yes, indeed. And so this is looking good for Withered so far, able to weaken this Dugong and bringing it into the yellow already. Lapras still in the green on its HP. Another Drill Run from Galaxkobolten here, which is going to bring Lapras now into the yellow, but the bulk of Lapras is to be respected.
I'm very curious to see how Galaxkobolten plans to play this game. Oh, and it's a charge attack priority.
Fabulous timing by Withered. They're recognizing that what is going to happen. A shield coming out from Galaxkobolten here, which is an interesting play, which means he wants to get more damage off.
This is looking good for Withered, in my opinion. I think Withered did not even need to shield that move. But here comes the Guzzlord, and Mantine is not running. It's Ice Beam. It's running Bubble Beam.
Yeah, and that's going to be a bit more frustrating for Galaxkobolten because Ice Beam would deal super effective damage to Guzzlord, which is a Dragon-type Pokemon. Guzzlord is debuffed, though those Dragon Tails are not going to do as much, but Withered has the chance to fight back because, okay, you're giving me an attack debuff. Let me see if I can give you a defense debuff. Here comes Crunch.
Crunch still does significant damage to the Mantine, but this looks tough for the Mantine, even though the Guzzlord is debuffed.
Yeah, it does. Now, Aerial Ace coming in to try and do some more damage this time onto the Guzzlord and bring it into the yellow, but Guzzlord does have a respectable amount of HP as well. Now Withered recognizing that he doesn't need to go for crunches anymore. Dragon Claw should be enough with the Dragon Tails to get the knockout. A shield coming in from Galaxkobolten. This time, no chancey to soak it all up, and so more Dragon Tails coming in. It's a race. Is Mantine going to drop the Aerial Ace? Now it does.
I don't think Withered shields this Guzzlord. I think he's putting it all on the Swallow because Swallow looks poised to win this game. The Side Waves coming in here will take out the Mantine.
I love this.
And here comes an Ice Beam. This game is so close to winning for Withered. 14 years of age and he's taken out regional champions.
Regional champions running stall tactics. We thought that his team composition was at a disadvantage, but now Swallow farming up just some extra energy, getting to 2 sludges, and now the Leaf Tornado is going to be launched onto, I think it was Leaf Tornado, going to be launched onto the Swallow here. No need to shield this whatsoever.
But can he get the debuff? No, he can't on the first one. Can he get the second debuff? Will this change anything for Galaxkobolten? I doubt it will.
It's going to be very tricky, though. The sludge, if it does get debuff, there is that debuff. It is a charge attack priority event. At this range, though, super effective damage. Superior is bulky. Is it bulky enough with the debuff? It's going to be super close. Let's find out. It doesn't survive.
And here comes the Dugong, and Withered can go for even an Ice Beam to take out this Dugong. But Galaxkobolten knows. He knew it was the second game that he could win this round, but he did not manage to, and Withered is taking the loser finals and moving through Group D.
What an incredible trainer. That was a tough matchup, one of the toughest matchups I have seen a trainer overcome, because on paper that was so difficult. Withered demonstrating his talent as he moves further and further in this competition.
I mean, I am glad we don't need to sit through more chancy matches, but at the same time, with such a unique strategy, I'm sad to see Galaxkobolten out. But I gotta say, Withered, you impressed me.
Oh yes, and I think you impressed many trainers across the world watching, going, wow, he was able to beat Chansey Stall even without a fighting type Pokemon. Only 14 years of age, facing off against the former Lille regional champion and a master of talents, of running something unusual and spicy, that Leaf Tornado superior, bringing the Chansey. Now the question I have is, next time Galaxkobolten competes at a tournament, what will he bring next? What will this wild individual do? How can he top Chansey?
Maybe he continues to lean into the Chansey. We'll see what the next tournament holds for him. But I know there's no player that does Chansey strategy better than Galaxkobolten.
Yes, he truly is a jewel in the European roster of fabulous trainers. Galaxkobolten, so talented, a local trainer as well. Sadly, not making it all the way to the finals. However, he has done his country proud and has represented on his local stage and gone so close with a very wild team.
I'm very interested to see Withered, and he brought the Swalot. I believe that if you bring Swalot into a game with Chansey, it's looking dire, because Swalot relies on charge attacks, and charge attacks takes a lot of time.
Yes.
Stalling out the timer, and Chansey is so tanky, you're going to need so many charge attacks to actually win that game.
Yes.
So if Galaxkobolten got Swalot on the Chansey, I think it looks bad. But Withered, he realized that Swalot if it gets on the Superior, it can do incredible things. And that is why Swallow is so popular here in Day 2 in Stockholm Regional.
It was a fabulous prediction. Galaxkobolten withdrawing the Chansey, hoping that Withered wouldn't bring a counter. It would bring a counter rate, which would then be targeted by another Pokemon. And Withered was like, oh no, I'm going to change my team as well. Here comes my Swallow. I think you like Superior. Let me give a few more answers. The Guzzlord being there, the Swallow being there. I think it was a mastery of prediction. And again, we have seen a lot of trainers in this battle and in previous battles with C. Leonardo, for example, where they've made the right team reads, as top trainers would say, where they're predicting their opponent and what lines of tree they will bring. Remember, in these double elimination tournament, in these regional championships, in these special championships, what you get to see is your opponent's team of 6 as well as the moveset. So you can see that Galaxkobolten Superior is running 2 grass attacks, which means if you have a Guzzlord, you can bring that in and know that you're going to absolutely wall off the entirety of that Superior.
And some players do this to a perfection. And I know that we have a video that will show some of those trainers. Take a look at the Birmingham Regional.
Sorry, does shoot it up. That is a catch.
But there's an adaptation.
Go. This Relegator is done. Final Aquatel.
Absolutely masterful play by the
But catching on the Dugo, that is so resistant.
Trainers, my name's Adelian, and for those of you who missed it, I'm going to tell you about the first European Regional in the 2025 calendar year, the Birmingham Regional Championships. With 185 competitors, this was the largest European Regional so far this season. Fearsome competitors gathered amongst the crowd, like Tomahawk UK, the finalist last season in Liverpool, Out of Pocket, a titan of the NA Championship point leaderboard, and of course Tonton Batus, a trainer who had secured a top 8 minimum finish in every European regional to date this season. The meta was beginning to crystallize around some familiar faces of the Open Great League meta, with Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Shadow Feraligatr, and Annihilate dominating teams. However, the rising star was the coral Pokemon Galarian Corsola, whose usage became so common that half of the players competing on Championship Sunday had one. From 185 on Saturday morning to 16 on Sunday morning, and then by the afternoon, 4 players remained on Victory Road. Icelandic Lapras faced off against Zweilous in the winners' final best of 5, forcing Zweilous into the losers' final. Meanwhile, Anikor's brave Unnovan Stunfisk saw no room to maneuver against Galaxkobolten's Leaf Tornado Superior in the losers' semi-finals, nonetheless earning the Brit a 4th place medal for his stellar performance. Galaxkobolten then faced Zweilous again in the losers' final, only for Zweilous to dish out another victory and take him back into a grand final showdown with Icelandic Lapras. Before the match, both trainers spoke of their mutual respect for each other and uncertainty of their victory, but talent, nerves, local support, and team reading mastery distilled beautifully in the arms of Icelandic Lapras as he demonstrated his power to become the Birmingham Regional Champion.
Icelandic Lapras is your 2025 Birmingham Regional Champion! I'm fainting, Martin!
Another champion is making their way to Anaheim for the 2025 World Championships. Thanks for watching. Now let's find out who will be next.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I cannot believe how Day 2 of the Stockholm Regional Championship has already been kicked off. How incredible have the matches been, particularly that last one, Tomahawk?
Honestly, the crowd were cheering, and I was honestly getting a little bit emotional.
Me too.
When a 14-year-old can come up against a champion like Galaxkobolten with a strategy that I've never seen before. There's no way he's prepared for this, and you get to come into Day 2. Now you do get to see your opponent, but you don't get to change your team, and he's probably thinking to himself, how am I supposed to take this on? Like, I don't have anything that can debuff the defense of this Chansey, and he powered through the game number 2. It was so, so close, and the game 3 line
It was so well done.
perfect. He recognized when Swallow comes in, it can suppress everything Superior has, and when everyone's applauding, we were applauding back here as well. Really, really well done.
I think the fact that we're in this new meta, you're already having to adapt to unpredictable team compositions, but I don't think anyone had Chansey on their radar necessarily, so having to be so quick-footed in your adaptations was so impressive from Withered, such a young trainer as well, and these are the kind of inspirational moments that you can't make up, and they really do sometimes carve a future champion, so Withered definitely one to watch.
And we had some really nice moments yesterday as well. If you watched day one here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, we had PvP David against his dad on stage. He called it a memory for life, and that was really
beautiful.
So heart-touching.
It really is, and the fact that we have such a wonderful community here playing Pokemon Go, to be able to see it up on the stage as well when, you know, there are so many incredible battles out there. We only on day one in particular get to show you a little snapshot of that, and we could capture such amazing moments. It's already been the best weekend ever, and there's still so much Pokemon action to come. We still have to find out who our champion's going to be.
There are so many champions out there already
True.
that want another title, and that's what makes it really tricky. You don't know the caliber of your opponent because there are so many different Pokemon that are now available to use, and I think one that you and I have been talking about backstage that we'd really like to see success is Furret.
Little Furret, you can actually see it on the broadcast here at the front of the desk. That was almost like a coincidence. I didn't make it happen, I promise. But it's been one of these Pokemon that, you know, with the new adjustments that we've seen come through, having that Sucker Punch to be able to apply a lot of pressure to Ghost types, as well as having access to Trailblaze, considering how many water types there are out there at the moment. Azumarill's still sticking around. We've got Lapras, we've got the Golisopod as well. Just being able to have that grass type coverage has been really, really nice. It applies a lot of pressure.
And I think one of the talking points of this weekend has been the challenge that Marcus set, that Azumarill would not win a regional in this Might and Mastery season. And already we've seen Azumarill so prevalent everywhere in day two already. So the question is, who is left that doesn't have Azumarill? Because I'm sure that that's the player that Marcus will be rooting for. I think DanneWWW is maybe top of the list. But as you say, Furret has a pretty good matchup into Azumarill because of that Trailblaze, Grass-type attack, super effective against the water. So let's see if Furret can take advantage here.
Exactly, and Furret might be one of my new favorite Pokemon, but if you want to get involved with competitive Pokemon yourself, maybe try out some of these meta regulations that you're seeing, or even try your hand at bringing one of your favorites to the forefront, you can come and attend these events yourself and see what our trainers are cooking up. Whether you can maybe bring something new to shake up the meta or not, get involved by registering to compete or spectate today.
And the remaining events for this season here in EU, they're all special championships.
Yes.
And what that means is they are free to enter. We've got Seville, Utrecht, and Bologna still to come. And so if you are itching, as I am almost, to play in this brand new meta, make sure to try and attend.
Well, speaking of Furret previously, it has now graced us with its presence in this team preview, Ouden versus Nickname. I'm very looking forward to this. We've seen Ouden do so well with this core that he's kind of combined of the Furret with the Claydol, being able to apply a lot of offensive pressure and coverage straight out of the blocks.
And it's also the Skeledirge that we haven't seen a huge amount of so far this weekend, but it got access to Torch Song in the new in the recent Community Day. That allows it to ramp up its fire-type pressure, and I would love to see Skeledirge suddenly take one opponent off guard.
Yes, that Torch Song being able to boost up can make the Incinerates that already hit so incredibly hard deal even more formidable damage. You also have the Primeape there, and I think a lot of people coming into this new regulation were thinking, would Annihilate, would Primeape still be able to hold their place? And Ouden really showing that there is still a situation here where Rage Fist, again with those boosts that you get naturally to your attack, does still have a place in this meta and can be formidable.
One of the other Pokemon that I really like is this Claydol, running Mud Slap and Rock Tomb. Ground plus rock coverage is really, really strong into most of the meta, and then also access to Ice Beam to hit super effective against grass types. But there are no grass types here. The best target for Ice Beam is that Guzzlord that Nickname really enjoys using.
Yes, Guzzlord has been so dominant here in Stockholm, but it's had a little bit of a tough time against Ice Beam users, Lapras as well being one of those core Pokemon, as well as any Fairy type moves that have been running around, because we aren't seeing too many Fairy type Pokemon except for this Azumarill. Azumarill and Swallow, both two very bulky Pokemon that have really rise to dominance here in Stockholm. Swallow particularly being able to hit well with that Mud Shot, as well as apply a lot of offensive pressure with Sludge.
And I do think that Nickname, again in this matchup, will be looking to his Guzzlord. The Guzzlord resists. If we go from the top down, it's weak against that Primeape, but the Primeape is forced to throw close combat, which debuffs its defense double time. Alolan Sandslash is there. That has a pretty good matchup against Guzzlord. Claydol, it would be weak to the dark type pressure from Guzzlord. Azumarill, that is your hard Guzzlord wall. And then there are your two Pokemon that are really weak to it. So Ouden will be trying to navigate it. We're getting ready for our game number one. We see an Azumarill up against an Azumarill. It's a mirror.
Let's have a look at this. We're jumping onto the winner's side of the bracket here, obviously in winner's semis, and Azumarill facing down in the mirror straight away, but the lines in the back are very interesting. You've got that Skeledirge possibly coming through later, but it has to avoid the water-type Pokemon here. Azumarill just doing what it does best, throwing some bubbles, getting lots of energy ready and generated.
And the really nice thing for Nickname here is that he is seeing the Azumarill in the lead. That is the Pokemon that he wants to avoid with his own Guzzlord. Ouden maybe recognizes this. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point he tries to bait out the Guzzlord. Otherwise, he might be in a tricky position taking it down later.
Yes, I think it'll be difficult to get rid of the Guzzlord without that, so you need the energy banked on that Play Rough to unleash a little bit later on. A few more bubbles is going to have one of those ready to go, but I wonder which Pokemon's going to be first to make the adaptation.
Here comes the next Play Rough. We're always looking at charge attack priority here, but this is also one of those situations where the bulkier Azumarill sometimes is still beneficial, even if you don't win charge attack priority, because you can hold on for that final Play Rough.
Yeah, you can hold on and then maybe just get a couple more bubbles down to be able to get the knockout. The Play Rough is now going to come through from Ouden's own Azumarill into its counterpart on the opposing side. And once again, just trying to get some energy up. It looks like Nickname is just able to get the advantage slightly.
And we still haven't seen Ouden switch out. That means he probably recognizes the Guzzlord will have play in the back, but he doesn't mind it so much. Partly because once this Azumarill is down, his own Claydol perhaps has more play as well. There is a catch here from the Lapras, but it's a Play Rough anyway. This is the attack that you would want to throw, and I don't know if Nickname is particularly pleased about this. He seemed to gesture backwards. Maybe do you bring the Claydol in here, you resist the Psywave, and Rock Tomb will really pressure the shields on the side of Nickname.
And Claydol is indeed who joins the field here. As you can see, the Psywaves not doing too much at all, but the Mud Slaps are going to start stacking up, as well as that Rock Tomb being something the Lapras does not want to take. Not only can it deal decent damage, but it will lower that attack and make these Sparkling Arias deal less damage.
Interesting, he's not shielded that first Sparkling Aria, so he is going to throw a few more Mud Slaps before getting to this Rock Tomb, just before Nickname reaches the next Sparkling Aria. This will pressure the shield. There it is. Nickname gives the first shield of this game.
Yes, the Claydol finally applying a little bit more pressure onto the Lapras here. The shield is gone. You do have that guaranteed attack drop as well, so Claydol, yes, it cannot take another Sparkling Aria, I don't think, even with the drop, but at least you are putting this Lapras onto the kind of back foot.
And the tricky thing here is, yeah, that shield makes sense, because even if you were to let that go, the Skeledirge probably wouldn't be able to take out the Lapras without having to shield another Sparkling Aria. So Rock Tomb now pressures this Lapras. Nickname's going to let it go, and it looks like the Guzzlord will come in and try and take down the Claydol. There's a little bit health left on Nickname's Azumarill in the back.
Those Dragon Tails, though, really coming through strong. Claydol has to switch out or else it was going to be felled, and Skeledirge now, it's up to it to be able to try and get some damage onto this opposing Guzzlord. The Incinerate's not very effective, but still chunking away at it.
This is going to do massive damage if it lands. Ouden, not sure if he's going to shield. There it is. Protects against this crunch, but the Guzzlord is only one Dragon Tail away from a crunch, and he reaches it, and Ouden must have recognized that, because one Incinerate takes a lot longer than one Dragon Tail. Nickname reaches the attack first, will take out this Skeledirge, and it looks like Nickname is in the driver's seat for this game one.
Yeah, the defense drop as well, guaranteeing the KO. Claydol didn't have much left in this match, so game one will go across to Nickname.
And look at that. This is why the Guzzlord is just so strong for Nickname. Yes, Ouden has the Alolan Sandslash and the Azumarill. As we've mentioned, Primeape is good too, but it's the Furret, the Skeledirge, and the Claydol that have a lot of play into the rest of Nickname's team, and that's why Ouden was trying to lean into them. You saw there, Skeledirge almost barely did anything on that field, didn't even get to throw a charge attack. So will Ouden lean into it again, or will he recognize that it's a little bit tricky when Nickname has answers?
I know slow and steady can sometimes win the race, and that's kind of what we saw happen with the Azumarills at the beginning, but Nickname was able to get the advantage, switching it out, making sure that you had dealt so much damage to the opposing Azumarill to allow your Guzzlord to have more breathing room on the field. Really did start setting up that win condition for the end of the match. I think going into game two, I would like to see Ouden either preserve that Azumarill a little bit better so that it can apply pressure to the Guzzlord in the end game, but also, not just because I want to see it, but I think Furret does have some utility in this game. Sucker Punch isn't going to do too much to the Fairy of the Azumarill, but that Trailblaze can at least be applying a lot more threatening pressure than what the Azumarill did in that game one.
So one of the best plays for Skeledirge is against that Swalot. It is a Fire Ghost type. Skeledirge is a Fire Ghost type. That means it resists the Poison type Sludge, and it resists the Ice type Ice Beam from the Swalot. And Guzzlord plus Swalot has seemed to be a pairing that we've seen quite a lot so far this weekend, and perhaps Ouden was expecting Swalot to be paired with that Guzzlord and tried to find it. He failed in that first game. Will he try again in game two?
I mean, I thought the Swalot was going to come to this match being able to apply pressure with Sludge onto the Azumarill and just, you know, really tank away at it, because otherwise, as we saw in that game one, it can can be such a bulky Pokemon and really difficult to deal with. Yes, you might worry about your Swallow finding its line against something like the Claydol, but you have Pokemon like the Azumarill that can kind of counteract that.
So the question now for Ouden is, how do you adjust? Will the Guzzlord come again? Will Nickname recognize that? These players have so many different cores available to them. We know that Ouden could look to pair Azumarill with a Alolan Sandslash, but that isn't particularly strong against some of Nickname's Pokemon either, so you really have to be careful. That Lapras we saw in game number 1 has a lot of play into much of Ouden's team as well. Will we see the Furret? That's the next thing as well. Furret with that super effective Trail Blaze into that Azumarill, and the Sucker Punch Trail Blaze combination into the Lapras can be prevalent as well.
I think Lapras was such a wall, you have to find a way to break through it. The Talonflame, a really nice adjustment actually here from Nickname, but not into the face of an Azumarill here. Talonflame going to use a couple of Incinerates though to get some energy up, but these bubbles are going to start connecting through and getting damage on the board as well.
And it's a little bit tricky because immediately we all look at the backlines and we see that Primate. But the Lapras, although it's weak to that fighting type damage, it does have access to Psywave that will shred through a Primate. Meanwhile, the Claydol doesn't really want to be up against the Azumarill. So what is the alignment that Ouden really wants? It's not quite clear.
I think as well the Primate's going to struggle against all three of these Pokemon. The flying type attacks from Talonflame, the Play Rough from the potential Azumarill. The attack is going to land down onto the Azumarill here, but we're going to see some adaptations. Now look at these Psywaves you were just talking about. They are absolutely tearing through this Primate. Primate, yes, is getting some damage on the board, but Ouden has to invest in some shields here to keep it in the game.
And because the Lapras came in quite aggressively, it got a little bit of an energy head start, and that means it got the first shield down from this Primate. The question is for Ouden, do you bait and will you give up a shield, Nickname?
Udon's so close to a second close combat there, but instead going for these Rage Fists, and I think this is wise. You want to get the attack bust up as quickly as possible so that you're going to be able to deal more damage, but this Lapras gets so quickly to these Sparkling Arias, it's forcing another shield from Ouden.
And look at that, you've taken 2 shields down with your Primate is your counter to Lapras, says Ouden, and yet I've given up 2 shields first. And I'm trying to Karate Chop it down. I'm failing to. I'm now having to give up the energy. And Nickname is probably in a really strong position here. You can sponge up any extra damage on the Azumarill.
Well, you might have said that Primate was the counter to Lapras, but it looked like Lapras really countered into that opposing Primate here. It's able to go for another Rage Fist, so that shield is going to stop all this boosted damage from getting anything onto the Azumarill. It's only going to take a couple of bubbles to fell it. Nice adaptation here by Ouden, bringing his Azumarill in from the back to take these bubbles, but it's already at such low HP.
Now, the advantage for Ouden there is he managed to get 1 shield back. He still has a full health Claydol, and Nickname is slowly getting his Azumarill chipped by the mirror. And you can't bubble this down. You will need to throw the energy. That's not really energy Nickname wanted to throw, but here comes this player up. This will comfortably enough to take down Ouden's Azumarill. No shields left available for Ouden, remember.
Yes, the Azumarill will go down, but as you said, it's a nice way for Ouden to try and use up some of the energy on the opposing side, give his Pokemon in the back a little bit more breathing room. Now the question is, bringing in Primate doesn't have enough energy to get some damage out on the board. There's still 1 shield left on Nickname's side. I think it's going to be coming down to Claydol to be able to try and get that shield utilized first so that Primate can unleash all its energy for damage.
Now, this first Ice Beam will do more damage because there's no Rock Tomb that's managed to debuff yet, and the Azumarill already has an energy head start. Let's remember that not only does Claydol not have access to the same type attack bonus Scorching Sands, so it's going to throw the Rock Tomb, but in either case, Nickname has a shield available.
It does lose that damage, but it does guarantee the debuff with that attack drop that will come through onto that Azumarill, even though it didn't take the damage. The second shield has gone through, but now we're going to see the Primate come in, but there's no charge attack thrown. The bubble just takes it down, and now the Azumarill can safely go for that Ice Beam to go into the Claydol and seal up the set.
Really comfortably played by Nickname. He takes down the Claydol, he takes game number 2, and he progresses into the next round on the winner's side of the bracket.
Really incredible play, seeing the way that Lapras was so strong, so powerful, those Psywaves absolutely going through the Primate, as well as the pressure of those Sparkling Arias. You can really see, showcased by Nickname here, why Lapras is one of the best new Pokemon in this metagame.
Lapras just so strong with the Psywave pressure. And did you see the speed of those Sparkling Arias? The number of attacks it was managing to throw off. Primate often is used by players as the spammy Pokemon. You want to get shields down first so that you can give yourself an advantage. And yet Ouden was in a position where he says, hold on a minute, I've counter-swapped to Lapras and I'm constantly giving up shields first. Nickname made a really good call by no shielding the first Rage Fist. And the Guzzlord in game 1, baiting out the Azumarill Primate for game 2, and Lapras just went right through them.
And I like the Talonflame adaptation as well from Nickname. It applied a lot of pressure straight away, even though it was against an Azumarill, and you might think, hey, it's a little bit dicey here for the Talonflame. Talonflame's job was to whittle away at that Azumarill and just make sure it didn't have a lot of play left in the rest of the match, and that's exactly what it was able to do.
I really liked how Lapras, not running Skull Bash here, not many players have been running Skull Bash on their Lapras, but by having the Surf, the Sparkling Aria and the Ice Beam, you don't necessarily want to go into a full health Azumarill because you know that you're throwing resisted charge attacks into it. So as you say, by dealing damage with the Talonflame first and then coming in with Lapras, suddenly that Azumarill thinks, am I about to get Psy-Waved down? Because I really do not want that to happen.
Particularly with the low HP it had remaining, and you can see here in Game 1 that Guzzlord, once that Azumarill had gone down, was actually just singing the songs of the party there and was able to do so well. The adaptation going into Game 2, Nickname left the Guzzlord at home and brought that Talonflame that I think caught us all a little bit by surprise. Towards this endgame though, once the Primate had been dealt with, there really wasn't a lot of room for the Claydol to maneuver, and that Ice Beam sealed the knockout.
Yeah, really, really well played by Nickname. He has been a player that has been around for a very, very long time, but hasn't necessarily had the success in more recent years that he's wanted. However, in the last few events, actually Nickname's name has been popping up quite a lot.
It has. It's definitely a player to keep an eye on as they advance continually through the winners bracket. Ouden will be dropping down to the losers bracket, but of course, we will be able to showcase how their rest of their tournament is going to go. They're not out of it yet. Furret is still in the game.
Though there are some really fierce competitors still in that losers bracket. We saw Colin and Padaman succeeding, Withered with some brilliant play, and also he's a player that no one has really played against, so you don't necessarily know his play style, and that can be quite tricky.
This was something we were actually talking about a lot yesterday, where yes, you have your 6 Pokemon, you bring 3 of them to the match, and you have to adapt to obviously what the alignments are and how the Pokemon are playing, but you also have to adapt to how your opponent is going to play and try and get into their mindset, particularly in a best of 3 situation, because if you know they're going to make the risky plays or they're going to call the switches and the catches, then you can adapt that into your own strategy. But if you don't have that information, if you make yourself very hard to read, it can actually throw your opponent off their game.
And Nickname is very good at making himself hard to read. He often can drop a Game 1 but still come back and take Game 2 and Game 3. Here he didn't need to do that. He was very, very dominant from the beginning. I think we need to hear a little bit from Nickname. He's available for an interview right now. Take it away.
Thank you, Lou and Farid, and I'm here with Nickname. Tell me, how happy are you right now?
I'm so happy. I'm out of words basically. Like, this match was probably the most important one today, simply because it just gives me, it already gives me a medal. So like that's very, very, very cool, and yeah, I'm just incredibly happy.
Did you look at the matchup last night before you were coming here today?
I did. I played a lot of scrims. It was kind of hard to find the scrim partners because of Ouden's very unconventional team with like Skeledirge, with Torch Song, with Claydol, with Ice Beam. Not everyone had the TMs to do that. So, but I managed to find some people. I played a little bit of scrims, and yeah, I also like thought about possible lines I could run, and it worked out.
Yeah, I think you're a very brave man to run the Guzzlord, because the Guzzlord looked very risky into Ouden's team, and I guess that's why you leaned into the Skeledirge.
Yes, exactly. I knew the Skeledirge was coming because with energy, it has play into even the water types, which is Lapras and Azumarill, because Azumarill doesn't have any charge move pressure, and Lapras doesn't have a lot of fast move pressure, so Skeledirge can do fine in these 2 matchups, and it's very fine against the rest of my team.
Let me ask you, we're zooming out a little bit. You have performed incredibly well this season. This is not your first medal in this season even. Do you know what you need to go into the Travel Award race from this tournament?
Honestly, my goal was to reach top 8, which I already did yesterday, and then I probably need to like improve my my placement by playing some other tournament. And speaking of the current tournament, yeah, as I said, I just knew that I had to reach at least top 8 because that gives me the most amount of points. That's the biggest difference between like 9th place to 8th place and above. So yeah, as for now, I already managed to reach my goal, so yeah, whatever happens will happen now.
I'll just let you know that right now, with the points that you get from this tournament, you are 3 points behind me on 8th place in the Travel Award race.
Oh, I will surpass you then.
Oh, well, then you need to get into Grand Finals. But here we heard from Nickname himself, he will make it to Grand Finals. Lou and Farid, back to you.
I love that humor from Nickname. Very, very quick to basically say, oh, well, then I'll take you as well. And honestly, if he keeps playing like that, I wouldn't be surprised.
I love that winning attitude, though. You've got to have the confidence in order to make those bold plays, particularly in Pokemon Go, where everything comes down to split-second decisions. You have to have the right instincts and be confident enough to follow through on them.
Yeah, and he is showing that confidence. We've got a few more players coming up that will also be confident they can go all the way. Here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, we've seen so many new Pokemon. It's the Might and Mastery season now. Everyone's been very excited. And I think one of the stories of the weekend has been Swalot and Guzzlord. I don't think they were immediately the most popular picks when the attack update was announced. Not many people were necessarily going Swalot Guzzlord, but Nickname was.
Yeah, I think Guzzlord, there were a few rumors of maybe just because of its bulk and the fact that a lot of people, I think, thought that fairies were going to disappear a bit, so maybe it was safer for Guzzlord to come back. But Swalot was not one that I had on my radar at all. But when you think about it, the fact that it got the sludge buff and then could even threaten the grass types that are around there, like Jumpluff has been around for a while. We have seen, you know, Galaxkobolten with that Superior, for example. I know it's one of his favorites, but if he's doing well in the tournament, you've got to find a way to take it out. And then it still can just apply some really decent damage across the board. So it's been nice seeing that Pokemon rise to dominance. But what's going to take it out?
Yeah, there are so many that are available. Let's take a look at some of the most popular Pokemon that we have here in the Stockholm Regional Championships on day number 2. And look at that. It is actually the Azumarill that is still number 1, not what Arceus Aurelius wanted to see.
I love this because in day 1, it was in the number 2 spot, right? Cradily was number 1. And you could see Marcus kind of thinking, well, I told you so. It's not going to be the best. And now day 2 has rolled around and 58% of the field are currently rocking the Azumarill on their team. And even with some of the losers matches we showcased earlier, there are even more Azumarills still in contention for that crown. Taking a look at the rest of this top roster as well, the Shadow Sableye has been, in my opinion, particularly impressive since it's been able to get that Dazzling Gleam and that combination of Ghost and Fairy having such fantastic coverage in Pokemon Go. It has given it such an advantage at the moment.
Now, we saw a lot of the Azumarill and Shadow Drapion core all throughout the season, and yes, Azumarill is still top, but Shadow Drapion seems to have dropped a little bit, and it's that Swalot Guzzlord core that is starting to take its place. Shadow Sableye, I think Adelian mentioned earlier today, he's really excited to see how well that Pokemon is doing. And I think that the breadth of options here and the availability of core breakers, even to these Pokemon that you see on screen, means week on week, I think we're going to see a ton of different Pokemon enter the top 12 every event.
And do you know what's surprising? This Jumpluff, it's in the top 12 usage, but I have not really seen it on the broadcast. In our snapshots that we've been able to show, occasionally it comes in with a couple of fairy wins here and there, but other than that, it has not been as dominant as some of these other faces that we've seen. Claydol as well, another Pokemon that's done really well. I know Mudslap users may be my favorite, but I feel like Claydol might be the new Gastrodon. What do you think?
I think Claydol is really strong. We know that ground type pressure in the Mudslap and the rock type charge attack with Rock Tomb that guarantees an attack debuff is a really strong pairing. I like the Ice Beam that many players are running, particularly.
It's good coverage.
I mean, arguably it is a core breaker of sorts to Swalot Guzzlord because it really has a dominant matchup against Swalot and it can hit back against Guzzlord if it needs to. So I would love to see more players lean into that. But I remember at the beginning of this season, a lot of players asked, they said, okay, well, when judging the impact of this meta update, how many of the top 12 Pokemon will change from last season? Will we see 2 or 3 new entrants? 3 or 4 maybe? No, I think we're seeing like 7, if not more, Pokemon coming in that weren't really in the top 12, and that is massive for this game.
Azumarill and Drapion are really the old favorites that are still here. We did see a little bit of Talonflame, and obviously we've seen Sableye a lot in the past as well as Alolan Sandslash, but Pokemon like Corsola, nowhere to be found. Diggersby, nowhere to be found, and I think that is showing the shift in the meta that is already happening very early on.
Now, the meta is shifting differently all across the world. And we are very, very lucky this weekend to also have the usage of a qualifier tournament that took place in India last week. This is a graphic of the top 16 across 2 qualifiers combined, right? So 32 players from 2 different top 16s and their usage across both of them. And look at the differences we see here. We've got Pangoro and Mandibuzz making the top 12 in this combined India qualifiers usage. Shadow Drapion still on top. And I guess that highlights that Azumarill Shadow Drapion core, it's still not gone away. But in India, they're still leaning more into the Drapion. Here in Europe, we've still got a lot of Azumarill.
We see this as well competitively, you know, with our NA counterparts as well. They might have a slightly different metagame going on. But this India qualifiers is such an interesting comparison. Yes, you've got Pokemon like the Drapion, the Cradily, and the Lapras still really doing well at the top, but Blastoise. And I know it was a Pokemon that at the beginning of yesterday, I think everyone was celebrating seeing Blastoise have its moment in the spotlight, but it has been underwhelming since in Stockholm. But in India, it was able to make this top 12 graphic, and I think it's really lovely to see.
Blastoise, my love, I think you are so good
Pangoro
into
is
this
listening,
meta.
you know.
I don't get me wrong, I still do love Pangoro, and perhaps if we had a Pangoro up on screen earlier instead of a Primeape, it would have had a much better matchup into that Psywave Lapras.
I agree with you.
Remember that Pangoro, because of that dark typing, it resists Psywave instead of being weak to it like Primeape is. But I really do think Blastoise is being slept on. I think it's going to rise later this season.
I wouldn't be surprised as well. It's definitely been a Pokemon that's had ups and downs, and I think the ups have often been championed by trainers like yourself, but a lot of people are cottoning on to how effective it can be. A Pokemon, however, that I think gives Pangoro a hard time that was on that graphic was Wigglytuff.
Yes.
It's a Pokemon that's done well, but right now it's not in Stockholm, and that could be because of Swalot.
And so when Wigglytuff isn't around, what can shine? Pangoro.
Yes.
Pangoro is here. PvP David, he has brought the Pangoro, and he will be looking to get further in this tournament against his Swedish counterpart, DanneWWW.
Really like having a look at these teams. PvP David, we got to see yesterday in winners semis against his own father as well. So such a beautiful storyline already being carved out. But if we take a look at DanneWWW, and we have coined that these W stand for wins here in Stockholm, is running a really unique team. We've got these new faces like Cradily and Galaxkobolten being able to hit really hard with that new Aqua Jet and get that same type attack bonus, extra damage on the field, as well as apply that X-Scissor pressure into Pokemon like Cradily that we are seeing all around. But the Charger Bug's the talking point.
I think Charger Bug is really good. Let's remember that bug typing, it resists fighting. So whilst Pangoro had a ton of play into most of Danny's team, both bugs, Galaxkobolten and Charger Bug, are definitely something that David needs to be mindful of. He does have a Talonflame, but annoyingly, both of the bugs actually are able to hit back against the Talonflame. Charger Bug, it's got electric typing as well. That means it's not fully weak to the flying pressure of Talonflame. And we know that Galaxkobolten with that Aqua Jet water type attack can do a ton of damage as well.
The alignment of these teams and where you're going to have the energy banked and switching at the right time is going to be critical. Like you said, Talonflame has a lot of offensive pressure with those Incinerates into Charger Bug, also into the Alolan Sandslash. Galaxkobolten doesn't want to take them either, but both those Pokemon have a rock type move or a water type move, respectively, to be able to deal damage back, but they've got to get the energy up first. Let's dive into the second winners semis from our winners side of the bracket. Charger Bug is on the field versus Drapion.
And this is a really nice thing about Charger Bug and Galaxkobolten. Even though they share a typing, they can be paired together. And so Danny is playing ABA strong against the Pangoro. That means his lead Pokemon and one of the Pokemon in the back are really good against it, and he wants to protect that Alolan Sandslash, which cannot afford to be up against the fighting type Pangoro.
It gives him a good line of defense in this matchup, and now the Charger Bug is able to go for this X-Scissor. Does manage to connect down and do a significant amount of damage, but that Aqua Tail is primed for retaliation.
And I really like this from PvP David. Knows that the Aqua Tail will put pressure on a shield. Danny doesn't want to shield up the Charger Bug, so it goes down. Is this Drapion in a position where it can be farmed down by a Galaxkobolten? I'm not really sure. So you have to come in with the Alolan Sandslash. But even then, a crunch is going to come, and this can still do a ton of damage.
Danny may be worried as well that there could be that Talonflame in the back, and you need those shields for Pokemon like your Alolan Sandslash. But right now, you have to contend with this crunch. It still does an overwhelming amount of damage and gets the defense drop as well. So the Alolan Sandslash in a bit of a tough spot, but thankfully, it has lots of energy banked for later.
Ooh, now this is an interesting situation because, as we've said yesterday, Galaxkobolten is almost the new Shadow for Alligator. It runs Shadow Claw, it paces very, very quickly, 5 to both of its attacks actually, Aqua Jet and X-Scissor, and it actually has a pretty good matchup into Azumarill, particularly when both shields are in play, even though its charge attacks are resisted.
Looks like Danny's trying to bait out a shield here, but no, not coming through the Aqua Jet. Instead, is going to connect down, do a little bit of damage to that Azumarill, but as you can see, Galaxkobolten using these Shadow Claws to farm up so much energy that it's going to be relentless charge attacks coming through.
And it puts the Galaxkobolten in a little bit of a tricky position because PvP David knows that Galaxkobolten has a strong matchup against both Azumarill and Pangoro. Azumarill when shields are up, Pangoro even when shields are down. So Danny has got this almost perfectly. Using his shields where he needs them will slowly take down this Azumarill, but that Alolan Sandslash does still have energy in the back, so David can't afford to forget that.
You have to get through this Azumarill in order to go for those X-Scissors onto the Pangoro when it comes back onto the field. So you've got to get rid of Azumarill, you've got to get rid of the shields. Aqua Jet will come through, of course not going to be dealing too much damage, but now Pangoro is on the field and the Galaxkobolten has those X-Scissors and Aqua Jet's ready.
I really like how David has preserved the shields for the Pangoro, because Aqua Jet would do a ton of damage. It wouldn't be enough to take out the Pangoro, but Pangoro's Night Slash won't be enough to take out the Galaxkobolten from this range either.
There goes the second shield and Pangoro, so PvP David being wise to keep them ready, but the fact that the Galaxkobolten is able to get this energy so quickly means Pangoro has to act fast. We're going to see a switch in here for the Alolan Sandslash. It had so much energy bank, so it's able to go for some damage onto the Pangoro with no shields remaining.
David needs to be smart with his energy. You want to Night Slash against this Alolan Sandslash, and then close combat, even though resisted by Galaxkobolten, will do a ton of damage. It could be enough to knock it out. That's what David will be likely going for right now. Here he is, reaches it. This should be enough.
Yes, there's no shield remaining on Danny's side either, so this close combat is going to do a significant amount, but even though it's resisted, as you said, can it get that knockout? It's going to come through, will connect, and PvP David is able to take it.
Really well played by David. The Galaxkobolten put a little bit of pressure on him, but he was so smart about where he wanted to use his shields. He recognized that Azumarill could sponge a ton of the damage, and even though Azumarill would go down, if he could protect Pangoro, it could sweep the endgame.
Azumarill was the star of the show for me there, because the Galaxkobolten was in such a great position where it was taking very little damage from the Azumarill, farming up lots of energy, and that could spell danger for the Pangoro later on in the match. But the Azumarill was just able to weaken this Galaxkobolten in a position, use it, make it go for those Aqua Jets, use up some of its energy, and as you said, with the combination of that and the shield preservation, Pangoro had a really nice endgame sweep.
And so when Arceus Aurelius is saying, you know, Azumarill won't have the play that it once did, it might be the case that it just has different play.
Yes.
You're not actually looking to win matchups necessarily with the Azumarill, you're just using it as a damage sponge for its brilliant typing. Water and Fairy paired together is really, really good at soaking up so much, and we saw it took those Aqua Jets like they were nothing.
Exactly, it was almost like the fast attacks with the damage dealers in comparison to them, and I think as well, you know, having that Fairy type move with the play rough as well is really strong at the moment, making sure you have that covered, particularly with Guzzlord on the rise. So as you say, Azumarill does still have a place in this meta. It might just have a different form to what we're used to.
Yeah, I really like the way that PvP David approached that game. He used Pangoro as his damage output, Azumarill as that defensive option, and Shadow Drapion in the lead as a really flexible pick. So that worked really well. Will he adjust, and how will he account for what changes Danny is likely to make?
I want to talk about Charjabug, because Charjabug did, you know, underwhelming things in the beginning of this match. I think it really came down to the Galaxkobolten coming through. Do you think Charjabug is going to stay in?
I think Charjabug is a really flexible option. It had play into the Drapion, it has play into Pangoro and into Azumarill as well, and we do see the same leads, but different backline for David. He drops the Azumarill in place of the Claydol, and look at this, there's a Shadow Drapion on Danne's side. That really doesn't want to see a Claydol.
Well, the Shadow Drapion on David's side is going to go first with this crunch going unshielded. We know that Charjabug has the bulk to be able to hang on here. It's just whether that defense drop is going to come into play, but not today. Instead, the X-Scissor is primed. This is going to be able to come through.
Now, again, the Galaxkobolten in the back looks brilliant against PvP David's backline. So the question for David is he going to use his shields as effectively in this match as he did before? Okay, watch this. The Claydol can come in and counter-swap the Shadow Drapion. If you wanted to, you could one-shield and near full farm this down. So this is a great situation for David. He's going to let this first crunch go.
The Mud Slap's coming through thick and fast as well into this Drapion. It's a super effective crunch coming through, but as you said, this is going to be okay in the long run. We're going to see, again, the Aqua Tail coming through. PvP David actually letting this go, really valuing those shields in the end game.
This is a really surprising play in my mind. I thought he might want to shield and full Mud Slap down. Instead, he's going to invest into his Pangoro. I'm not 100% sure this is as efficient as he maybe could have been, because I do think the Claydol Rock Tomb pressure coming out of the Drapion matchup would have gone a long way.
Yeah, I thought he was going to angle for that Rock Tomb and try and put pressure onto the Drapion, but no, instead it's the Pangoro that cleans that up. Charjabug comes into the field now with all of that energy and can go for the X's, forcing one of those precious shields to come through from David.
First shield goes up from David. He does still have energy on his own Shadow Drapion, but not a ton of health. However, Shadow Claw from Galaxkobolten in the back isn't very effective against Shadow Drapion, so David might be able to get a few attacks off. The Night Slash is coming through now, takes down the Charjabug.
I like this pressure on the Charjabug because it was so energy dry, it was not going to get to another charge attack here, so Pangoro can just finish it off. Not very effective fast attacks, but it's going to come down to what damage can be dealt with these charge attacks. The Night Slash is primed on this Pangoro, but there are two shields left on Danne's side. He has to identify when to use them.
A good no shield there for Danny. Night Slash does a decent chunk, not quite as much as one full close combat would have done. He's probably going to shield up this next Night Slash. It would take him a little bit too low. There goes the shield, and now he needs to think, when is that Shadow Drapion coming back in? There it is, but this is just an Aquatail bait.
Yep, Aquatail not going to be doing too much at all. Danny is having to decide, are you going to shield? He does go for that shield, uses it up on the Aquatail. That is going to leave him vulnerable to the Pangoro later on. So much energy being stored up. You have got the X-Scissor, and maybe you're trying to burn through another shield on PvP David's side, but he's happy to let this Drapion go and reserve the shield for Pangoro.
And now the question for David is, can he reach another Night Slash in time? It looks like it's going to be very close. The Karate Chop goes through. That means that Pangoro has the Night Slash available. Pangoro has a massive attack stat, and it should win charge attack priority here.
Let's have a look. The shield comes up. Night Slash has been selected, and the Pangoro is going to be able to unleash this charge attack. We know this is going to be able to get the knockout. Looks like Danny does too. And with one Night Slash, PvP David is able to take this set.
Look at that PvP David, 2 games to 0 with an unconventional play. He put the Clay Doll into the Drapion and then decided, do you know what? I'm going to sweep with Pangoro no matter what. We talked about Pangoro before the game, a dark and biting type Pokemon, and David is showing that it absolutely has play in this Might and Mastery season.
I am so impressed by the caliber of PvP David. I know he's already proven himself a regional champion, but coming into this tournament, when I was speaking to him yesterday, he said he hadn't been feeling too well before the tournament, hadn't got the amount of prep and study of the new meta that he would have liked coming into this event. And the fact that he's able to come up with such an incredible team, Pangoro as well by his side, which I know that you're a fan of, and playing so incredibly well, undefeated so far in this tournament, it's just been so impressive.
His dad will be so proud.
So proud.
As well as his mum and his brother watching from home. He has got 1 regional championship already under his belt this season. Can he get another on home turf? That's the big question. Regardless, he has done so well to get this far already.
I feel like this whole set came down to these 2 Pokemon in this replay right now. The Galaxkobolten had so much energy, really wanted to make sure that it could unleash them onto the Pangoro, but time and time again, Pokemon like the Claydol, plays like preserving the shields on David's side just enabled that Pangoro to be safe, as well as those switches bringing in the Drapion to eat up the energy on Galaxkobolten's side so that Pangoro could come back in safely.
So we've now seen that both PvP David, he's gone forward to this now top 4. He will be there getting a medal alongside Nickname. They are now through the furthest competitors so far in this event, but there are so many players still in the running. So they are still there down in the losers bracket. We will take a look very shortly at which players are still to come, but they are still such fierce competition.
Of course, because we kind of shaped out our top 8 and now we're starting to carve out our top 4 and find out who all of our medal holders will be. As you said, PvP David and Nickname have already claimed 2 of those. What color they will be at the end of the tournament, though, is still yet to be determined.
Yeah, so why don't we dive down into the losers bracket, take a look at still what's to come. We know that Colin 6, he is a multi-time regional champion. He will be coming up very soon as well, and he'll be saying, look, I know I'm in the losers bracket, I know I can't lose another match, but that doesn't mean I'm out of the running.
Colin's a trainer we've been able to feature a lot across multiple seasons of competitive Pokemon Go, and he's someone who has that determination and wisdom to go through a loser's bracket and even take that title. Taking a look at our next couple of matches coming up, Colin will be facing down against C. Leonardo to try and find out if he will battle against Danny going forward, and then our second losers match is Padaman versus Withered. That's one I cannot be on the edge of my seat of more for. Padaman is our reigning EUIC champion. He's one of my cast predictions, and Withered, the inspirational new Pokemon player breaking out onto the scene that everybody wants to see.
It's almost funny, isn't it? We've often been speaking about Padaman as the youngster, like the young generation coming through and taking it all. And all of a sudden now, he's the most experienced, he's the big dog, and we've got this 14-year-old Withered that now he needs to be aware of. And those generational movements in this game already happening here, it's such a nice thing to see.
And it really does show Pokemon is a game that can span generations as well. You know, we even saw that with David and his dad playing competitively yesterday as well. This kind of inherent love and joy we have for Pokemon can translate in so many ways. And it's great to see trainers who maybe play more casually, trying, you know, an event for the very first time, and then also those veterans who really want to focus down on the competition.
Yeah, a huge mix here in our top last few players. We are at the Stockholm Regional Championships. This is Championship Sunday, and we are getting ever so close to crowning our winner. We will be going down into the losers bracket now to see which players can continue their run, because it's still all to play for them.
I mean, C. Leonardo is one of the trainers that we are going to be showcasing, and it's a Pokemon, there's Pokemon on C. Leonardo's team that have been very interesting. Some we've spoken about as well, and if we take a little bit of a deeper dive here at his matchup versus Colin, Spiritomb was a Pokemon that you were talking about. It does have access to that Sucker Punch, just like Withered, and also that Rock Tomb that we've seen be really good at debuffing opponents. But why are we only seeing C. Leonardo running it? Why is it not popping off more?
It's a little bit of a different strategy to the Shadow Sableye. Both Shadow Sableye and Spiritomb share the same typing. They are Ghost and Dark. That means their only weakness is Fairy. Shadow Sableye is about pacing. It is really quick to reach its charge attacks, whereas Spiritomb is more about fast attack pressure. It has same type attack bonus on that Sucker Punch, and when it can lock onto a target that it really likes, it can be painful for opponents because it will also come out with a Rock Tomb. It doesn't actually look like Colin has too many Pokemon that are weak to Spiritomb. Swalot might be an example as a target, and maybe Malamar as well, because Spiritomb resists those Psy Waves.
That's what I was thinking. Malamar versus the Spiritomb could be a nice combination there, but overall there doesn't seem to be any prime targets that Spiritomb wants to get its kind of wisps of energy into, I suppose. Taking a deeper dive though at Colin's team, again, a veteran of the competition, multiple regional champion himself. We have got Pokemon like that Cradilly that have been so offensively pressuring, particularly into Pokemon like Pidgeot if you can get that Rock Tomb down. But Pidgeot, the Shadow Pidgeot, has been a superstar this tournament.
I really like Shadow Pidgeot, and C. Leonardo has actually paired it with a double cannon Registeel. This was one of the Pokemon that I know Marcus put on his Pokemon predictions right at the beginning of the weekend, and it is able to sponge all damage from opposing Cradilly and hit them back for super effective with the Steel-type Flash Cannon.
Yes, it's a really nice way to kind of neutralize Cradilly, and obviously that's a Pokemon that is on Colin's side of the field. You have to watch out, I guess, for some potential Incinerates coming through from the Talonflame, but a lot of these Talonflames are only running Flying-type moves as their charge attack, and that means that you're not going to have that full offensive pressure coming through.
I think we might see some Registeel here, because it has decent play into Guzzlord, Azumarill, Swalot, Cradilly, and then can also do reasonably well into the Malamar as well. It resists the Psy Wave, it doesn't really want to eat up Superpower, and it actually resists both of Talonflame's charged attacks as well. So that's something to think about. I really wouldn't be surprised if it's paired with an Azumarill, because Azumarill also has play into the Malamar and Talonflame, which are the better options for Colin there.
Yes, I almost wonder if the Swalot has some play here as well. You have to watch out for something like the Claydol, though, with those Mud Slaps, but it could potentially just be in a position where it could do well into that opposing Azumarill. We've seen how Sludge has been so strong as a utility for that. I really, really want to see this Pidgeot come to play, though. You, again, have to watch out for things like the, you know, coming through from the Cradilly with the Rock Tomb, for example, but I feel like if you can get the momentum going on it, it's going to be able to sweep through with all of that energy and all of those charge attacks.
I'm unsure in this matchup specifically whether Pidgeot is the play.
You think it's going to be hard to place?
It's more that I really think that Registeel can be polarizing for Colin.
That's fair.
And C. Leonardo might want to invest more resources in ensuring that Registeel is in the right place, rather than necessarily needing to shield the Shadow Pidgeot. Now, I could be wrong, because that could be exactly what Colin is expecting, and as you say, C. Leonardo might go the complete other way and try for a different strategy, where he's like, okay then, you can keep your shields, thinking that Registeel is in the back and that you need to be able to shield a Registeel, and I will just fast attack my way through you with either Sucker Punch or that Shadow Pidgeot Gust.
Yes, I think the Registeel is a prime candidate here. As you said, Flash Cannon has so much coverage. I always underestimate it because of that fast attack lock-on. It's not doing any damage, but it is racking up that energy nice and quick to give the charge attacks the power and utility that they need to allow Registeel to shine. But sometimes, a lot in these early metas, I feel like the fast attack pressure can be the difference between a KO or not. So possibly, if you're not able to get to those charge attacks enough, or Colin is able to preserve the shields well so that they're not able to do any damage and all your efforts are for naught, then it could be difficult for the Registeel to carve out a way in this match. But if it is supported well enough, it definitely has the potential to go through a lot of Colin's team.
I think C. Leonardo will want to get shields down. Once shields are down, Registeel can sweep.
Yes.
Even that Talonflame, it will go down to a Zap Cannon.
Oh, yes.
So C. Leonardo needs to work out, how do I get shields down as quickly as possible? Azumarill is not necessarily the best at doing that because it's a little bit slow. However, Azumarill does also really put pressure on the Malamar and Talonflame, as we've said. And so if you can take a shield from them, you could be comfortable losing that matchup and really investing in your Registeel. Azumarill and Registeel, in my mind, look really strong, but that means Colin knows that as well. And if Colin knows that, then Leonardo knows that, and the mind games begin.
I think the mind game's begun a long time ago in this tournament. These trainers coming in not only with their own prowess, but also with this new meta, trying to figure out exactly what they're doing. This is our next match here in the Stockholm Regional Championships. One trainer will be going home, the other will be advancing. Cradily versus Claydol.
We look immediately to those backlines. There's the Registeel as we expected, but no Azumarill. Claydol is now staying in, because if you were to switch out into your own Claydol, you're just going to be rock-tombed. Oh, he's actually made a catch. This is an amazing catch. He's not been rock-tombed because he has caught this grass knot. It will still do decent neutral damage, but that is a good position for Leonardo because he can bank that energy from the Claydol. However, Colin says, do you know what? I don't mind because it means my Swallow can avoid you.
Yes, you can take the damage, but you don't have to take that attack drop. The same cannot be said for the Swallow, though, as the Rock Tomb is going to be returned by the Cradily. A little chunk of damage and attack drop as well, so these Mud Slaps are not going to be doing as much damage, but that Ice Beam is primed and ready to go.
Ice Beam, super effective, but let's remember that it has been debuffed. The question is, when this lands, are you in mud shot range? Swallow doesn't have a hugely high attack, and so these mud shots, whilst they add up, the Cradily could still reach more attacks.
I think if one attack debuff was already enough, the second one is going to seal the deal here that these Mud Slaps are not going to be able to do too much to the opposing Cradily. It's going to be able to sit a little pretty, a little safe on the field and get this energy up. Swallow is going to be forced to go for a charge attack if it wanted to get damage on the board, but now this Registeel is in play, going for these lock-ons, farming up all that energy. It wants to zap cannon this Talonflame and force a shield from Colin.
Yes, I really like that. The Swallow kept using Mudshot to get that little bit of extra energy, but it's going to use that energy in the backline where there is a Claydol. Ice Beam super effective. Shield going up against this Talonflame. He does get the attack drop. Let's remember that Zap Cannon was adjusted. It's a chance of attack drop was lowered. However, C. Leonardo was very fortunate there to still get it, and he's able to tank that Brave Bird like it's nothing.
Everything is going in the favor of this Registeel. It was able to break through a shield. It's got another Zap Cannon ready to try and force the second one through from Colin's Talonflame here. Now Colin has to decide, would I rather sacrifice my Talonflame or my shield? Says the Talonflame is important. I need to keep it. Both shields are gone.
Gets another attack drop. Colin will be wondering, how is this happening? He might look to bank this energy. However, let's bear in mind that Claydol with two shields could put a ton of pressure. I don't know if you really need to shield this. Leonardo might choose to just because he goes, well, I've got them available.
But you do have the drops on that Talonflame, so you can breathe a little easier, but that still did a significant amount of damage. Swallow comes in, has all that energy primed, so this Sludge is going to be able to come through as a charge attack. The shield goes up onto that Claydol.
He does shield the Sludge bait. The Mud Slap goes through. Now is the Ice Beam. Leonardo doesn't want to risk it. This Ice Beam would do heavy damage. Leonardo now has a ton of energy on this Claydol, and he's running Ice Beam as well. That will hit the Cradily for super effective if it comes in. Here it is. The Cradily is still 3 bullet seeds away from the Grass Knot that it needs to take out the Claydol. Colin is not a player that wants to let his attacks get caught, so let's see if he's able to make the adjustments at the right time.
Well, Claydol's also pacing straight for that Ice Beam, but the Grass Knot is already in play. There's going to be a switch. Registeel comes in, a fantastic catch for C. Leonardo.
That is a massive moment. We just said that Colin did not want the catch to happen, but he wasn't really given a choice because the Claydol had the attack ready, and he now recognizes that Claydol can mud slap down. This is why you run Ice Beam on Claydol. In the end game, you can pull that kind of play off. Rock Tomb's coming in, Talonflame is going down, and C. Leonardo takes game number 1.
This was exactly the strategy we were talking about beforehand. Get the shields down on Colin's side so that things like Ice Beam, so that things like Rock Tomb and Zap Cannon can come through and connect. Really beautiful play in the endgame. The offensive pressure from C. Leonardo was perfection.
That was really solid play. Cradily trying to do as much as it could, but twice Colin got a Cradily attack caught by C. Leonardo. The first one was the Grass Knot onto the Mirror Cradily, and the second one there on the low health Pokemon. C. Leonardo was able to suppress all of the energy, take it all away, extinguish it, and then close out the game with Claydol.
I think for Colin, you really have to shake off that game 1, and because C. Leonardo was so in his head, was able to make all of those catches so expertly and force those shields down. Colin needs to come into this with a fresh perspective. If you were in Colin's position, what would you change about your lineup right now?
I think Colin needs to take a moment. He needs to realize how much pressure that Registeel puts on, because even though the Talonflame with Incinerate is really strong, he has to shield the Zap Cannons, and that can be a little bit frustrating to do. Colin was also unfortunate that he was attack debuffed twice.
That is true. That's not something you can control.
That really, really is an unlikely thing to happen, but sometimes in these moments, in these events, the unlikeliest of opportunities seem to be the ones that pop up the most.
That's, I guess, why we do play a best-of-3 set, because if you do have maybe a little bit of misfortune in a game, you can always try and readjust coming into the next one and hope those dice do not roll that way for you. However, for C. Leonardo, it was an absolutely perfect play. Not only were you getting the shield, but you were also neutralizing the offensive threat of that Talonflame. The Incinerates can hit really hard, but as you've said, they are slow to connect. They take a lot of turns between those fast attacks.
Will we see a transition to Malamar here? Because Malamar has play into Claydol, it has play into Cradley, it has play into Registeel. Colin might recognize that as a more flexible option. I wouldn't be surprised if he leans into Malamar, but at the same time, Leonardo might anticipate that, and now we might see the Azumarill, which is able to sponge the pressure of Malamar. It has super effective bubble into Talonflame and Ice Beam to pressure it, and a really good matchup into Guzzlord as well. Guzzlord is an option for Colin because that Registeel isn't running Focus Blast. That could be a Pokemon that he picks. We do see the Malamar, like we said, up against this Claydol now. Swalot and Talonflame in the back for Colin. There's the Registeel and Cradley. Same team for Leonardo.
Yes, no Azumarill on either side, but this Malamar putting in some work with the Psywaves. However, the Mudslaps are also doing a dent in return. We are going to see the Malamar go for its charge attack here. A shield coming up straight away from C. Leonardo, not wanting to take this foul play.
Leonardo immediately indicating, hey look, I'm going to shield because I'm going to debuff you. Colin doesn't really have an option, because once this Rock Tomb comes through and Malamar is debuffed, some players might look to switch out, but he can't really do that. Swalot and Talonflame, both very vulnerable. Leonardo's starting to recognize that the Claydol might have more play, so now he comes in with his Cradley. He'll probably let this debuffed superpower go.
That's the thing, even if the damage doesn't come through, the debuff still bypasses those shields. The close combat is able to come through. We are going to switch out that Malamar in the face of this Swalot that can go for these Mudslaps, but the Rock Tombs are coming through relentlessly from C. Leonardo's side, so this is going to be another attack drop onto the Swalot here.
Now, we did see that Colin was playing what we would call ABA weak to Azumarill. His lead Pokemon and one of the Pokemon in the back were soft to Azumarill. He has decided that that is fine because I'm maybe not expecting it. I'm more worried about this Registeel.
And he gets that call right. There is no Azumarill here. Instead, the Cradily having to take that Ice Beam, but now that Registeel, the thorn in Colin's side in that game one, is now on the field. We are going to see the Sludge come through. Obviously, this isn't going to go too much into the opposing Registeel, but Registeel able to keep going for lock-on after lock-on and get all of that energy up.
It might be the case that Colin is just trying to expire his switch timer. He really doesn't want to be in this matchup. Swalot is pretty tanky. It should be able to hold on, and I think that Colin will then aggressively swap into a different Pokemon as soon as this lands.
I think it's worth this. You're able to hang on, like you've said, but you've eaten up all that energy on that Registeel. But Registeel is no more. It's instead going to be this Claydol, the Talonflame in a prime position here, not worrying too much about the Mudslaps coming through, but this Rock Tomb, it is going to worry about that. Colin has to go for a shield to keep it in the game.
So Colin gives up a shield. The first Rock Tomb comes through. That debuffs the attack of this Talonflame. Colin recognizes that and is going to go for a Brave Bird. C. Leonardo protects against it. That is a great shield for Leonardo.
That's the thing, when your attack is down, you have to invest into your heavier hitting move, but now your defense is also severely weakened and things are looking so detrimental for this Talonflame. A Rock Tomb is already ready on that Claydol. There are no shields on Colin's side. This is going to connect. It is going to get the KO.
That is a massive amount of damage. This is Claydol's world and Colin is just living in it. He's going up, charging as much energy as possible, and now reaching this foul play, which will do super effective damage. Dark type against the Psychic type Claydol.
It's nice to see foul play still so dominant. Yes, it took an attack drop in damage, but it also has better pacing now as well, meaning it is still viable. You're able to get to the superpower. This is something nice into that opposing Registeel, but it still has so much HP remaining.
This is a great position potentially for Colin because that superpower lands. You can, if you want to, just throw the next one. This will still do a ton of damage. Really nicely played by Colin. That's why Malamar was such a flexible pick for him. He recognizes, he says GG, it's 1-1.
Honestly, that Malamar, a great adjustment here. I didn't quite see the second close combat already stacked up, and that really swung the momentum for Colin. Malamar coming in right at the end, getting all that energy up and dealing with the Registeel in quite awesome fashion.
So do you know what I really like there? Colin recognized that the Mudslaps were coming through and really chipping away at the Malamar. You saw Malamar's health go down deep into the red, but he also thought, well, hold on a minute. You only have a Registeel in the back. You can't fast attack me down. If I can get as much energy as possible, use my first foul play to take out the Claydol, I will reach 2 superpower before you can take me down. That's exactly what he did. He ties up the score, and now it is all to play for in this best of 3. The next game means everything to these players because they will be knocked out here in Stockholm if they do not win.
And this is what I was saying about the Registeel. Its charge attacks are so great coverage, but the fast attacks do nothing. And in that exact situation, Malamar was able to capitalize on that, knew with the fast attacks it was no threat. So if another Pokemon like the Swalot could eat up that charge attack, Malamar was able to come through. As you said, tournaments are on the line for both of these trainers. One of them will be knocked out of the competition. One will still be able to try and contend and get into the next round.
So Colin knows that he used Malamar and Talonflame, and that pair is weak to Azumarill. So he might anticipate that Leonardo might go into the Azumarill, and Leonardo, as we've seen, is really enjoying using that Claydol. So Colin might think, well, my Cradily is an option here, because it might be able to core break those two. However, my Cradily cannot afford to see the Registeel. Do I want to risk that? Colin, as we've said before, and we've said many times in previous events, he's a relatively safe player. He doesn't like to play for alignment. He doesn't like to make too hard of a gamble, but this is a moment where your back is against the wall. You've got a tricky competition and you need to start taking risks.
And we said how in that last game, Colin led 2 Pokemon weak to Azumarill, really deciding Azumarill wasn't coming to this match. If C. Leonardo brings it to this next match, maybe to try and provide a little bit of counter to something like the Malamar, then Colin has to make sure that he makes that call. And the Cradily, like you were saying, could have some good contention in this match and could also deal well with that Azumarill if C. Leonardo does decide to bring it this time.
What adjustments will C. Leonardo make? He has so many other Pokemon available. He ran the same team back in game number 2. Here comes the Registeel. That is a great lead for it up against this Azumarill.
Yes, very happy to see this. Azumarill can do nothing to the Registeel, so it gets out of there. But we're seeing adjustments left, right, and center. Cradily now in play. Yes, these Bullet Seeds doing nothing, but these Rock Tombs so threatening. C. Leonardo could get the shields out early.
What a world we live in. The fire and flying type Pokemon comes out, and Leonardo responds with a grass type Pokemon. That is the power of Rock Tomb. The Talonflame has to shield this, but these attacks will still do a massive amount of damage to the Cradily if they go unshielded.
The Incinerates are coming through, but that Rock typing really helping out the Cradily to have longevity on the field. A shield comes through, but Talonflame is already at another one here. Cradily, however, gets the edge, goes for that Rock Tomb. Colin forced to go for the shield.
Now, Colin is banking up so much energy, he might be able to reach 2 attacks before the Cradily can reach its next one. The question is, how much damage will it do when he's double debuffed? Is Leonardo going to give up a shield here?
We'll have to see. Cradily is staying without a shield in play. Brave Bird will connect, not enough to be able to get the KO, but of course Talonflame now defensively severely weak. The Registeel comes into play. It's not going to worry about those lock-ons, but all that energy banked on Talonflame for later.
I really like that play from Leonardo. He did 1 Bullet Seed, know that the Incinerate damage doesn't come through yet, switched into the Registeel.
Beautiful.
Talonflame, which is often good against Registeel, is so debuffed that there's just no point. So Colin took the energy away and comes into the Malamar. Colin doesn't have shields, but he does have so much pacing with these superpowers. They will do a lot of damage. Leonardo wants to think, I remember that there are Brave Birds available to the Talonflame. I don't want to shield these superpowers yet. I can take out the Malamar first anyway.
And you know you're able to take one of those close combats now as well, that of superpowers even. The Malamar is now going to be a lot more vulnerable to this Flash Cannon, but it still is able to hang on despite its defenses being weak, and it's got another one of those superpowers ready.
So what do you do here as C. Leonardo? You're letting your Registeel go down. You get a tiny bit of farm on your Spiritomb. It's not really enough to make a massive amount of difference, but that Talonflame has so much energy.
Yes, and now we're going to see this Cradily come back in. It gets 1 Bullet Seed down, is able to get the knockout on the Malamar, and you have to still contend with this Azumarill, but I feel like having the grass typing will give you an advantage in this matchup.
I really like this play from Leonardo. Holds on to the Psywave damage, able to get off super effective Grass Knot into this Azumarill. The problem is that Spiritomb comes in. Oh, this is now actually going to be really tricky because this Talonflame has a ton of energy. If this Brave Bird lands, that Spiritomb goes. But if you shield it, then the Talonflame's probably going to reach one anyway. Brave Bird lands, and the Spiritomb is in the low. Colin is taking this game number 3. What a play from the Dutchman!
Talonflame getting its revenge. It avoided the Rock Tombs. It came in, Brave Birded that Spiritomb. We only saw Spiritomb for a second and it was gone.
That was superb from Colin, and he breathes a sigh of relief because that was not an easy matchup. see Leonardo, it looked like he'd read him at every turn, and Colin powers through. He progresses. Leonardo drops out of the tournament, but Colin is absolutely over the moon with that play.
Commiserations to Leonardo, because what a thriller of a set that we were just entertained by. You can take a look at this replay here. See, Leonardo played so well with that Registeel, but the secret was that Malamar, being able to apply so much pressure with these superpowers. And I think both trainers really were trying to utilize getting their opponent's shields down very early on so that they were vulnerable in those end games.
It was tricky for Leonardo because he really needed that Registeel up against the Azumarill. It would have been an absolutely dominant matchup if he'd been able to maintain that alignment. The problem is that when he counter-swapped the Talonflame with his Crazily, he took both shields from Colin, but he put himself in a position where, in the two-shield scenario, i.e. when both players used two shields, he would have lost, and he didn't want to lose. So he switched out, and he gave up alignment anyway.
Well, this is in game 2 where you can see the Malamar getting some revenge onto this opposing Registeel, taking it down and evening the score. But it was this Talonflame that came through as the champion for Colin 6, being able to land this Brave Bird. There was a shield on C. Leonardo's side, and if he had gone for the shield, we could have seen a slightly different end game, but that decision was in Colin's favor. Talonflame was able to clean up the set.
And it might have been the case that in the matchup when Cradley comes into the Talonflame, C. Leonardo perhaps threw his attack a little bit too early because he really wanted to get that Rock Tomb debuff away. And in doing so, the Talonflame maybe got more energy than it would have if you'd been really, really optimal with your timing as a Cradley.
Yeah.
The result of that is that Cradley in the endgame was not going to reach its attack against the Talonflame, and that could have been all of the difference. It's so hard to time it correctly. It's a 3-turn fast attack with Bullet Seed against a 5-turn fast attack with Incinerate. So I completely sympathize, but that could have been the key moment.
It was a very clever mechanism that C. Leonardo was able to identify, but the fact that so much energy was banked up on that Talonflame meant as soon as it came in, particularly with the Brave Bird, if you make that call wrong with the shield like C. Leonardo did, it just gave Colin the entry back to victory. But if that Talonflame had been Energy Drive, for example, it would have been a very different story. So again, Colin preserving it at the right time.
Which is incredible, right? Talonflame, it didn't receive any buffs to its attacks in the latest move update, and yet it is showing that it is still so strong. The Brave Bird damage from that Talonflame, there are so few Pokemon in the meta that resist flying type damage, and some players opted for Shadow Jumpluff with acrobatics, and they thought that they could take advantage. Colin goes, no, Talonflame Brave Bird, that's where it's at.
It's nice to see Talonflame doing so well, you know, as well. It's a Pokemon that's kind of gone up and down in the metagame as well, and it's nice seeing it have that consistency because it can deal a lot of damage, but it can also be very frail, and that's why you do see trainers having to go for those shields on it all the time, but that risk can be worth the reward.
Yeah. What a different story it might have been if C. Leonardo had the Azumarill.
That's true. I was surprised it didn't come in game 3.
If he had brought Azumarill, he would have been able to sponge all of the Malamar energy, right? The Superpower and the Foul Play both resisted by the Fairy typing of Azumarill. But also, you give yourself a Pokemon that can tank a Brave Bird and can really put pressure on that Talonflame as well. And once he lost the alignment, he didn't really have the ability to come back because Spiritomb, it takes a little bit of time to reach its attacks, and it just was always in the backseat there.
Coming in so late in the game as well, where it hadn't had an opportunity to get any energy generation earlier on, it made it very difficult for that Spiritomb to come into play, particularly with the energy high Talonflame. It was nice to see it though, considering we had mentioned it a little bit, but unfortunately, yeah, and briefly we saw it in the match as well. It didn't quite get to showcase what it could do.
Hey, it held on to a Brave Bird, so it's got some bulk there, you know.
Just about.
Spiritomb, I think you play it slightly differently perhaps, and maybe that wasn't the matchup for it. There wasn't really a huge amount that it could do against the Azumarill, and as we say, Talonflame had the energy advantage. But Registeel, I think, actually surprised a few viewers because that put in a lot of work across those games.
Yes, and of course, we're getting closer and closer to finding out our top 4 and our champion, but all of these amazing trainers started somewhere, and a lot of their journeys start at these local events where they get to go and compete for the very first time. So check out what local events have to offer.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
It's always a joy to see trainers maybe battling for the first time, whether it's Pokemon Go, the Pokemon trading card game, or Pokemon video game. If you have a love of Pokemon and want to try it in a competitive way, you can scan this QR code and find a location near you where you can test your skills or learn something from trainers who maybe will help teach you new mechanics, new metas, and basically find a new way to enjoy Pokemon.
You have to start somewhere, and also this gives you a really good opportunity to meet other players in the game. And most of the time, the people to learn from are those around you.
Yes.
We see so many friendships across these events. People, you know, it's no secret that I am close with many of these players because we practice together, we play together, but also we just hang out. And I think that that is a massively important part of it, to just be able to create that social environment.
It's how you can learn the game. You know, I obviously came from a Pokemon video game background, and when I jumped into Pokemon Go, I needed the wisdom of my competitive friends and fellow casters to be able to guide me into this new world, because the Pokemon metas are different as well. There's Pokemon that you'll see in Pokemon Go that you won't see in the trading card game, for example. So it's nice to be able to see how maybe your favorite Pokemon is doing in a different game.
Yeah, and especially when you come to these events, when you progress from locals to regionals, you hang out all the time, in the evenings as well, don't you? You know, whether it's going for a cup of tea or eating a slice of pizza, there's so much that you can do with your friends. So I really encourage you to get involved at the local stage and then join us at these regionals as soon as you can.
And even if you're not ready to compete yourself, come along to these events as a spectator, come and support your friends or soak up that energy. There's incredible side events and activities to do here as well, but we're going to bring it right back to the main action. Padaman versus Withered. I am so excited. I did say earlier I'd be on the edge of my seat for this one, and I'm just going to get off my seat to, you know, safety first, because Padaman are reigning EUIC champion with such an awesome team. I really like seeing the Jumpluff in play here against Withered, our newcomer, breaking out onto the scene.
Yeah, and both of these players actually have quite similar teams, so try and get a snapshot here of what you're seeing. There's a lot of purple and blue. That's something that Lou mentioned to me earlier in this
The aesthetic is great, okay?
Yeah, we really like this, but Shadow Sableye, Shadow Drapion, two very spammy, very flexible picks, and then you've got Swalot and Azumarill, super bulky. You can just look at them and see how thick they are.
Yes, it's really good to be able to see the diversity against some of the old faces of the scene, Pokemon like Azumarill and Jumpluff that were still very popular around the EUIC meta, Pokemon that Padaman is going to be very well versed with, as well as that Drapion. But now these newcomers that have come in with the Swalot and the Shadow Sableye, it's really great to see how he's able to take his wisdom and his experience and just jump it straight into this new meta.
I love how relaxed both of these players look, wearing their hoodies, maybe a bit of an oversized one there for Withered. He knows the caliber of opponent he's up against, but he does not look afraid, and perhaps that's one of the advantages of being a young player. You really can just go at it aggressively. He's got a great team here. We've got that Lapras and that Guzzlord. We've seen so much of them, as well as the Swalot and the Shadow Sableye that I'm really liking. A little bit of an overhang from the last meta, maybe something that hasn't been spoken about too much, is the Shadow Kanto Marowak. We've not seen a lot of it so far this weekend, but Withered, he's here and he's got it.
Considering as well, though, we've got Swalot popping around the meta, having that kind of ground attack user is really nice. It does give you a lot of coverage, and Swalot is coming up against the Jumpluff here. Jumpluff is not going to be happy to take any poison-type damage from the Sludges, so it gets out of there, and Sableye joins the fray.
And look at this, immediately looking to counter-swap the Sableye with the Shadow Jumpluff. Maybe a couple of fast attacks went through first, so not quite as instant as Withered might have liked, but this Shadow Sableye, it's not running Power Gem, so it's going to run, it's going to throw Power Play first into the Shadow Jumpluff, comfortable for Withered to take, and now here comes a hard-hitting attack. Is Padaman going to shield it?
Yes, the shield does come through for the Sableye, wanting to preserve it in the match and keep going for these Shadow Claws and get as much damage onto the Shadow Jumpluff as possible. All the energy is on Sableye's side, and it's able to go for this foul play, forcing a shield from Withered.
Now, once one foul play lands, you can see that this Shadow Jumpluff edging down into the red, going into Shadow Claw range for a farm down, and that's really not what Withered wants. So he throws this Aerial Ace, he gets the shield. Can he reach another one? Will Padaman allow his Shadow Sableye to go down?
Shadow Sableye hanging in at the moment, trying to Shadow Claw down against this Jumpluff, but it's able to get to its charge attack first. Padaman is forced to have to let this go through because the shields are gone.
A rare miscount from Padaman. The energy synergy from the new acrobatics is really nice for Shadow Jumpluff. And now Padaman comes back in with his own, but Withered has a massive advantage because he's also got a shield and he gets to choose his alignment. Here comes the Swalot. Shadow Jumpluff is probably going to throw an acrobatics. No! Padaman actually banks the energy and goes into the Alolan Sandslash. And look at that, responded to with this Lapras.
Yeah, Lapras in a prime position here. It really does not fear anything that the Alolan Sandslash can do to it. You can see with it still preserving that shield, using it maybe a little bit later as the Lapras can go for these Psy Waves. They're not going to be doing too much, of course, to this Alolan Sandslash, but they're stacking away, and the Sparkling Aria is still going to be able to connect, still going to be able to put damage on the board.
As you say, the Psy Waves aren't doing a ton of damage. It's a Psychic-type fast attack into a Steel-type Pokemon, so it is resisted. The thing is, Withered says, I resist you more because I'm an Ice Water type and I double resist your Powder Snows and my Sparkling Arias hit hard, whereas I have massive bulk, so this Drill Run means absolutely nothing to me.
Withered not even hesitating to no-shield that, keeps the shields in the back, the Drill Run can come through, and now that Jumpluff comes back in. Jumpluff does have lots of energy for that Aerial Ace. There's still that shield in play, but both the Lapras and the Swalot have great charge attacks to deal with this Jumpluff going forward, whether it's Ice Beam, whether it's Sludge. So yes, Lapras goes down, but now you've got this energy-full Swalot on the field, and all you got to do is kick that Sludge button into a Shadow Pokemon and remove it from play.
I really like this Swalot with a shield, with so much bulk, and with this super effective Poison-type attack into the Grass-type Jumpluff, doing massive, massive damage. Withered has played this first game superbly.
Really beautiful, making sure that this Swalot is in the position to be able to get the damage down that it wants to be able to. Lapras as well being so tanky and dealing so beautifully with that Alolan Sandslash, I thought was beautiful play. Really outplaying the Pokemon that Padaman brought to this match.
Look at this. Withered is staring at his opponent.
Oh.
He is looking to outpsych him. Can you outpsych the EUIC champion? But Withered's played that meticulously. He has done his maths homework. His counts are on point.
It's always so impressive seeing how all of our veteran trainers are able to make those counts, not only of their own Pokemon and their energy generation, but also of their opponent, because you have to be cognizant of when the charge attacks could start coming through. And Withered seems to be in complete composure of this, able to really read Padaman so incredibly well. Padaman's now got his back to the wall and needs to find a way to come through, or else he's out of the competition.
Padaman knows that he made a mistake in that game number one. He lost count of the Shadow Jumpluff. And it might not have made a difference because Withered did still end with a shield in the end game, but it's not the kind of play that I know Padaman wants and expects from himself. He will be looking to put the pressure on his opponent, and plays like that can just give your opponent a little bit more confidence. That's not what you want here. Padaman wants to remind everyone, not just his opponent, but everyone, just how good we all know he is.
I really like the Pokemon that Withered brought as well. I don't see any reason to bring the Guzzlord, for example. There's too much weakness with Fairy Wind and Ice types as well. Do you feel like the Marowak could come to play, or should Withered just stick with the 3 tried and tested that got in the game 1?
I really like the utility of Swalot there. It just has so much bulk. Withered was very, very comfortable with it, but also the Lapras. You saw how good that Lapras was into the Alolan Sandslash.
The wall.
It's running Ice Beam as well, so it really can put pressure on the Shadow Jumpluff too. The question for Withered is, can you manage the Shadow Sableye? That seems to be a Pokemon that Padaman wants to use flexibly.
That's going to be the question. Coming down to the alignment here, I would honestly say from Padaman's side, the Jumpluff I felt was in a very difficult situation. It didn't get a huge amount of momentum on the board, and the Sludge and Ice Beam itself applied so much pressure. And considering Padaman lost his shields early on, maybe you need to preserve them more going forward, bring a little bit more bulk. We've got the Azumarill on the field.
The Swalot finds the Azumarill. Padaman doesn't want to be here. He makes that same adjustment straight into the Shadow Sableye, but there isn't a Jumpluff now for Withered, so you can't immediately counter swap it. And the problem is that Sludge is a poison type attack that is resisted by the ghost typing of Sableye. Sableye reaches a foul play first, and Withered goes for an Ice Beam. He says, give me a shield or take a lot of damage.
Yes, the Swalot in such a prime position. It found that Azumarill. It's now applying pressure to the Sableye. It does take that Ice Beam, as you said, a huge amount of damage. And these Shadow Claws, yes, stacking up some energy, but is it going to be enough against the other Sableye? Yes, Dazzling Gleam has been found.
I really like this play from Withered. He goes, look, I'm going to give you a shield. He might be shaking his head, but I'd still really like this because now he has an energy advantage going into the next matchup, and you can start to throw attacks into this Azumarill. He actually has Power Gem on this shiny Shadow Sableye.
Yep, the trade-off can be worth it. You take a shield, and you can now apply damage with this Power Gem into the Azumarill. Does a respectable amount of damage, and if a few more of those can be stacked up, you can really start forcing this Azumarill with some pressure. But it does get to an Ice Beam, but not before Sableye gets there to the Power Gem.
I really don't mind this play from Withered. He does let a bubble through, but he doesn't want to risk an Ice Beam coming through first. Look how much this Power Gem is doing. And the really nice thing here for Withered is that he knows that the Lapras in the back has a lot of play, particularly once the Shadow Sableye has gone down. So this is still looking pretty good for him.
I'm trying to see how Padaman gets through that Lapras in the back. The Azumarill is on its last legs, and we saw how that Sand Slash was just not able to contend with it at all. Padaman does make the quick switch, and this is the run back we saw from the previous game. The Lapras versus the Sand Slash.
Look how quickly this Lapras paces to a Sparkling Aria.
It's so fast. The Psy Waves, yes, doing nothing, but these Sparkling Arias are putting on the pressure on the Sand Slash, and it cannot retaliate. The drill runs are laughable going into the Lapras.
Let's take a look. When Padaman throws a drill run, let's just take a look how much this does, because in previous metas, drill run did a lot of damage. Now, we do get the shield on the first one because Withered expects it to be a drill run and you need to shield something, but there's another one coming very, very soon, not before the Sparkling Aria from the Lapras again.
And in previous metas, we used to see the Shadow Sand Slash quite a lot as well that could deal that additional damage, but this kind of normal form not able to get that edge. The Lapras here able to get to another Sparkling Aria very soon. We are going to see that draw run come through, and as Tomahawk said, keep an eye on how little damage it does.
Drill run about to land. This is a good attack. It's not good enough. Not even one more drill run would pressure this Lapras. The Sparkling Area has been reached. This will do a decent chunk of damage. Alolan Sand Slash, it doesn't have a very high defense stat.
Withered has done another fantastic job of getting Padaman with shield down, so this Sand Slash is exposed. It can go for another drill run all it likes. We know this Lapras can take it. We know the Sparkling Aria is coming through. Withered looks like he knows it too, smiling at the camera.
Padaman might need a catch. If he can catch a Sparkling Aria onto his Azumarill, that could be a key pivot in this game. It's about to come. There it is. Withered knows. He just knows. That is so well played by the young 14-year-old.
Tried to go for the catch, but Withered one step ahead, bringing the Swalot in to take this Ice Beam instead. The Azumarill uses up its energy and doesn't even get the knockout where the Swalot can start going back. But
Withered, the play from Withered, he recognizes if I let my Swalot beat the Azumarill, I will be farmed down by the Alolan Sand Slash, and then the Alolan Sand Slash will take down my Lapras. Withered said, you know what? I'm not going to allow that to happen. I will let the switch timer go up. The difficulty is that Padaman switched out first, which means his switch timer will come up first. Withered knows that. He's shaking his head. The difficulty as well is this game, you need to be pressing a button. So now that the switch timer is up, look at this from Withered. He knows that he can immediately click into his Lapras and try and throw the Sparkling Aria straight away. He's pressing it. He's pressing it. Look at that play from Withered. He is superb for his age, but also he is superb against anyone. He is about to take down the EUIC champion. He progresses in this losers round. You need to stand and applaud this young man.
oh my goodness, Withered, the absolute standout, taking down the European International Champion. Padaman has got to be impressed by that match. Commiserations to him, but Withered advancing on at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
That was breathtaking, breathtakingly sublime from Withered. He recognized that I'm now in a position where if I throw my sludge, by the time it is landed, my switch clock will be up. I can then get a zero-turn swap, a swap for free into my Lapras, which I already banked my Sparkling Aria on, whereas I know that the Alolan Sand Slash needs to do one more Powder Snow. That is a level of play that so many players, the 99% of players, I would not expect it from.
Well, it's on maths level 100. You're not only keeping the counts on your side of the field, but you're keeping the eye on the clock as well and being so self-aware of all these different little mechanisms. When this sludge came through, really, really impressive. Seeing that Azumarill go down, I mean, I know Marcus Aurelius would be happy to see Azumarill drop as well, but for us, seeing Withered really making their mark in this competition has been such a privilege to have this front row seat too.
I am still somewhat lost for words. And I don't know if it's just because he's so young. It must be a large part of that. But even if we had seen that from one of the most experienced players, we would be taking a step back and saying, like, you need to be watching this. This is a level of play that is so high. And I'm not over-exaggerating. I'm not losing the plot here. That was such a high level of play from Withered to just put the phone down and sit there and say, I need to watch my timer. There we go, let's play now.
But I think his youth does make it that little bit extra inspirational, because we've all been that age before, maybe playing competitive, maybe not, but we've been able to look up at other trainers, and now he's not only competing amongst them, but he's taking them down. For someone so young, but showing so much experience and intuition, you just know that regardless of how this event goes, this kid has a career in Pokemon, you know? They are going to be someone who you need to watch out for time and time again.
At grassroots level, many players, they band together into teams, and we compete against each other team.
A little bit of rivalry agree.
I know every team captain out there is going, is Withered
Eyes
available?
on Withered, yeah.
Is Withered available? Because we need to get him in quickly. And honestly, I don't blame you. This kid, he's got it. This could be the Ash of Pokemon Go right here. And it's very hard to see anyone taking him down, even though he's in the losers bracket. This could be his tournament.
We often talk post-event of like perfect plays and moments, and that is definitely one that is going to be memorable for a very long time. Not something you get to see every day.
Yeah, Martine will be at home writing the script
Taking
already.
notes.
He's like, we need to make a video of this for the broadcast because that really was superb. Well done, Withered. He progresses through. Padaman, EUIC champion, goes down, but honestly, I think he recognizes that his opponent really played well and deserved the win there.
I have to say as well, commiserations to Padaman on my caster prediction list. I believe that was my last one, so I'm out of the caster fantasy draft. But what a valiant effort, particularly against an opponent that was harder to read, being a little bit newer and just outplaying every second of the game.
Yeah, so good. And we still have a few top quality players still in, so Withered will need to show that he can take on the best of the best, continue to take on the best of the best. We've seen Colin win, we've seen Withered go forward as well. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, watch this little video and we'll be right back.
Trainers, Sweden has a lot of traditional dishes, but I wonder, has the players come from abroad tried these dishes? I'm standing here with
Jill,
Jamie, Ventuski, Matthias Brex.
So we have 4 people here looking to try some Swedish treats, and we move over to Lynn Sophie. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you too.
So we have our foreign trainers here. This is blueberry soup, punch rolls, liver pate, meatballs, caviar, and a lot of Swedish treats. What are you most excited to try?
The sweets.
I know all of the meatballs, the rest is such a potluck.
The caviar.
Caviar as well, and then also the shot there. I'm not sure.
Oh, so Matthias is going straight for the blueberry soup. All of them are. Initial reaction.
That's really good.
It's thicker and creamier than I expected.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's move on to the food. And Mauricio helps himself to the eggs and caviar on the polar cake. Let's go with Jamie.
Yeah, the pate was really good. I'm not much of a gherkin person, but the pate really did hit home. I didn't expect the bread to be quite as crunchy, so I nearly lost some, but I would definitely recommend that.
And Jill, what do you think about your meatballs and beetroot salad?
Oh, I would definitely recommend that too.
And Mauricio?
It was really good. Like, it's a very strong taste, but with the egg, it's kind of softened, so it's like an harmony.
It has a lot of taste to it, but I enjoy it.
Maybe there's some sweet treats here for you.
We have the original version, which is sweet, and we also have the licorice version, which is salty. Not even really a candy person, but those were really delicious.
I'm happy to hear that. And also, Jamie.
Yes, I went with the vacuum cleaner, whatever the correct term. My friends have been debating this over and over what the correct term is. Whatever it is, it's delicious.
And Mauricio, give me your thoughts on the punch roll. I'm super.
So what's the name again?
Vacuum cleaner, I don't know.
Okay, really good. Kind of more sweet than I expected to be, but really good, really good.
I'm happy to hear that. Lynn Sophie, are you happy? Are you satisfied?
I'm so happy because I think that one of the wonderful things with these Pokemon events is that they bring together people from all over the world. So I'm just so happy and thankful you wanted to try it out.
There's so much culture in food, and getting to know a culture through the food is a brilliant way of finding ways to enjoy new places. Thank you so much, trainers, for following me through the Swedish treats. How lovely do you have to be as a person to set up a snack bar just for traveling Pokemon players? I'm incredibly impressed by Lynn Sophie and the effort that she put in to showing every visitor here her country and what it has to offer.
This is one of the best things about traveling for regionals. It's so exciting, all the people that you see, all the kindness shown at these events. This is why you come. You come here to celebrate playing Pokemon with your friends, with your community, and seeing champions crowned. We are in Stockholm for the Regional Championships.
And I just gotta say, if someone offers me a snack, a little treat, well, the gluttony in me will maybe consider. If I had a Pokemon ability,
Gluttony would be the one.
maybe it's gluttony.
Okay, so there are quite a few Pokemon in the video game circuit that have Gluttony as their ability. Any particular Pokemon that spiritually connects with you?
I believe Snorlax has that ability, but I'm not sure if I want to go down the Snorlax route and become one of those. But it's very cute and very, very adorable.
It's an admirable lifestyle choice as well, because the idea of eating and sleeping a lot really appeals to me.
So you would say that the Snorlax lifestyle appeals to you?
Oh yeah, look at me.
Some other players who the Snorlax lifestyle does not appeal to are probably Colin6 and DanneWWW.
Oh yes.
They are the next matchup we will see today, and I'm very interested to see if the Swede Danne can continue his run in the Stockholm Regional.
Yes, he is defending home turf, but he is defending it against Colin6, one of the toughest trainers in Europe, if not the world. He's calm, he's cool, he's collected, he is everything that Sweden personifies as well, but DanneWWW needs to overcome the final boss, and with a team that he has, I reckon he can pull it off.
Are you saying Danne is not calm, cool, and collected? I believe Danne is the impersonification of calm, cool, and collected. And we will see who is the most calm, cool, and collected in this brawl.
Well, if we saw Withered earlier, he was calm, cool, and collected. And he had the fingers in front of him going what he was going to do, that he knew what was going to happen. One of these two trainers might be channeling that and going, yep, I'm going to calmly win this tournament. Let's look at the teams. What really stands out to you in this matchup?
I've been thoroughly impressed by Charjabug from Danne, and Charjabug's new pacing to discharge gives it a way better matchup into the Talonflame.
Yes.
Because now you pace to the electric charge attack much quicker.
Yes, and of course Volt Switch is still doing a good amount of fast attack pressure on top of that, which means Volt Switch plus a discharge should be enough to bring Talonflame into the red at a minimum, and then of course you can potentially farm down. I of course very fond of the Galaxkobolten on Danne's side. I do think it has some utility here. Has to be careful of the Guzzlord if in shielded scenarios, but that X-Scissor will do a good amount of damage to Guzzlord as well. So a lot of things going on here, and Malamar really doesn't like an X-Scissor either.
Exactly, and that is why I really enjoy the Charjabug here for Danne, because Charjabug can hit 5 out of the 6 Pokemon on Colin's side for super effective damage. It's got electric coverage for Azumarill and the Talonflame, and it's got X-Scissor for Cradley, Guzzlord, and the Malamar. It's just Swalot that has a very safe matchup into Charjabug, and even there, Charjabug is fine.
Yeah, I would say it's relatively even, because of course the electric attacks on Charjabug are dealing neutral damage to the Swalot as well. You also have to consider Cradilly does have access to Rock Tomb, as you see in the bottom right on Colin's side. Rock Tomb does deal super effective damage to the Charjabug, and therefore Cradilly is also a threat, generally speaking, to Charjabug, but Charjabug can bug bite back, shall we say, with X-Scissor.
I wonder how much a Rock Tomb does to a Charjabug. I don't think is enough to take it out. So I think Cradley will have to hit 2 charge attacks to take out the Charjabug. I'm confident the Charjabug is coming in this matchup.
Oh yes, indeed it is. Charjabug lands it and it feasts onto Azumarill. Colin will have to jump out of this matchup very quickly.
And Colin, this is not looking great for the Ice Colin staying. Is Danne staying in here?
I can understand why, though, because you want to weaken the Swalot and the safe swap that Colin has gone for, and then potentially make a swap into the Alolan Sandslash. So this is, in my view, the correct play. Now this Alolan Sandslash is going to have a much easier time dealing with Colin 6. Swalot completely walled off here as well.
Yeah, the energy from Swalot will do nothing to this Sandslash. My question is, if Danne is planning on how to deal with a potential Cradley in the back, because this is what Colin wanted. He wanted to lure out the Sandslash from Danne's side.
Yes, he did, and Cradilly has a positive matchup against Galaxkobolten. Neither trainer knows that in the backwatch Pokemon that each other has, but let's see, this Drill Run will now go unshielded, which means super effective damage onto the Poison-type Swalot.
And here, Danne, how are you going to play this, Danne? Are you going to save the Sand Slash, or are you letting it go to keep alignment with your Charge Bug?
Yeah, it's tricky here because Danny doesn't know how valuable his Alolan Sand Slash is. So he's just going to weaken it. And now brings in the Galaxkobolten here. What is the response from Colin 6 Play Rough coming in, which is going to deal neutral damage, but it does hit hard here.
Danny does realize Colin is the ABA champion. He knows, Danny knows Colin's playstyle. Colin's trying to play it safe, but Danny reads what he's trying to do.
Yes, and they're both farming up so much here, going for the Aqua Jet now after getting a huge amount of energy on this Galaxkobolten. Aqua Jet resisted here, but is still a good attack to go to use on the Azumarill.
In my opinion, I think Danny should shield this Galaxkobolten and take that energy into the final Pokemon, whatever it is.
Yes, because Galaxkobolten is so versatile here, there may be play here. So let's see, does Danny decide to use a shield here and keep that energy? There is a lot going, but then we've got going to an underfarm by Colin 6 as well. That's looking to farm up some more.
This X-Scissor is going to put on so much pressure on this Cradley, and Danny still has all 3 of his Pokemon left.
Yes, and so now is the time to bring in that Alolan Sand Slash. It's got a lot of energy. One shield is already out from Colin 6's side, so he now needs to decide to use the other one or not. This doesn't knock out, but it does a lot of damage.
This looks so potent for Danny. He's just 3 Powder Snows away from another Ice Punch. Will it throw it? When does it come out?
He's throwing the Rock Tomb, Colin 6 throwing the Rock Tomb now, which is going to deal neutral damage here, but at this range, the debuff is the other concern. How much will Ice Punch do after this debuff?
I'm very surprised Danny did not decide to throw the Ice Punch before the Rock Tomb debuff came through, because then the Ice Punch would have done more damage.
You're quite right. However, there's a potential that he was trying to get extra energy so he can reach the second Ice Punch, and 2 debuffed Ice Punches will still be enough to take out Cradilly. So the Rock Tomb becomes an inconsequential play here. Cradilly now eliminated, making Charger Bug a lot more safe here, and Azumarill is now able to come back in, only to be taken out by 1 Volt Switch.
Incredible game by Danny. He leaves this matchup with 3 Pokemon remaining. As such a strong showing against Colin 6, the arguably best player in Europe.
Yes, one of the strongest players for sure. I mean, the championship leaderboard tells you a story of success and consistency that Colin 6 has, but Danny is taking it to Colin in the hardest possible way. Quite rightly said, Marcus. Charger Bug, so dangerous into so many of Colin 6's team, has to be mindful of the Cradilly. Danny made the right call by bringing the Alolan Sand Slash, the hard answer to Cradilly. That core is fabulous for Danny right now.
I'm very interested to see how Colin changes this up, because the Sand Slash was very good for Danny here. And the Galaxkobolten is so safe. I believe that Danny will bring his double bug strategy all games. But then you need to cover for the Guzzlord that resists the fast attacks from both Charge Bug and from Galaxkobolten. Danny doesn't really have any fast attack damage to hit the Guzzlord outside of that Sand Slash.
Yes, that is true. So maybe Colin can overpressurize the Alolan Sand Slash by running the Guzzlord, but then also having Cradilly available as well. We also have to consider the core that was mentioned with Charger Bug and Alolan Sand Slash. If you notice, the 3 Pokemon used on Danny's side, all 3 are slightly weak to Talonflame as well. I know Galaxkobolten has some coverage with Aqua Jet, but Talonflame is a problem.
I believe that Colin will now lead Guzzlord, safe swap the Azumarill to potentially draw out a Cradilly, and then have Talonflame in the back. I believe that will be Colin's game plan, because there's no Azumarill to core break the Guzzlord and Talonflame on Danny's side. So, and if you get out the Cradilly with the Azumarill, I know Azumarill can take Cradilly slightly low, and that will leave Talonflame without having to worry about a potential Rock Tomb from a Cradilly in the back.
Yes, and so therefore Danny may not want to lead with Charger Bug in order to counter that. Going for the Galaxkobolten here into the Cradilly. This is quite nice though, because if Charger Bug's in the back, it is safe for now against the Cradilly here. Galaxkobolten now facing off against this potential Rock Tomb that will come.
And I'm very interested to see how this Charger Bug lines up, because it looks incredible into Colin 6's team. It has the X-Scissors to hit Cradley, Azumarill, and Malamar.
Yes, it does, and so I think Colin was hoping to see Charjabug lead, but no, another X's are coming through. Danny looking to pressure and get that first shield early. Colin 6 now recognizing he needs to get that Rock Tomb off ASAP. It's a charge attack priority event. Galaxkobolten's attack so high, gets it first.
Danne let it go, Danne let it go, and farm down with the Dropion.
Yes, and it's just survives on 1 HP and taken out, but now Cradilly does have another charge attack ready to go. Colin looking like he's considering a switch here. What is going to come in? Surely it's the Drapion.
And Colin throws the Rock Tomb into the Dropion. He knows he will be at risk of getting farmed down, but he has an Azumarill to stomach all the energy from the Dropion in the back.
I do like this though, because Azumarill coming in means that the Charjabug is kept away from the Malamar in the back, so the tactic that Colin is looking to employ might be working here. Play Rough coming through now to deal a respectable amount of neutral damage onto this electric and bug type Charjabug.
And Danne realizes the value of his Charjabug. He decides to protect it, but Danne, you have to throw your energy.
Yes, at one point you certainly need to use it. Discharge coming in, it is so spammy, dealing super effective damage to the water and fairy type Azumarill here, and it's not going to knock it out because of the bulk, but another discharge may just do that job.
Danne, are you not throwing your energy? Are you going to shield again?
He wants to farm up more. That must be the rationale. Is he going to shield? Yes, he does. He wants to put everything on this Charjabug. This is prediction 101. Oh. This is going to be even a farm down.
Yeah, he will get it. He will get the farm down. And the X-Scissors now threaten all the back Pokemon of Colin. How many of these attacks can you take?
But the other thing is Colin 6 has got the potential to make a catch here, so Danny needs to be very careful. When is he going to do that? No!
Oh, and the Malamar, it gets hit by a double super effective X-Scissor. Danne, will this be enough?
Surely it'll be enough. Oh, it just about survives. Double super effective, but no, not enough.
Danne, he is looking so good right now. Danne swipes the floor with Colin 6. He went 2-0 against Padaman, the EOIC champion. Now he's 2-0 against Colin, the #1 leaderboard player in Europe. Danne, he takes this game.
What an incredible trainer, dominating over some of the strongest available in Europe, and most importantly, it means one more Azumarill is out of the competition.
Oh, I'm so relieved. And Colin piloting the Azumarill as well. That was incredibly scary to me. But look at Danne and his double bug strategy. He looks so good going into this. And when he realized how much value the Charjabug had, shield it up against the Azumarill, get the energy, and just go to town against whatever Colin has in the back, the Charjabug will be valuable.
Oh yes, and I think the rationale came from Danny seeing the Cradilly in the front, recognizing the biggest counter to Charjabug has been eliminated or is seen and ready to, and I can act against that by bringing Charjabug later on and putting it all on the Charjabug. But he did that without knowing what was in the back. He didn't know Malamar was there, but it was an absolute spectacle of prediction, team reading, and team reading against one of the best trainers in Colin 6 against the final boss.
I'm super impressed how Danne piloted his Pokemon here. And the double bugs and then either Dropion or Sandslash really impressed me. And Colin made a slight misplay in the lead in Game 2 by throwing the Rock Tomb on Charge Attack priority against the Galaxkopolten. And Galaxkopolten will always win the Charge Attack priority against a Cradley.
Yes, Galaxkobolten, one of the Pokemon in the Open Great League method that has quite a decent amount of attacks, certainly a lot more than Cradilly has, and so this is a concept for trainers watching at home. When you're having charge attack priority, you have to consider that Pokemon that are a little bit more frail will often make up for it by having a lot more attack power, and if so, that means that they will be able to win charge attack priority events that more often, and that means that's the difference between a win and a loss in some cases. So consider, there are many graphical makers all around the community that will give you lists of what beats what in charge attack priority. Bear those in mind, and that will make you a better battler.
I think going for that play for Danne, realizing that, oh, I can get another X-Scissor in before Colin gets to his Rock Tomb, Danne just decided, doesn't matter if it's on bad timing, and I let another bullet seed through, I get this move off, and Colin will have to shield. And Colin decided to shield. The charge attack happened at the same time, and Danne use that to his advantage, and then the Charge Bug with all the energy farmed up could just threaten the rest of Colin's Pokemon.
Yes, brilliant trainer, brilliant plays, brilliant team, and we look forward to seeing how far Danny makes it in this tournament. And of course, for those of you that are watching it at home and thinking, I want to take part in a tournament similar to this, there are 3 special championships taking place. So if you want to sign up, look down on the screen, register to compete or potentially spectate today. rk9.gg/events/Pokemon. Go there, sign up, compete. You might, if you're lucky, end up facing me. If you're really unlucky, you'll end up facing him and he might beat you. Or actually, no, I've beaten you, so it can't be that hard, right?
That's years ago now.
I'm going to hold on to it forever.
I'm sure.
Ever.
I just got to say, in this tournament here,
yeah,
I do hope Danny goes all the way.
Why would you say that, Marcus?
There are 2 reasons why.
2 reasons, right, okay.
We did a caster fantasy prediction of what trainers we expected to do well. I picked Danny.
Yeah.
And he's proving me right. And also, the second, well, maybe actually the most important reason is that Danny does not have Azumarill. And I made a bold prediction yesterday that Azumarill was not going to win another event in the Might and Mastery series. And I'm going to take a gallon of water over my head if Azumarill wins the event. And it's looking pretty dire for me because there's a lot of Azumarill and is still remaining in the tournament.
It is the most popular Pokemon in Day 2 amongst the trainers that have made it this far, including from Ouden, who is in the losers bracket, had an absolutely fantastic run so far. But look who he is playing against, the 14-year-old from Withered, who is going to be his opponent. Of course, Ouden with the Azumarill that we have talked about, but the spicy, the something that's a little bit more unusual is the Skeledirge, and I really like this Pokemon because I think it has a lovely niche in the meta at the moment.
I'm more intrigued by the Ferret and the Claydol. I think those 2 Pokemon make an excellent pairing, especially together. And Claydol with that moveset of Rock Tomb and Ice Beam, and also the Mud Slap, it's almost impossible to resist all of those 3 moves combined together. And Claydol is tanky. It takes even super effective hits. I saw it take an Ice Beam from Azumarill and did maybe like 50%.
Yeah, that is right. In contrast, Withered is using Shadow Kanto Marowak as his ground type user of choice. Now that is a Pokemon that has been very popular, particularly in last season's meta, because it's able to mud slap down so many things just because of its sheer damage output with fast attacks.
And Marowak hasn't changed at all, so it's still as potent as it was. I am very interested in Withered's team, especially because he doesn't have an Azumarill. So I might have a horse in this race.
Oh yeah, and Swalot, but Swalot is there.
I love that Swalot.
Yeah, I know you like Swalot, and then the Shadow Sableye is there, and I'm a big fan of that. The Shadow Jumpluff, bearing in mind, not running Energy Ball at the moment, which means that it's not going to be able to threaten the Claydol and the Azumarill quite as well, but it does put a lot more pressure on Ouden's Primeape, and so it's a risk if Ouden's going to bring that Primeape tool, because it doesn't really have that many targets. The Lapras maybe and the Guzzlord. Only 2 out of 6? A bit risky, I think. No?
I think it's also risky. And that is the thing with Primeape. It's a pretty risky Pokemon. I can imagine that we will see more Sandslash from Ouden, because Withered has one solid response to the Sandslash, and that is the Lapras.
Yes.
But other than that, Sandslash hits alone the Kanto Marowak for super effective. It hits Guzzlord for super effective. It hits the Swallow for super effective as well. So I believe we will see a lot of Sandslash here. But what else can we expect from Ouden? I see a Ferret.
Oh, and this will be interesting because Ferret has access to Trailblaze, and Trailblaze will boost Sucker Punch's attack and deal super effective damage via doing so. So it's a race. Now, Sparkling Aria is also a fabulous water-type attack that Lapras is going to launch first. How well does Ferret take this?
And look at Withered. He's staring his opponent down. I love that look on him.
It feels like his eyes are boring into Ouden there. He's reading, he's trying to sense and gauge what his opponent's trying to do. Trailblaze being the obvious play here. No shield from Withered because he knows Lapras can tank this first Trailblaze.
I'm very impressed by this guy, this kid, because He's putting on so much pressure on Ouden, and now he has got a shield advantage.
Yes, he does now. He's managed to tease and the shield away from Ferret. Ferret looking to get a potential farm down, not allowing it. Sableye coming here. Interesting play, considering normal types are going to resist the Shadow Claw from Shadow Sableye, but the Trailblaze is also boosted here.
I disagree with this play slightly, because the Shadow Sableye's Shadow Claws aren't doing anything to the Ferret. I think Withered would have been better off staying in with the Lapras, taking the energy on the jump bluff, and then came in with Sableye with an energy advantage and shield advantage.
Yes, the question is, would Lapras be able to pull that off? But Azumarill coming in now. Now, bear in mind, this Shadow Sableye is running Power Gem, which is more unusual. We often see Dazzling Gleam here, which is a new attack that came, but no, going for the Power Gem, which is going to do a respectable amount of neutral damage to the Azumarill.
And Withered is shaking his head because he knows what he expects a certain Pokemon in the back, and that is the Alolan Sandslash. And he has brought Jump Bluff, a Pokemon that takes double super effective from Ice-type attacks in the back.
Yes, and he's now luring out the Alolan Sandslash. He's going to see, and yeah, Withered predicting, recognizing that, yeah, this is Alolan Sandslash, this is going to be tricky. It is the Shadow Claw variant of Alolan Sandslash, so not dealing super effective damage with its fast attacks, but Ice Punch really will hurt here.
It looks like, to me, that Withered is conceding this game. He knows he has 0 chances left of winning. This Sandslash looks poised to win this set for Ouden.
Yes, he does, and now Alolan Sandslash just going to farm down this Sableye. Withered trying to reconnect his thoughts and go, right, what can I do for game 2 here? Both of these Pokemon were really struggling, going to really struggle with this low health against the Alolan Sandslash here. So what do you do in this situation now? How do you recollect your thoughts after you've taken a Game 1 loss?
I think Withered is already planning his Game 2.
Yes.
He needs to make sure that the Sandslash does not find itself in such a position as it did in Game 1. But Azumarill, together with the Sandslash, it's just such a good enabler, because that makes it harder to run the Kanto Marowak that can hit the Sandslash for super effective damage, because Azumarill is pretty good into that Kanto Marowak.
Indeed.
And also, Swallowed will be hard to run because the Sandslash is so good. So where is your Azumarill counter coming from? I think it has to be the Lapras. Lapras is Withered's most neutral Pokemon, and he needs to conserve it. So expending the Lapras against the Ferret in the lead, that made it so hard to control the Sandslash in the back.
Yes, I wonder if Withered was looking to perhaps catch a Alolan Sandslash lead. It was a team read, a prediction that did not go his way. And so now the thought process will be, do I try and make that call again or not?
And I'm also curious to see, because Withered did not exactly have a clear Azumarill counter. Sableye takes a lot of damage from the charge attacks from Azumarill. Lapras cannot hit it back with any of its charge attacks, and Jump Bluff takes double super effective from the Ice Beams of Azumarill.
Yeah, this is another team composition that Withered has his back up against the wall. However, we have seen Withered win from crazy positions where we're thinking this team that he's facing has the potential to beat Withered, and he has somehow pulled it out of the bag. Against Ouden, he has chances because Withered is such a good trainer, but Ouden has been getting stronger every time. Swallow coming in and unfortunately doesn't get the alignment against the Alolan Sandslash. This is what you don't want to see if you're Withered.
I'm curious what Withered is planning to do here, because I know that Ouden has a Sandslash that is invested to beat a Lapras, but Ouden can swap in the Azumarill and tank all the energy from the Lapras. Lapras has only has water and ice type charge attacks, and that is resisted by the other water type Azumarill.
Yes, that is correct. One thing I do think there's some potential later on in the game is Withered has been able to lure out Ouden's Azumarill in there, which means Azumarill will no longer be potentially facing the Shadow Sableye in the back. Ouden doesn't know that. Withered now knows, though, that his Shadow Sableye might have play. If he can get a bit of energy, it might even be able to start causing problems for that Alolan Sandslash as well, which is the big threat to this team. So that is the key thing. He needs to win alignment or get some energy energy. Going back into the Swalot here to try and respond to the Azumarill. Ice Beam now coming in to deal some neutral damage onto Swalot.
I'm very excited to see if this can lead any way for Withered, because I see that he has a Sableye in the back and there is a Ferret for Ouden. And if Ouden just keeps his shields for that Ferret, it's going to be very tough for Withered, because how is that Sableye going to hit that Ferret at all?
Notice how Ouden has undercharged slightly in order to get a bit of additional farm, because Alolan Sanchez walls off all of the charge attacks from Swalot, which means a little bit of extra farm might be handy. 2 Sludges now coming in. This is the better and more optimal charge attack to use against Alolan Sandslash, because both attacks are double resisted, but Sludge at least has the same type attack bonus.
This looks very tough for our boy Withered. Can he control the Sandslash? I think he's struggling.
Yep.
He decides to shield, so now he's down shields. And the Lapras his energy is now going into the Azumarill again. This is so inefficient. And Ouden knows. They're looking at each other and Ouden's smiling. It was a horrible thing to do to a little boy.
I wonder, however, if the Sparkling Aria and trying to weaken this Azumarill was a potential for Sableye to come in from Withered's side and get that farm down, but it was too much a risk. Azumarill had too much energy. Ferret now coming in here. Lapras looking to get the Sparkling Aria off in order to make sure that Ferret is weakened somewhat, so that maybe Shadow Sableye can knock it out with a foul play. Let's see what happens as Shadow Sableye now jumps in to try and slash its way through the competition here. Trailblaze coming in. This is going to deal neutral damage to the Shadow Sableye.
I'm very impressed by Ouden. We've seen the incredible player that Withered is, and now Ouden gets the alignment that he needs. He finds the Pokemon that he needed to win out this game, and Withered, an incredible player, and has put on an incredible show, but this tournament run is over for Withered, and Ouden takes this round. Incredible Ferret play by the German. He believes he's brought the Dreepy not to this tournament, but as a companion.
Well done to Ouden. A fantastic run, though, for Withered as well. I think there's a lot of camaraderie, respect there. Ouden recognizing that he has beaten a trainer who has demonstrated so much strength and beaten so many trainers himself. Ouden pushes further into the bracket, but I'm sure Withered will be very pleased with his run.
I'm very impressed by both of these trainers. They have fought hard to get to where they are, and they have put on an incredible show. Unfortunately for Withered, it wasn't enough this time, and I'm sad to say another Azumarill went through.
Oh yeah, forgot about that. In all the festivities and watching these two fabulous trainers do well, I was excited to see how Withered would try and respond to Ouden, and who had a team comp advantage because he did so well in so many previous tournaments here. Alignment is very much the name of the game with this particular matchup. It was very positive with Alolan Sandslash linking in against Swalot, and then not being able to wiggle out of that. That was the tricky thing here, and it does come down to reading those team compositions and getting those calls right. A little bit of luck sometimes goes a long way.
The Guzzlord were so tough to bring for Withered, with Sandslash and Azumarill both looking so safe for Ouden, and that meant also the Ferret was going to have a very good time. So I'm very impressed by Ouden. He has put together a team that will be very hard to pick apart, and I'm very excited to see what these trainers have in store for us in the future.
Yes, so am I. I know that I've heard from Withered that he will come to another event in Europe at some point. He's hoping to do so. So it'll be one of the special championships that take place in either Sevilla, Utrecht or Bologna. Ouden, I'm sure, will want to come to another one of those because he loves competing. All of the trainers competing, they do it because they love the idea of battle, of connecting with their friends and seeing another champion be crowned here in Stockholm.
But let us hear from Ouden himself how much he loves competing. I know that Lou has a word with Ouden ready. I believe that they're ready at least. Maybe they weren't ready.
Yeah, we're ready though. We really we can't wait to hear from both of them.
Exactly. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit because I just so much would like to speak to Ouden.
Well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to extract him because he is obviously you need time to like sort of decompress and de-stress and against a very good battler as well. That's the key one. But now
do you want to try again?
Yeah, let's try again. So Ouden, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, casters. Sorry, I was running around trying to chase Ferret. You know what I've been like today because Ferret has been one of my favorite Pokemon this weekend. And Ouden, you are still in the tournament with Ferret. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. I mean, to be here is such a great achievement. And maybe I achieve another medal, right?
I think so, yeah. Top 4.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
so I'm really happy. So, yeah. Look forward.
Well, the last time we had a big meta change, I obviously was talking about Gastrodon a lot, and Gastrodon was a Pokemon that got a lot of medals, and I've kind of said the same thing about Ferret. So you've already been able to get Ferret a medal. Which color it will be is to be determined. But why Ferret? You're the only trainer in Day 2 running it. What about it caught your eye?
I think Ferret is really neutral into the meta. Some teams are really weak to it, so I think it has play today. So.
Yeah, Sucker Punch is great, Trailblaze is great into all the water types, and in that last match you obviously were bringing Ferret up against Withered. Now Withered, one of these competitors that has really jumped out onto the scene at this event. How did you feel going into that, knowing you were against a trainer that was playing so incredibly well in this tournament?
Feeling really proud to him because he's 14 years old. He played perfect, I think. He kicked out some trainers that are really achieve a lot of prizes for this season as well. So yeah, feeling a little bit nervous as well. And yeah, but it calmed down.
Were there any Pokemon you were really worried about on Withered's team?
I was a little bit scared of his Gasslot because I faced it against Nickname and
I remember, yes.
I think it's hard to bring against me, but he brought it and good call from him.
Well, that's why you have the trusty Azumarill. And one thing that Arceus Aurelius is going to be unhappy about is that one team, which was with us, that didn't have the Azumarill, is now out of the competition. So do you think Azumarill is going to go all the way?
Sorry, Marcus, but I will live.
I think it's still very much doing well, right? Particularly with Ferret.
Yes, yes. So, Marcus, maybe I will see you. So.
I think we're all looking forward to seeing how Azumarill is going to pan out. What about you with the rest of the season, though? Obviously, depending on how things go today, are you looking at maybe competing at some of the other European events, maybe NAIC?
So I think after this I get Worlds for sure. So maybe I will compete at NAIC and Bologna Utrecht as well to get more points and maybe get some travel award.
That's true. Points are important, but the travel award as well would be a really fantastic way to kind of end your season going towards the World Championships. Well, we'll let you get ready for the next couple of matches, but first of all, any shout-outs you would like to give to any trainers at home or here supporting you?
Yeah, my family, my friends for sure. Leonard König, I see you, and Zizi as well. For sure, Legends United, Gymbreakers Kuchen, and old teammates from Smurfs.
Well, I'm sure they'll be rooting for you every single step of the way. I'm definitely keeping an eye on you and Ferret for the rest of the competition. Congratulations on your run so far. Let's see what color that medal is going to be at the end of the day. Trainers, don't go anywhere though. We still have the rest of our amazing tournament to go here in Day 2 at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
He's a bit upset, folks. All that Ouden laying the gauntlet, saying that, right, he is going to bring Azumarill further and further and further. Marcus, I think you're feeling something about those statements, are you?
Well, he said he was sorry, but I couldn't tell that he was.
Yeah, I think the sorry was incredibly genuine, heartfelt, and he meant every single word of it.
I think you're talking rubbish. But
does that make a change?
I'm getting familiar with your game now.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta hand it to Ouden. He deserves getting to where he is. He's a phenomenal player, and he's really impressed me with both his team building and his line reading. And I just gotta believe in Danne now.
believe in Danny, believe in the local trainer that is trying to defend Swedish honor, but take nothing away from Ouden, who is going to fight his way. He's going to torch. You know what I'm missing? I really want to see Skeledirge action, because I have not seen that all that much, but we did see a lot of Forret action instead, and Forret is a Pokemon that you highlighted and you said that was going to be really, really good. Why? What's so amazing about it?
Ferret is, as Ouden said, very neutral into a lot of the meta. Unless you're a Dark or a Fairy type, and also possibly a fighting type, you're not resisting Sucker Punch. And Sucker Punch is a hard-hitting, fast attack, and it gets boosted by Trail Blaze, because Trail Blaze is a grass-type charge attack that also boosts Ferret's attack stat. So, and paired with Swift, which is a normal type attack, it gets same type attack bonus as Ferret is also a normal type. So that combination of Sucker Punch, Swift, and Trailblaze makes it so versatile. There's so few things that resist all moves of Ferret, and if it can boost up its attack and spam out the Swifts, then Ferret will be a menace.
Yes, and in a meta where there's not too much fighting type damage available, I remember if you scale this back to last year where there was a lot of fighting types available in the last Stockholm Regionals, now the contrast, Forret can be so dominant here in an environment where normal types can really shine, and Forret does have all of that. So I think for those of you who haven't got one yet, go out, catch a Sentret, catch a few Sentret, and then evolve one of them into Forret, and then ensure your dominance in one of these regional championships or subsequent premier events.
And Ferret is one of the Pokemon that you have to invest in a little bit, because it has to be powered up quite high to reach that 1500 combat power threshold that we use to combat in Great League. So if you don't have the candy ready for Ferret, put it as your buddy, because whenever you walk to a specific threshold with your partner, with your buddy Pokemon, you are rewarded with a candy.
And that helps. Every little helps. Every little bit of candy will go towards getting further and further. And also bear in mind as well, not necessarily relevant for Forret, but if you are walking a Pokemon as your buddy and that Pokemon has been powered up to, we'd say, around level 31 or above, you have a chance of also getting XL candy from that specific Pokemon. So that might be really handy for any Pokemon such as Ouden's Dreepy, where you want to get some more XL for Dracobolt, or maybe that cool new legendary that you caught recently, such as Kyurem White or Black, that has been making movements in Master League, Go Battle League.
And also, if you get your buddy so comfortable that it becomes your best buddy, then that Pokemon gets a power-up from being your best buddy. And for that just shows you how much friendship means in Pokemon. Because if your friendship is strong with your Pokemon, you can give it that just little
bit of extra, which is really useful for Galaxkobolten with his Chansey.
Oh my, that Chansey needed some extra oof. It's still, I mean, it took hits very well, but it didn't dish out damage.
Oh yes, we saw Dazzling Gleam not do all that much, even against Pokemon like Guzzlord, which normally would get one hit KO'd by a Fairy type. No Guzzlords here. Actually, no, I take it back. Nickname running the Guzzlord here. Fortunately, no Chansleys on PvP David's side, but this is still a matchup of two Titans. This is the winners finals in this matchup, and both of these trainers haven't lost yet.
I'm so excited. We just saw on Ferret's Spotlight card, fighting types are at an all-time low, but here we see on Nickname's team the Shadow Annihilate. Apparently, Nickname did not get the memo. Shadow Annihilate, you're not supposed to be part of this meta anymore.
I think it has space here. Shadow Annihilate is going to cause pressure for certain teams because the damage output is so impressive. The shadow boosted counters can chew through anything, like that Forret, for example. And so it's going to be a Pokemon that, even if it's not utilized, it will do a concept called bench pressure. Marcus, do you feel that Shadow Annihilate is a bench pressure Pokemon in this environment?
Absolutely. What bench pressure means is that even if you don't bring it to a battle, it's still, your opponent still has to respect it, because if it comes, you have to address it.
Yes.
So, and Pokemon is an information game. You don't know what your opponent has brought, and the more information you get, the better you are suited to make decisions. I just want to note that this is a game best of 5. That means the first trainer to take 3 wins will advance to the grand finals.
Yes, and I think the key thing with a best of 5 is the reason for it is as these trainers are getting so much closer to their championship, we want the best of the best in this tournament to have all the space they need within games in order to face off against each other and have more close matches where the smallest of margins can determine it. Having more games to play means more chances to utilize and come back from the first odd loss to win it all. You've been in a best of 5 before, Marcus. How does the mindset change for you, in your opinion?
I believe that mind games plays a bigger part of a best of 5 than in best of 3, because if you have a lineup that wins you one game, that means maybe you get more chance to predict what your opponent will do in the next one. As I said, it's an information game, and you get to know your opponent better. What types of Pokemon are they bringing? When do they make switches? Do they like to stay in and farm up energy before switching, etc., etc.? So actually, a best of 5 will often come down to the player using the information gathered at the best.
Yes, and I think this boils down to styles of play, as you say, and as our trainers over time will develop a particular style of play. And so for those of you watching at home, the more you practice in the Go Battle League or at your local events, not to mention coming to these regionals or special championships, this will allow you to distill and determine what your play style is, where it works, and where you need to be a little bit more different to overcome an opponent that is quite comfortable playing against your play style.
I'm also noticing on PvP David's side, there is another fighting type in Pangoro.
Yes, we are being very much rewarded with many fighting type Pokemon here in a meta that doesn't really favor them all that much. Shadow Annihilate versus Pangoro. Now, Shadow Annihilate can really deal a lot of damage to Pangoro with its counter, because Pangoro is also a dark type and therefore weak to fighting type attacks. However, Pangoro does have access to close combat, and that is a really, really scary attack in my opinion.
I believe this Annihilate does not have access to close combat. It has access to Ice Punch, which has been the charge attack of choice from Nickname.
Yes, I think I like Ice Punch here. The coverage is very useful, particularly against Pokemon that are flyers, because Annihilate does struggle with flying types and you don't want to be caught out entirely. It's also nice against grass types like Serperior and indeed Cradilly, because you can now deal super effective damage with Ice Punch in addition to your fast attacks with counter. So I'm interested to see if Annihilate makes a showing here.
I think Annihilate looks pretty good for Nickname. With the Rage Fist buff, it can power through a lot of the Pokemon it's not supposed to win against. In the 2-shield scenario, I believe that Nickname and his Shadow Annihilate even can take on Azumarill and Talonflame.
And that's so impressive in order to do that. The thing that you have to bear in mind, though, if you're PvP David, is if Shadow Annihilate can do that, what is the disadvantage? Shadow Annihilate is quite squishy and requires shields in order to get the most out of it, to ramp up those Rage Fists that come after 6 counters for the first one. I believe that the counts are 665 in that case for Rage Fist. So
it's 666.
Oh, sorry, 666. My apologies.
I think so, yes.
So Azumarill coming in against Claydol instead. No Shadow Annihilate to be seen yet, but it is in the backline for Nickname. Azumarill is in a very positive matchup here.
And PvP David has decided to go triple strong into the Shadow Annihilate. He's taking no risks. He does not want any other Shadow Annihilate business. Claydol, Azumarill, and Talonflame all on the same line.
But Nickname isn't going to use any shields here because this is not going to be a threat to the Azumarill. It's barely bouncing off Azumarill's bulk there. However, Ice Beam does deal super effective damage. It is, though, going to be debuffed by Rock Tomb's attack-lowering attack.
This is the play I wanted to see from Nickname. He has the Guzzlord in the back, and he's super weak to Azumarill. But PvP David reads what Nickname is trying to do. Nickname tried to fish out the Azumarill from PvP David because his Guzzlord in the back does not want to see that Azumarill, but PvP David realized and keeps his Azumarill safe.
Yeah, this is very clever. Nickname not going to be happy when he finds out that Azumarill is in the back here. Fly now coming in from PvP David's side. This goes shielded by Nickname as Nickname looks to ramp up the pressure with Rage Fist and additional counters. Clever timing here, Rage Fist after 2 counters, so the Incinerate doesn't might as well get the counts in on the Incinerate.
PvP David will take this shield advantage and give take his loaded Talonflame into the next matchup against the Azumarill. This Brave Bird will hit hard against Nickname, but can you? No, Nickname decides to shield. I believe this is a very good choice from Nickname, and he gets out PvP David's Azumarill. This is so great for the Guzzlord in the back.
Yes, Nickname is going to be very thankful to see Azumarill here. He's going to stay in as long as possible. The problem is the health difference between both of these Azumarill means Nickname needs to really ramp up the damage onto PvP David's Azumarill before Guzzlord can potentially take it out. But Azumarill's so bulky, this is going to be an uphill battle in my view.
Nickname's Azumarill cannot take 2 play roughs. See, PvP David needs 2 play roughs to take out Nickname's Azumarill, and then David also needs another play rough to take out the Guzzlord. Can he get there in time?
Yes, it's going to be very close to the wire here. Second play rough coming in. PvP David's Azumarill is in the yellow here.
And Nickname is now... PvP David throws immediately into the Guzzlord. Can this give Nickname's Guzzlord a chance?
It's going to be so close. You can see PvP David rushing to that play rough here. They're throwing on charge attack priority. Guzzlord wins that. Is this going to be enough?
I don't believe this crunch will knock out an Azumarill. It's a very tanky Pokemon, and it hangs on.
Wow, that was so impressive. Play rough now coming in. Dark and Dragon type. Is this going to one-hit KO? Surely it one-hits KO. Let's do the honors and let's see what's going to happen. One-hit KO onto the Guzzlord after Bubble trip down.
That play rough would have taken out an entire family of Guzzlords.
I mean, if there was an entire family of Guzzlords around in reality, it would be eating away through the stadium. That would be a scary calamity to deal with. But PvP David is like, nope, we're going to play rough it, take it out, and that means it's 1-0 to PvP David.
PvP David taking no prisoners and showing no mercy. He really wants to win this winners final against Nickname. The best of 5. PvP David gets the best start, but this is not over for Nickname. He still needs to win 3 games. His plans hasn't changed.
No, it hasn't, and I think the key moment for PvP David was bringing in Talonflame against the Annihilate rather than Azumarill.
Absolutely.
If that had gone the other way round, the Nickname would have certainly been in a better position to win that matchup. So it was close, and it's key certain decisions either earlier on in the game that might make a big difference to how an endgame plays out.
I think Nickname now will bench his Guzzlord, and I believe that Nickname should lean into his Swalot, because Swalot can beat the Dropion. It usually beats the Cradily. It has very good neutral play into the Talonflame. It absolutely destroys the Azumarill, and it wins against the Pangoro. So Nickname, with its Swalot and 5 positive matchups, I believe you should lean into your best Pokemon, Nickname. Or do you predict your opponent to predict what you are doing? Or do you predict your opponent to predict what you're doing and not predict, and the mind games just keep going on?
So, yeah, we're out-predicting or out-predicting or out-predicting. Got it. Noted. I'm noting this down. This is going to make me a regional champion one day, surely.
I'm confused already. That is what is so hard for these players.
But a question I want to ask you then is, you're highlighting Swalot, and I really like the logic here, but Swalot's big problem is dealing with Claydol and the Mud Slap usage there. How do you deal with that?
I'm very interested to see, but maybe with a Lapras or an Azumarill, and this is what Nickname wants. He wants to see, well, this is not exactly what he wants to see, but PvP David is sticking to the same strategy of triple. Oh, and Nickname makes a great catch on the Ice Beam.
Yes, however, this is going to be interesting because PvP David has a ground and a fire type, and there's now 2 water types here. I think if Nickname can sense that PvP David staying in this Azumarill matchup because he doesn't like what he sees, maybe Nickname will predict, maybe my Azumarill is quite good in the back, let me guess what it could be. This is a potential opportunity for Nickname to read what's in the backline.
I think PvP David is sticking to the same strategy. Triple counter the Annihilate. But Annihilate, with its energy, can hit really hard into both the Talonflame, that is more flimsy than the Azumarill, or Claydol, that it hits super effective with both of its charge attacks.
Yes, Rage Fist is going to be the an attack that's going to Claydol is not going to like. Play Rough now coming in from PvP David's side onto Nickname's Azumarill, but it does survive and is able to farm up some additional energy. At what point will Nickname now go for Play Rough himself?
I believe this Play Rough will come very close to taking out PvP David's Azumarill, but let's see if it actually does. It hangs on, and and Nickname comes in with a Lapras and denies PvP David's Azumarill more energy. And here we see Claydol. I believe Nickname is outplaying PvP David in this set.
The only concern I have, though, for Nickname is PvP David is now aware of the full team, I believe, and so has the choice to decide where is he going to place that Talonflame after the Claydol has taken out of this team. So that's the only thing I'm concerned about. What can PvP David do something with Talonflame with a bit of energy?
I believe that Nickname is pressuring both the Claydol and the Talonflame, both taking super effective damage from Lapras's charge attacks.
And those charge attacks come so quickly with Sparkling Aria, don't they?
Sparkling Aria is fairly quick, Sidewave charges up energy fairly quick, but Claydol is a tank.
Yes, Claydol able to take a Sparkling Aria that has been debuffed by the first Rock Tomb. Nickname now deciding whether to shield. No, lets the second Rock Tomb go down. Down on 1 HP, trying to make a catch. Sparkling Aria lands on the Talonflame. Double debuff. How much damage does this do?
Lapras is too quick for PvP David. And now the Talonflame has to take super effective charge attack. Even though it was double debuffed, this did a lot. And Annihilate now has so much energy. This is so well played by Nickname.
Yes, the Sparkling Aria chipping away that Talonflame, that was crucial. Rage Fist now coming in, surviving on 1 HP, one more counter, and the Talonflame is taken out of the skies here. And now the next Rage Fist coming in. This is going to crack the pot of Claydol unless a shield comes through.
The PvP David is not giving up, but this looks so tough because can the Annihilate hang on to get to another charge stat? It certainly looks like it, and this will be the nail in the coffin for that Claydol.
Yep, a little crack and little patching up needed from PvP David's side, but we go again as both of these trainers are now 1 win apiece in the winners final in a best of 5.
Incredible catch by Nickname. That play in the starting matchup, I believe that was so valuable because it got a lot of energy on the Annihilate. And that energy applied elsewhere than into the Azumarill, that is valuable for Nickname.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You pointed out earlier, Marcus, quite rightly, that Talonflame and Claydol are nice answers to the Annihilate, and PvP David was going triple strong against Annihilate. So the way to overcome that is, if your Annihilate is loaded up on energy, it can start to pressure its own counters to an extent. Sure, it's going to take a lot of damage from the Incinerates and the Mud Slabs, but if I'm getting off Rage Fist after Rage Fist after Rage Fist onto the Claydol for super effective damage, or onto the Talonflame, which is squishy, then that might, quote-unquote, flip this matchup.
And the problem for PvP David is he knows that Annihilate is probably coming every game.
Sure.
So he has decided to pick his 3 Pokemon that are the best into the Annihilate.
Yes.
But that leaves you open with weaknesses to Nickname's Azumarill and Lapras, because the Claydol and the Talonflame are so threatened by Lapras's energy. And then your best response to Nickname's Azumarill is the mirror matchup.
Yes, and that's the tricky thing. And you want to, you have to sacrifice one of your answers to Annihilate by bringing in Cradilly to deal with the Azumarill. And Annihilate loves to see Cradilly, absolutely loves to see that. That goes, ooh, Rock, yes please, I need to get more counters in. I want to get to my Rage Fist quickly, and I can probably, Shadow Annihilate can farm down Cradilly with a shield.
And
or maybe 2.
Maybe 2.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe 1.
We'll find. We might find out at some point.
We might find out. Stay tuned to see if Annihilate can take a Grass Knot. But what I am curious to see is if PvP David decides to bring that Cradilly, because I think he kind of needs the Cradilly to deal with Nickname's water types. But if he brings both Cradilly and Azumarill, then all of a sudden Swalot is going to be so good for Nickname. But then this is a very interesting matchup.
Yes, because this is quite fun. Sparkling Aria is a threat, and Nickname will be able to get to it before Claydol can get to Rock Tomb. But Rock Tomb also deals super effective damage. You can see a demonstration here, Sparkling Aria being launched first. This is the one that you choose to shield simply because it does the most damage before Rock Tomb can debuff the attack of the Lapras.
This is very interesting to see because both players have opted for the same Pokemon in the back. Nickname, putting on so much pressure with Annihilate, assumes there won't be a Cradily coming out from PvP David because Nickname is 3 times weak to the Cradily.
Yes, he is, and so Lapras now launching the next Sparkling Aria here. PvP David happy to let this go now that the debuff has occurred, and so Claydol now brought into the yellow and farms down the Lapras.
In my opinion, this was a mistake by Nickname. He should have thrown the Ice Beam, that would have done more damage as it didn't get to the 3rd Sparkling Aria.
Yes, that's very true actually, so quite a good observation. In the heat of battle, it's easy to let things slip. However, it might be that you're looking to farm down the Claydol in some way. Azumarill will mirror match up now, and neither trainer knows that they have Talonflame in the back, so it's going to be a very close matchup as these two birds fight it off later on. But for now, the bunnies are at it, play roughing at each other.
This is a very interesting situation because Nickname's Azumarill has taken some damage and is debuffed. And now Nickname goes in with his Talonflame into the Azumarill and catches a very ineffective play rough on his Talonflame.
Oh, I like this. This is a lovely play because you get to go one Incinerate ahead of the Talonflame later. That's going to come in from PvP David's side later. PvP David thinking, I want to weaken this Talonflame a bit more so that I can potentially incinerate it down later. Nickname says, no, I'm going to shield that to prevent you from doing this.
And I'm very interested to see Nickname going in with a Fire type into a Water type. And PvP David, no shields. What he doesn't know will be a Brave Bird.
Yes, Brave Bird is a very brave play here, considering Talonflame is switch locked in, and so tries to make a catch in here. Nickname not falling for it, going for the fly, which at this range will knock out the Claydol. Very clever, very measured and reserved by Nickname here.
I believe Nickname should clear his debuffs right now so he can maybe make it to another charge attack later and go in with the Azumarill, and this is Nickname's game to win.
Yes, Ice Beam coming in, which will deal neutral damage to the Fire and Flying type Talonflame, and so the shield comes out from PvP David as he recognizes he needs as much health as possible, going for maximum energy before throwing his charge attack here. Now the question is, does Nickname shield this?
He decides to shield. Oh, and it pays off because that was the Brave Bird. And Nickname gets to the Ice Beam and goes up in the set 2-1 against PvP David.
Incredible play from Nickname. Good prediction there at the end to shield the Brave Bird, have the defenses lowered of the Talonflame, which means the neutral attack on Ice Beam now knocks out the Talonflame after that defense debuff. Brilliant play from two brilliant trainers here. Nickname is within 1 match win away from going into the grand finals.
Nickname's play in these 2 last games, he's caught an Ice Beam from Azumarill on his own Azumarill, and he's caught a play rough on the Talonflame. Incredible play, throwing in Fire type into the Water type Azumarill and getting so much value out of his Talonflame. PvP David letting that Brave Bird through on his Azumarill, that made this game so hard for him.
Yes, but I can understand why PvP David didn't shield that, because in his head he was thinking that, well, this Talonflame that Nickname has put in is switch locked, i.e. it cannot switch out for a period of time. If you then throw Brave Bird immediately, you're switch locked and you've got your defense debuff, which means that you're going to be very easy to take out and farm down later. And so PvP David was thinking, Nickname's not going to risk that situation. He's just going to go for the fly, made the call to no shield, and then that was obviously not the right way around because Nickname was thinking, I think you're going to think like this, I'm going to think like that, therefore.
Wow, I'm confused just by listening to you talk. But I think it's very impressive to see David is sticking to his guns. He has found the strategy, the triple counters to the Annihilate, but it hasn't worked out for him in the past 2 games. Will he switch it up? Or does he continue? Because now Nickname did not bring the Annihilate. Do you think Nickname brings the Annihilate now?
Yeah, it's going to be, it's tricky. It's tricky. There is so much risk involved if you don't get the team read right as PvP David, because these Pokemon on Nickname's side, they are doing incredible amounts of bench pressure with Shadow Annihilate here. So I would take the risk. I'd bring Tradilly in because right now you need to do something different, because one more loss and you will be out of the winners final. It'd be a shame to go so far only to now drop into the losers bracket after this.
I believe that the Claydol is a Pokemon PvP David will be bringing this entire set, but it hasn't found any targets. And now, let's see, there is still a Claydol, and now it finds the Swalot. This is what Nickname wanted to bring, and now PvP David finally gets it where he wants it to land.
And Lapras comes in, the popular safe swap in this team for Nickname, going for the Sparkling Aria, being able to throw that charge attack first, which goes shielded by Claydol here.
I think this is an important shield for both Nickname and David, because this might allow Swalot to land an Ice Beam into the Claydol later, because Swalot is carrying that Ice Beam coverage.
Yes, and Swalot will have the opportunity potentially to farm down something else and get the energy needed. Now there is a debuff here, now swapping into the Azumarill. Debuffed Lapras means that Azumarill is not going to take much damage from any of those charge attacks, and the fast attacks from Psywave do a little less as well.
But look at what PvP David decided to do here. He comes in with the Azumarill to eat up the energy from this Lapras, and it will successfully do that. But now, if Nickname can manage to take out this Azumarill, PvP David doesn't have an Azumarill counter in the back.
No.
And then Nickname's Azumarill is looking very strong.
Yes, so it's a race now. When will Swalot launch Sludge? Sludge coming in against the Fairy typing on Azumarill. Fairy really doesn't like poison here. This doesn't knock out, but look at the damage it's going to do.
And Azumarill is getting lower and lower and lower, and it fires off this Ice Beam. But Nickname has gotten a lot of value out of his Swalot already, landing that Sludge into the Fairy type Azumarill.
Yes, and now swapping into the Talonflame to get a bit of extra farm and hopefully incinerate down this Swalot, but not before another Sludge is launched. This will not do a huge amount of damage, but everything adds up, and it does actually bring Talonflame down to around 60% of its remaining health.
It chunks the Talonflame fairly. So I believe that PvP David, he decides to no-shield. All his Pokemon are getting so low. How are they going to take out PvP David's Azumarill?
I wonder if he's just going to go for Fly and then Brave Bird, and yes, here comes the Azumarill to respond to Talonflame. Fly coming in, Nickname recognizing that this might be a Brave Bird, shields just in case.
And Nickname is going to shield. But PvP David doesn't even make another charged attack. And this Azumarill has not taken any damage yet. And so it will be a race between Azumarill and Claydol. And Nickname decides to wait one turn to see if Claydol was swapping, but Claydol was throwing a move. And that meant Nickname did not get a bubble through him. This is not a charge attack priority.
Yes, no charge attack priority was avoided there. But yes, the good observation there, Marcus, trying to avoid a catch. Ice Beam coming in now to knock out Claydol, or not knock it out, but weaken it even more so. But another Rock Tomb is on its way. Will there be a catch by Nickname? No, there is another Rock Tomb here. This Azumarill is now getting rather low as well.
I don't think Nickname wants a catch, because he wants the energy that he has on the Lapras to come through, because Nickname has a charge attack stored on his Lapras. And he wants to take this Azumarill out, but leaving with a charge attack for Nickname will be very important in this matchup. I think Nickname will shield this charge attack and throw an Ice Beam into the Claydol. He will have Lapras in the back with a Sparkling Aria loaded, and this looks great for Nickname. He is going on to win this game. Can he get there?
Yes.
Can he get there?
Let's see if he can get there. Ice Beam is now going to be launched, and as you say, Marcus, it is going shielded. Now Claydol will be able to survive this. Now what will happen? Does Lapras come in? Sparkling Aria is there. Water type damage onto Claydol. Claydol is going to be knocked out. Ladies trainers, we have your first grand finalist in Nickname.
And Nickname has taken the grand finals set 3-1. He went down one game because PvP David won the first, and then Nickname won 3 games in a row. He benched the Lapras in game 1 and then brought it out to take this win in games 2, 3, and 4.
Lapras was definitely the Pokemon that did make a strong impression on PvP David's team. It was a tough one to beat. Alignment was key, but there was some masterful play by Nickname as well, as he is now so close to adding another medal to his tally. I cannot wait to see how far he's able to go.
I believe both of these trainers already have a medal
That's
to
true.
their name.
That's
but
true.
now it just depends on what color you bring to your medal. And I'm very interested in PvP David's decision to not change up his strategy throughout all these 4 games, because he expected the Annihilate, and Nickname decided to adjust. He decided to not bring the Annihilate because PvP David was overcorrecting for it.
Yes, and you mentioned earlier about bench pressure.
No, you mentioned the bench pressure.
And you elaborated on bench pressure.
That is how it was.
Oh yeah, and so this bench pressure was very much an effect that led to PvP David's decision making and put pressure on him, which meant Nickname was able to capitalize on that. So very good play. The teams, the battles, and the thought processes all came together nicely to give Nickname the advantage and a place in the grand finals.
And it's so impressive to see Nickname realizing after 2 games that Annihilate is not that good for me here, because PvP David is overcorrecting for it. So what is my best Pokemon here? It's my water types, because PvP David decides to bring Talonflame and Claydol instead of Cradily, and that meant Nickname could take advantage of the openings in PvP David's team that he decided to bring.
Yes, and Nickname now is on the cusp of victory. He could be your next regional champion here in Europe, here in Stockholm. Bear in mind though, Grand Finals is going to be a big one, because there is a potential for bracket reset if a trainer from the other side, whoever Nickname faces, is able to win a best of 5 against Nickname. Because Nickname has yet to lose, he has the opportunity to play another best of 5. So he's in a strong position. He is perceived to be the favorite so far, and what a talented trainer, and very deserving to be in this spot.
Nickname already a regional champion because he won Bremen?
That's correct.
In the 2022 season.
Yes, a very early on champion, and he's looking to get another one. And of course, in order to do that, you have to make many perfect plays, which is what Nickname demonstrated here. There are also perfect plays at every tournament that we see so far, including at EUIC. So let's find out what is an example of a perfect play. Take it away.
Hello trainers, welcome back to another episode of Perfect Play, where we review and learn from some of the best plays made in the championship circuit. This time we're diving into the 2025 Europe International Championship, the largest Pokemon Go tournament to date with 400 registered competitors. Padaman swept his way through the winner's side of the bracket to face off against his rival Z-Zwilos on Championship Sunday. Z-Zwilos is on the loser side of the bracket, so Z-Zwilos needs to win 2 best of 5 against Padaman in the grand finals, where Padaman needs to win only 1 best of 5. It seemed like Padaman had the upper hand until Z-Zwilos flipped the script with a dominant 3-0 sweep in the first set. Padaman needs to step up and bring his A-game. Both competitors bring the heat in the first game of the bracket reset. In the final moments, Padaman relies on Drapion's fast-charging Aqua Tail to take out Z-Zwilos' Pokemon. But just when victory seems within reach, Z-Zwilos makes an incredible catch, absorbing the Aqua Tail with his Azumarill. Suddenly, Padaman's win conditions are slipping away. All Z-Zwilos needs to do is wear down the Galarian and Corsola and make sure he gets one last fast attack in on his Primeape to get to a final charge attack and close out the game. Padaman realized this. He can't knock out the Diggersby with the Galarian Corsola, but not using a charge stack means he can't Poison Sting it down with the Drapion either, as Drapion can only take one more quick attack of damage. It seems impossible unless he perfectly undercharges Power Gem, leaving just enough HP for a single resisted Poison Sting to take out Diggersby and come out with an Aqua Tail. The undercharge in Pokemon Go is a very niche technique. Swiping all the bubbles to power up a charge stack will deal the full potential damage of it, but sometimes you'll see that experienced trainers let a few balls through. The less balls you hit, the less damage a charge stack will deal. Leaving some health remaining on the opposing Pokemon may allow you to gather more energy on your own Pokemon, but it can also backfire if you allow the opponent to get to another charge attack. Padaman's estimation of Power Gem's damage on Diggersby is beyond incredible. Knowing the exact damage a fully charged stack would deal, he lets 3 bubbles through. Sea Riders can't even do anything about it because the Diggersby already had a charge stack locked in as well. The undercharge is perfect. Drapion takes one quick attack, lands the Poison Sting to knock out the Diggersby, and comes out with just enough energy to fire off an Aqua Tail before Prime can reach the Rage Fist, securing Padaman the win in an absolutely intense battle. This type of gameplay and skill from Padaman doesn't come overnight. It's the result of experience in the Go Battle League and competing in the Championship Series. Do you want to become the very best, like EYC champion Padaman? Check out Pokemon.com/play to start your journey.
Welcome back, trainers. We are in the end game now here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. We have seen so many players, so many Pokemon, and we are so close to crowning our champion.
This is my favorite part of the competition because, as you said, at the beginning of day one, we had so many different competitors here battling out to become our champion, and now we have whittled it down to just a few remaining. We're going to be able to find out very soon who's going to be joining Nickname in the winners finals.
And Nickname, a grand finals for him. He's actually a player that won his first ever event back in 2022 at Bremen, but hasn't won gold since. Can he change that this weekend?
That's yet to be determined. A couple of years later, a couple of different meta games in play as well. So it'll be interesting to see if Nickname can turn their skills to this tournament here in Stockholm. And it has been so incredible so far. Our bracket has been amazing all of day 2.
Yeah, and he is a player that, as we said, they've been so good for so long, but we also have some newer players. Ouden is here. He is so close. We're about to see him up against DanneWWW in the losers semi-finals. We've seen both of these players before so far this season. Neither of them have won a gold, and they will want to as well. They know that it is within grasping distance.
Exactly, and we just saw in our previous match as well, Nickname versus PvP David in the winners finals. David obviously dropping down now, waiting in losers finals, is going to be having a close eye on our next match between Danne and Ouden to find out who his competitor is going to be that will block him from trying to get that rematch. But first of all, losers semis, and look at the matches they've had in order to get here.
We saw that match Withered against Paman. That blew everyone by surprise. It was incredible. The young 14-year-old taking on the EUIC champion and coming out victorious. He was then taken down by Ouden. So Ouden is really confident with his team. And you interviewed him earlier. He's running that Furret. He has earned a medal with this Furret. And this is something that I believe I said right at the very beginning of the season. I said, keep an eye out for Furret because it will win medals.
You did indeed say it first, and it's something I have taken greatly to heart. And Ouden now with a medal, Danne with a medal too, but what color it will be is yet to be determined. Let's focus down on our stage amongst these trainers. So we're going back to a best of 3 situation here. So there are only a couple of games in it to determine who will be advancing. Taking a look at these teams, Tomahawk, what are we looking at? Where are the main clashes going to be?
I think Danne will like to lean into the Galaxkopol. Galaxkopol has strong matchups into Primate, Alolan Sandslash, Claydol, Skeledirge, and when shields are in play, it's not terrible against the Azumarill either. It just wants to avoid the Furret. Will Ouden recognize that? I wouldn't be surprised to see Furret and Galaxkopol on either side here. Let's lead. We've got the Alolan Sandslash up against the Crazily. This is a great lead for Ouden.
Yeah, we're not holding back in the action, jumping straight into it. Cradily out of here, however, and the Sableye is going to come down. It's going to be a plethora of Shadow Claws on the field.
Immediately, Danne is coming in with the Sableye, trying to draw out the Furret. Ouden recognizes that Ice Punch will be reached first. Will he then look to sponge the damage on Azumarill, or will he give up the Furret now? He recognized it straight away.
Azumarill comes in, Furret still safely in the back there. It's going to be able to deal out some bubbles and take this Dazzling Gleam really well. The new move the Sableye has got and has demonstrated it so well this tournament.
Dazzling Gleam will do a lot of damage, not enough to threaten a shield from the Azumarill. Are you now in bubble down range? Can you take another Dazzling Gleam and come out with energy? This is probably one of the best features of Azumarill. It's maybe not got the offensive pressure that it might have had in previous metas, but defensively, look at how good it is at sponging everything.
It took 2 of those Dazzling Gleams and has so much energy ready to unleash upon Danne's next Pokemon. You have that Galaxkopol in there, but the Cradily is back with those Bullet Seeds, trying to farm down against it, but the Azumarill has the edge.
Yes, it has the Ice Beam already, and it will likely reach another one before the Cradily is able to farm it down. The Cradily might not mind. Actually, the Galaxkopol Galaxkopod comes in straight away. It takes this Ice Beam. Let's remember this is resisted against the water typing of the Galaxkopod.
This is a really nice way for Danny to preserve those shields, letting the Galaxkopod take the Ice Beam and forcing that Azumarill to have to get energy back up again. But Furret's here on the field. It can go for those sucker punches, but the energy generation is up on Galaxkopod's side. Aqua Jet is primed.
Ouden is in a really strong position here. Furret is a normal type Pokemon. It's got reasonable bulk and it paces very, very quickly. Sucker Punch hits hard, it charges fast. Here comes the Swift. This will do a lot of damage. I wouldn't be surprised if Danny shields this. He's actually going to let the Galaxkopod go. He will just hang on. Will he reach an Aqua Jet? Yes, he will. This won't take out the Furret, but Ouden might want to preserve the health on it.
Yeah, Furret not quite able to get the KO. One more of those Shadow Claws enable this Aqua Jet to come through, but Furret showing off the bulk that it does have and hanging on. Bullet Seeds coming through, but the Sucker Punch is starting to stack up, allowing this Trailblaze to come through.
Any Furret doubters out there, look how much work this little Pokemon is putting in. The Cradley will start to farm it down, but the Alolan Sandslash comes back in. 2 shields remaining for Ouden. Can safely shield these up. Yes, you'll get the attack drop, but you still have super effective pressure. That Ice typing is super effective against grass. It will still be enough to take out the Cradley.
Yes, we have seen the amount of damage that the Alolan Sandslash can deal, particularly with these charge attacks. Ice type moves are something that Cradley lives in fear of. So Danny using one of those pressure shields to block the Ice Punch.
Ouden in a really commanding position here. Ice Punch is so close to being loaded. Danny is trying to get that next Rock Tomb. He's not that far away.
Yes, and here comes the Rock Tomb. Of course, not going to be taking damage, but that debuff will still come into play. That's something Ouden has to be cognizant of with those damage calculations. No shields remaining now for Danny, and the Sandslash was able to get to another Ice Punch, but will it get the knockout?
Yes, it looks like it will. The Cradley goes down. Ouden takes game number 1, and he looked so comfortable in doing so. He read the line perfectly, but he also executed the play perfectly. He knew to chip the Sableye sponge on the Azumarill, because if you go straight into the Azumarill, with 2 shields in play, Sableye can start to put in work.
And that Furret was really literally running circles around the opponents here on the field, using that Sucker Punch to get some really decent fast attack damage down, as well as threatening with that Trailblaze towards the end. I really like the way that Ouden was able to pivot Pokemon in and out, and fantastic use of Azumarill in that match.
Yeah, really nicely played, recognizing when that Sableye came in, the Shadow Sableye was trying to draw out the Furret. And Ouden didn't flinch, didn't insta-click, he didn't immediately counter-swap, and he wins because of it, because the Galaxkopod in the back really doesn't want to see the Furret. Ouden got the alignment he needs, and now he only needs 1 more game. This is a best of 3. The winner of this game will proceed to face PvP David in the losers finals.
I mean, the Galaxkopod does look good going into Ouden's team, particularly with the fast pacing to that Aqua Jet. You can apply a lot of pressure into Pokemon like the Claydol and the Skellydirge, for example, but if you see that Furret, particularly with the Trailblaze, it can make things very, very difficult.
What do you do as Danny to try and suppress the Furret? You don't really have a hard answer per se. You can see that Cradley can have a decent matchup because you can debuff it, but there's no real punish for that Furret, so that's why I'm expecting it to come time and time again for Ouden. We're ready now with game number 2. We've got the Alolan Sandslash into the Shadow Drapion. This is another great lead for Ouden.
Yes, and jumping straight into the action here. Not very effective fast attacks coming through, but it's all about that energy generation. Drapion is there first, is able to go here for the Crunch.
Crunch will do a decent amount of damage, but because the Poison Stings are double resisted, they are putting no fast attack pressure. Ouden recognizes that his Alolan Sandslash might have a lot of play here. Galaxkopod comes in for the swap, and Ouden actually doesn't respond with the Furret this time, goes in with the Azumarill instead.
And banked so much energy on that Sandslash for later. The Azumarill just bubbling away, but really to no avail into this Galaxkopod that can retaliate with this Aqua Jet. The Azumarill obviously comfortably going to be able to take this. No shield needed to be utilized from Ouden.
Almost as if Ouden is in the mind of his opponent. Last time, you would have loved to have the Furret against the Galaxkopod. This time, by putting Azumarill against Galaxkopod, you avoid facing the Charger Bug in the back. Really smartly played by Ouden.
Yes, you want to keep the Galaxkopod on the field as long as possible. Keep Danny's timer as extended as possible so that Charger Bug doesn't have the utility to switch in. Another Aqua Jet's going to come through, but once again, Azumarill knows it can take this.
Yeah, Azumarill is so bulky. It's a water type itself. That means it resists the water type damage from the Aqua Jet. Galaxkopod's advantage is that it paces really quickly, so it's slowly whittling away, but it's really not putting pressure on the shields of Ouden.
Yes, those Shadow Claws really helping up to get to another Aqua Jet so quickly. Azumarill, however, applying pressure with those play rush, forcing some defensive plays from Danny here.
Now, Ouden is going to let this Azumarill go. It did have a ton of energy available, and he's likely going to need to come in with the Furret, because Furret, it resists the Shadow Claw, whereas Alolan Sandslash does not have a great matchup into Galaxapod.
But there's the Charger Bug now, so Charger Bug can go for these Volt Switch, and you can see they are doing a decent amount of chip damage into that Furret, but Furret has Swift ready to go. The bulk of Charger Bug will be able to withstand this, though.
Swift puts out some good neutral damage here, paired with the Sucker Punch as well. You're actually putting a lot of pressure onto this Charger Bug. Here comes the Discharge. This is quite a smart play from Danny, because he recognizes if Ouden were trying to catch onto the own Sandslash, X-Scissor would have been resisted. That's why I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to throw Discharge instead.
Yes, Furret though, however, Swift off the mark with a Swift here in retaliation. Once again, Danny not opting to go for a shield on this Charger Bug, knows it's able to take it, and a couple more Volt Switches will be able to pace it to an X-Scissor.
And there we do see the catch, and he does catch the X-Scissor this time. Danny threw the Discharge the first time to anticipate that catch. This time, Ouden actually gets it right. That must be quite frustrating for Danny, but Ouden is in a great position here. Tons of energy available on this Sandslash.
I love that the Sandslash can come in and not have to use that energy. A couple of Shadow Claws to get the KO, but now it can start unleashing it into this Galaxapod. But Galaxapod also has energy. The Aqua Jet comes through. Ouden, I think, wisely going for the shield here, because you want to make sure Sandslash stays in the game to go for the retaliation of its own.
Yeah, Drill Run, it is resisted by the Galaxapod, so this might not even knock out, but preserving the health on your Alolan Sandslash is really smart. Here comes the Shadow Drapion. You're instantly going to throw the Ice Punch bait, and you get the shield. Remember, a Drill Run would be super effective against the poison typing of Shadow Drapion, but most importantly, let's get these shields down, says Ouden.
Yes, and the shields have gone down on Danny's side, but that Drapion still has some energy in the tank, so it can go for this crunch. No shields on Ouden's side, it will connect and get the knockout on the Sandslash.
And look at this, the Furret is there, but there's no shields available, and it doesn't look like Swift will be enough to take out the Shadow Drapion. Danny could be able to pull this game back.
Yes, even though it is a Shadow variant, there's still a lot of HP remaining. Swift does come through, doesn't get near the KO range, and Aqua Tail is primed on that Drapion, so little Furret, unfortunately, going to have to take a bit of a splash into the next game.
Really nicely played by Danny here. Aqua Tail lands and takes out the Furret. Danny levels the score. It's now 1-1. We're in a best of 3 here. The next game means everything to these players. Whoever wins will proceed to the losers finals. If you lose this game, your tournament is over.
And I love a best of 3 situation. Everything is on the line for these trainers. One win away from being knocked out of the competition or advancing. Now, taking a look at that game too, the Charger Bug, I think, played a really nice role, getting some good, decent damage with the Volt Switches on the field, and then critically going for that X-Scissor. Ouden playing well though, switching in that Sandslash to get that catch, but it wasn't enough to take the victory.
I think one of the key moments there was when the Azumarill went down. And this is possibly one of the issues with Azumarill that players need to be aware of now. Yes, you can tank a lot of energy, but also you can potentially set your opponents up for a late game sweep, because the Azumarill charges so slowly, and if you're able to suppress its energy in the way that Danny did there, right? He threw an Aqua Jet just before Ouden wanted to unload his energy. Ouden's in a tricky position. He's like, look, if I shield, you might just match the shield and then farm me down anyway, and I don't want that either. And that was really nicely identified by Danny. He takes that game. Let's see what these players lock in for game number 3.
And particularly with the amount of water types that we have in the meta right now, when you are running that Azumarill, if you find yourself locked in against the switch timer, against Pokemon like the Galaxapod or even the Alolan Sandslash, you're really doing minimal damage, and it really can then be detrimental to needing Azumarill in the end game, but it's on such low HP your opponent can sweep it from the board.
So we've seen Ouden lean into the Alolan Sandslash, which doesn't have a great matchup against Galaxapod, whereas Furret is a little bit better. Ouden maybe needs to think of a better way to take down that Galaxapod, because Danny really is investing in it, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does that again in this game number 3. We've also seen Danny lean into that double bug strategy, Charger Bug plus Galaxapod. He's done it time and time again. It's worked for him in that game number 2. Will it come again in game number 3?
Drapion has also been a key component for Danny here. It paces so quickly to those Aqua Tails, and that can apply a lot of pressure very early on, particularly if you don't want an opponent, for example, the Furret, to just take unnecessary damage and leave itself vulnerable or out of the game for later on. So I think that Drapion is also a problem for Ouden.
Yes, I think Azumarill is useful again. Will we see it in this final game 3? We've got a Cradley up against the Azumarill. As we said, this is now finally a great lead for Danny.
Yes, able to go for these bullet seeds straight away. Super effective, fast attack damage, but Furret is here to play as well. Can retaliate with these sucker punches. You can see them stacking up against that Cradilly, but Cradilly gets to the Rock Tomb.
This Rock Tomb will do a decent chunk of damage into the Furret and will lower its attack. Furret does have the advantage, though, that it can put its attack right back up with that Trailblaze.
Yes, Trailblaze will be able to negate those effects and do a decent amount of damage to the Cradily. Dane able to preserve the shields at this point in time as well. So it's going to connect through. Doesn't quite get it into the yellow zone though.
And here comes a Grass Knot. This will do slightly more damage than the Rock Tomb. Ouden might think it's a Rock Tomb. He might think he might be able to hold on. He actually is going to shield. This is a great shield for Ouden because he doesn't even get the attack drop.
Yes, doesn't take that unnecessary damage and can farm up all of this energy. Another Trailblaze is ready to go.
Look how cute that Burret looks. The Trailblazer coming in. Its attack stat is now higher than it was when it entered the field because it's only taken one Rock Tomb and it's thrown 2 Trailblazers. Charger Bug now comes in, perhaps looking to sponge some of this energy.
Nice for the Cradily to get out of the way. Like you said, the attack boost will be making those sucker punches even stronger, and a couple of those could have got the knockout. So Charger Bug is able to come in, take the full force of this Swift, and is already at the X-Scissor, but there's the Azumarill!
Look at that catch. Azumarill is part Fairy type. That resists this bug type damage. If Danny had just thrown the discharge, that would have been super effective instead. A great catch by Ouden. Danny again will now be thinking, okay, I've got the discharge available. I can start to put pressure on this Azumarill.
Yep, switching up the strategy, going on the offensive, but Azumarill, knowing it can take one of these, doesn't go for one of its precious shields. Ouden still keeping this Azumarill in play, and there's the Ice Beam. This is a great way to try and get the knockout on the Charger Bug, and Danny lets it go through.
Yes, and Azumarill still has a chunk of health. It's not in a range where it can be farmed down, so a Pokemon will likely need to shield. Thankfully for Danny, he has 2 available.
And this is what we've seen quite a lot during the set, the Galaxkopod versus the Azumarill. Azumarill in a perilous situation here, doesn't have a lot of HP remaining. Danny has this shield, so the Play Rough is not going to be able to chunk away at the Galaxkopod, and Galaxkopod is pacing so quickly to its own charged attacks.
What have we said about Azumarill, especially when shields are in play? You are setting your opponent up for a massive farm down. Aqua Jet is going to be thrown, not because it needs to, but just because Danny is already at 100 energy. Ouden's not going to invest in it, but what can he really do in this position? He's only got 1 shield available, and Burret's already in low health.
You've got that Alolan Sand Slash as well. Now it really wants to contend with the Cradily in the back for Danny, but first it's got to get through this Galaxkopod. No shield coming through. We've got the Aqua Jet. We know this isn't going to do a huge amount of damage, but how quickly they pace, that was a lot more than I was expecting. It's not going to be able to take another one with these Shadow Claws following up. The shields are going to have to be invested.
Galaxkopod looking so powerful in this game number 3. Aqua Jet, if it lands, it might knock down the Sand Slash. All of that energy gone. Burret now comes in. It's got 1 shield available, but this Galaxkopod, look how much work it's putting in here.
Let's see if the little Ferret can do it. It's got energy on the board. It's able to go for the Swift, but Danny does still have that shield, and I don't think it's going to be able to use the Sucker Punches to get to another one.
Danny looks like he's going up to 2 Aqua Jets. He will win charge attack priority on this final attack. Ouden is going to shield and just pray that Danny doesn't have the final Aqua Jet. Little does he know that Danny has played this game to perfection. There it comes. Aqua Jet is about to land.
Ferret may be getting knocked out of the competition, but Danny, WWW with this Galaxkopod is able to advance into our losers finals.
Superbly played by the Swedishman. He went down in game number 1, he recovered game number 2, and game 3 was really a spectacular show. That Galaxkopod, I think everyone needs to take note. When it gets an energy advantage, it does damage.
It really was so incredibly well played, getting the energy up, using those Aqua Jets, even when they were not dealing super effective damage, they still were applying pressure to the Azumarill, weakening it up, making sure that it wasn't going to be able to get the knockouts on the other Pokemon, enabling Danny a path for success.
Now, obviously, commiserations to Ouden and to his Ferret, but there is good news for one caster in the roster, and that is that the only player that doesn't have Azumarill on their team is still in the competition. Danny showing that you don't need the bulky water type, perhaps it's the fast-pacing, aggressive one that can do the job instead.
And taking a look back at this game 1 that Ouden was the victor in, using that Alolan Sand Slash to take down the Cradily was really beautifully played, but Danny didn't let Ouden outposition him in the next couple of matches, using this Charger Bug, I think, to great success, getting to those X-Scissors and priming them perfectly. Even though the Alolan Sand Slash was able to catch it here, the fact that the Charger Bug kept the team distracted enough that Galaxkopod could come through and shine really did mean that Danny was in control of this match.
And it was a little bit of a crazy match at times. You saw Ouden switching in and out, making tons of really valuable catches, and yet Danny was able to power through the double bug strategy. really not one that we have seen a lot of working really well for Danny.
And I think as well the Aquajet damage, I was really surprised how much it did to that Alolan Sandslash, for example. Really did apply a lot of pressure, particularly after a couple of Shadow Claws. It left it so incredibly vulnerable, and I think coming into this new meta, we've spoken a lot about Lapras being the standout water type, but Galaxkobolten is definitely one that you guys at home could even try and pick up and try for yourself. It's really nice seeing it doing so well.
Yes, I thought from the very beginning, Galaxkobolten with that Aquajet and with that X-Scissor, it would definitely be featuring in day 2. And Danny is showing that it could be one that can go all the way. Shadow Claw as its fast attack, we know is great. Brilliant neutral pressure in so many matchups. And then the really fast pacing to X-Scissor and Aquajet is brilliant for Galaxkobolten, as well as that bug defensive typing. That was massive versus that Alolan Sandslash.
It really was, and making sure that you have this really well-paced attack like Aquajet. We've seen it on Drapion with Aqua Tail, for example. Even if it's not doing a huge amount of damage, you're able to apply pressure, and Galaxkobolten has the edge on Drapion where it has same type attack bonus, so it's able to deal even more. It was great to be able to see Pokemon like Furret and normal types in general still having play because they resist those Shadow Claws, and if Shadow Claw is one of those fast attacks that is not resisted, it can actually stack up a lot of damage as well as generate a lot of energy.
Now, at the beginning of this season, lots of players talked about where we saw the role of certain Pokemon in this meta. And players talked about, look, are you always going to be top of the meta, or are you always going to be top usage or a medal placement? Well, Galaxkobolten, right when it came in, I said, look, this is rarely going to be top usage, but this will very frequently be in day 2. Danny is showing that it absolutely deserves that judgment there very frequently in day 2 because it just has so much flexible play into this meta. It has, in my opinion, replaced Shadow for Alligator.
I think that's a very true testament, actually. Shadow for Alligator has been almost nowhere to be seen throughout this tournament, and I think because it's a Pokemon that was so integral to so many teams in the previous meta, trainers like to see it in usage. It slips very harmoniously into a lot of teams, so if it's maybe the new kid on the block, then it's the one that trainers want to pick up to fill that slot.
And it might not have the same prominence that Shadow for Alligator had, but that's partly, that's partly because Shadow for Alligator was operating in a little bit of a narrower meta. Now that there's so many options available, I don't think the usage that we're seeing across the board is ever going to be as high as we've seen previous numbers in previous metas. But I tell you what is high, the number of cool Pokemon available. And if anyone knows me, they know I love cool Pokemon.
We definitely do behind the desk. The cool Pokemon, and one of them I believe is one of your favorites, the Pangoro, is still in the competition.
Yes. We've got the plushie right here.
We do. We actually, I think, have the little baby Pancham as well. We have next to the Furret that is, you know, consoling it right now. But talk to us about Pangoro. Why is it currently so good in this meta?
So we saw a better distribution of Psywave. Psywave is a psychic type fast attack. Lapras
is doing so well.
Much of it. And lots of fighting type Pokemon that want to counter the ice type of Lapras are then suddenly at risk. They say, I don't want to take the Psywave damage. But Pangoro has a unique ability in this meta in that it is a dark type as well. So it is a fighter that can come in and resist the Psywave while still putting a lot of pressure on those ice types. PvP David, he is running the Pangoro. So let's see if he is able to put it to success in these losers finals. This is a Swedish versus Swedish match-off.
I think what's very interesting as well is coming into day 2, we had 4 trainers on the winner's side of the bracket, and the 3 remaining trainers were from that winner's bracket at the beginning of the day. Now diving deeper into PvP David and Danny's matchup here. Both of them so well accoladed, incredible trainers, and PvP David on such a roll, using that Pangoro, but also using that Talonflame to great success.
This is a really interesting team composition from PvP David. He has stuck with the Shadow Drapion and Azumarill core that we all know was very strong from last season. He's then brought in newcomer Cradily with access to Rock Tomb and another Rock Tomb user in Claydol. They can put so much pressure on opponents because even if you shield a Rock Tomb, you're getting that attack drop.
Yes, exactly, and that's something you've got to be cognizant of going forward. What's interesting about these trainers as well is they already faced earlier today, and it was actually PvP David who knocked Danny down into the loser's side of the bracket. So this is going to be a little bit of a rematch and redemption arc for Danny, potentially using that Charger Bug that has been so pivotal in this match, a Pokemon that I don't think a lot of us were expecting to see coming forward, and that Galaxkobolten that we have just talked so much about. A fantastic Pokemon choice.
Now, let's remember that Galaxkobolten does have a really good matchup into that Pangoro, but these players, they have played already in this tournament. We saw what Pangoro did to Danny, and he will be remembering that. He will want to adjust. Now, look, From a storyline perspective, there's great news. You're going to have a Swedish player in the Stockholm Regional Championships Grand Finals no matter what, but both of these players, they want to be that Swede.
They want to be writing a new chapter in their story because both of them, although they came into the winner's bracket at the beginning of the day, they've both now found themselves in the loser side of things, and they want to be able to try and get into that grand final to face down against Nickname. Now, one Pokemon that both these trainers are sharing is this Cradily. Now, Cradily we've seen do so well, you know, being able to apply pressure to the water types like the Azumarill on PvP David's side with those Bullet Seeds, but there are some Pokemon on David's side that can counter the Cradily in return.
Yes, so many options available to these players. Let's see if they've locked the right choices in. We're getting straight into the game 1 of the losers finals. This is a best of 5, and we have Shadow Drapion against Galaxkopolten.
Fresh off its recent victory, Galaxkopolten is back on the field, going for these Shadow Claws down into the Drapion. Obviously not doing a huge amount of damage, but that energy is primed on both sides of the field. The Aqua Jet goes first.
So Aqua Jet is going to do a decent chunk of damage, but because the Shadow Drapion is a Dark-type Pokemon, it's not really that easy to Shadow Claw it down. Meanwhile, this Crunch, although it's coming in second, it will still do a lot to the Galaxkopolten as well.
And it goes unshielded, so it will connect and do a huge amount of damage, really putting this Galaxkopolten in a vulnerable spot. The Pangoro joins the field, but Charjabug is there to meet it.
I like this aggressive swap by PvP David. He knows that Galaxkopolten is one of Danne's stronger options. He puts it into a range where Night Slash would be able to take it down. Danne with the double bug strategy once more. Charjabug comes in to soak up all of this fighting pressure.
And these Volt Switches might be coming through a little bit slower, but they are definitely chunking away at the Pangoro. The X's are a Y shield on PvP David's side of things.
Now, X's are usually resisted by fighting types, but it's actually super effective against the dark typing of Pangoro, which makes it neutral, and that is the better option to throw. Danne is free to throw it because the switch timers aren't up.
Yes, and now Pangoro once again able to go for one of these Night Slashes. There's not a lot of HP left. Danne might just let this go through so that the shields are still intact for the rest of the game, and Charjabug drops.
In comes the Shadow Drapion. It's at a range where an Aqua Tail will put a lot of pressure onto this Pangoro. David recognizes that, so he doesn't even go up to the close combat. He just says, I will chip down the Shadow Drapion and make sure I don't need to give a shield first.
Yep, there goes a shield on the Drapion. However, it's got so much energy in the tank at 2 Aqua Tails, but the Azumarill's there to meet it. A fantastic switch by David.
A beautiful catch from David. Danne wanted to throw the Aqua Tail just before David reached the Night Slash. David knew that his opponent was likely to do that, caught the Aqua Tail onto the Azumarill, and Azumarill can honestly sponge so much of this pressure from Shadow Drapion. As a fairy type, it also resists Crunch.
Yes, it can take these attacks all day long, but the defense drop, that's not something it can have control over. That could be detrimental going forward as the switch timer has pinned the Azumarill in.
Yes, that could be a huge moment for Danne because it means the Poison Stings are putting on way more pressure to this Azumarill. Danne is still very much in this game. He is trying to really load the pressure onto the Azumarill. He's going to throw the Crunch as he reaches 100 energy. So much energy available to the Shadow Drapion.
Yes, let's see with that defense drop whether that's going to play a role in... Oh, Azumarill's just hanging on. It's able to switch out, and we've got the Drapion here on the field going for these fast attacks, but once again, X-Scissor is primed.
I really like this from Danne, aggressively coming in to get the farm down. David recognized it, came in with the Shadow Drapion. He's going to let it go and put it all on the Pangoro. He's going to karate chop this Galaxkopolten down. He has a lot of energy. He looks like he's going to land a close combat. Superbly played by PvP David once more.
Absolutely beautiful. No shields remaining, so Drapion is going to have to take the full force of this close combat coming through, and PvP David is able to take game 1 in this best of 5 losers final.
Pangoro very quickly becoming the stuff of nightmares for Danne. He actually played a team that all have play into the Pangoro. He had 2 bug types. He's resisting fighting type damage on 2/3 of his team, and the other Pokemon, the Shadow Drapion, it actually outpaces Pangoro most of the time, and yet, who comes out on top? The Panda Bear.
I mean, this is something we have spoken about a lot today, is being cognizant of not only your own counts and when your charge attacks are ready, but also when your opponents were. And David played the most beautiful play there. Danne had just got to the 2nd Aqua Jet on Galaxkopolten, and then suddenly David switched in that Azumarill to take that attack, knowing it was coming. And I think being so self-aware of when your opponent is going to go for that damage is so critical.
One really nice thing that David did in that game was that catch onto the Azumarill. And the reason why he was able to make that catch with such confidence is because Danne was overloading on energy. And David was getting closer to the Night Slash, and Danne was trying to optimize the energy on his side. He said, look, I know you're not going to throw a charge attack into me yet. Let me see if I can put more fast attack pressure in. However, every single poison sting that goes through, the probability of him throwing the charge attack increases. And it then got to the point where it was so likely that he had to throw the attack. David made the call and he made it right.
So every single second counts here. You've got to make sure you're making that decision at the right point. But we're going to jump into game 2. It's going to be the Claydol, an adaptation here for David versus the Drapion.
And we talk about decisions. This is a fantastic decision for PvP David with a Mud Slapper into the Poison Sting user, and Galaxkopolten is immediately met by Azumarill. David has the alignment that he wants, but let's remember that if Galaxkopolten wants to, it can force through an Azumarill.
Yes, we have seen these Aqua Jets, particularly with that same type attack bonus, just whittle away at opposing Pokemon, but we have to remember the Ice Beam is also on that Azumarill. It is primed and ready. This is something that the Galaxkopolten can take one of, but might be forcing potentially some shields in the future. We are going to see the Play Rough come through. Again, going to be doing some good damage.
Yeah, that's right. And Danne lets this go through just in case it was an Ice Beam bait. Galaxkopolten resists the Ice-type damage. Azumarill resists the Water-type damage as well, but you can see that both Pokemon are starting to go into the yellow. It's starting to go low. Neither player wanting to give up a shield yet.
So much energy on Galaxkopolten's side, but Azumarill's there to meet it. This time, it is indeed going for that Ice Beam. Now, there's not a lot of HP remaining on this Galaxkopolten. Does Danne want to keep it? Yes, goes for the shield and says, I want to use the energy that it has banked to try and force some shields out from you.
I really like this play from PvP David. He says, I'm going to throw on suboptimal timing, but it forces the shield. And now you come in with the Charger Bug, and we reveal that Danne plays ABA weak to this Claydol. However, Charger Bug can hit back. This X-Scissor will do a decent chunk of damage. Bug is super effective against Psychic type. And you can see there that maybe David was a little surprised at how much it did.
Yes, that was a considerable amount of damage, so I can see why Claydol wants to go for the Rock Tomb, lower the attack of that opposing Charger Bug, so it's unable to deal so much damage again. But particularly with these Mud Slaps, I think it's only going to need 2 more to be able to get the knockout, but Charger Bug just gets the edge for another X-Scissor. Is the attack debuff going to be enough to allow Claydol to hold on?
That is the question. X-Scissor comes through, and the Charger Bug doesn't quite take out the Claydol. Volt Switch doesn't even get through, and the Claydol almost is out of move. Can Galaxkopolten snipe it? Yes, it can. Claydol goes down. Galaxkopolten still has a ton of energy, but it's forced to throw it, and Azumarill, PvP David is absolutely fine to take it here.
Yes, really happy to take the Aqua Jet on this occasion for the Azumarill and keep those shields in play. It does just hang on, but look at all of that energy. Drapion comes in there to take the Ice Beam.
It does catch the Ice Beam. It could have been a Play Rough, but that's still valuable damage for PvP David. He'll now look to come in with the Pangoro. It's got 2 shields available, and you can probably just go straight Night Slash, hoping for a boost, but even if you don't, the chip damage is enough.
We saw how well Pangoro can play into Drapion, though, being able to use this damage to get it off the field, but the Aqua Tail will come through first of all, but look, Night Slash is ready.
And it is a resisted attack. Danny's like, I don't want to shield this. I'm not going to shield this. But David is now going to 2-shield, Karate Chop down, and then take out that Galaxkopolten in the end game. That's the plan. Will it work?
Yes, Drapion here now able to go for the Aqua Tail. That shield comes up on David's side, knowing that the Karate Chops are just going to be able to get rid of this opposing Drapion from play. There we go. It has been felled, and now Galaxkopolten is forced to come out to meet it.
Look at the amount of energy on this Pangoro. It will win charge attack priority if that situation arises. Danne will think, can I reach another Aqua Jet? I'm not sure if I can. The Pangoro is putting in so much work. PvP David takes the game 2-0, but this is a best of 5. There is one more win needed.
But he's one step closer to being able to get into that grand final. We have seen this before, though, where a player is able to reverse sweep up. So it's not over for Danne yet. In these first 2 games, there's a lot of information he's been able to utilize. But my question, Tomahawk, how do you get through the Pangoro?
You are doing everything in your power. You're running double bug constantly to try and suppress this Pangoro, and yet it is just powering through. I'm really not sure if Danne has much alternative than the 3 that he's running. Will he try something else? If you look at the 3 other Pokemon on his team of 6, you've got an Alolan Sandslash. That's absolutely not helping you versus Pangoro. You've then got a Shadow Claw and Foul Play user in Sableye, and Crazily, which also takes super effective from the fighting damage. Maybe an option is to try and use Sableye to bait out the Pangoro, and then it could be free for something else in the back. but truthfully, the double bug strategy makes a lot of sense, so I completely see why Danne is leaning into it. David is just accommodating it absolutely superbly.
You're right, though, that the bug strategy would be great if it's able to find the X-Scissor mark on the Pangoro, but David is playing so incredibly well at bringing that Pangoro out into the late game, already having some energy stored up from earlier, making some good switches with Pokemon like the Azumarill, and it's just enabling a path of success for this Pangoro. But let's jump into this game 3. It is a Drapion mirror on the field.
Both of these Shadow Drapion will pace at the exact same time to their Aqua Tails. Both players know it. The only difference is which one wins charge attack priority. PvP David, he's going to blink first, throws the Aqua Tail, Danne, immediate no shield.
Yes, this Aqua Tail will come through and connect onto the opposing one here. Does a significant amount of damage to that Shadow variant, making it a little bit more weaker to the damage it can take, but it can also dish it back an additional amount as well, and that's what Aqua Tail is doing right now.
Do you try and catch the second Aqua Tail on one of your water types? Yes, yes you do! The Galaxkobolten comes in, takes that Aqua Tail, and you bank the energy on that Shadow Drapion in the endgame.
Yes, that's a fantastic thing to bear in mind there for Danne. The Galaxkobolten in prime position now to not only farm up some energy, but get that X-Scissor ready to threaten that Pangoro we know is in the back, but Azumarill comes in to eat it up.
Yeah, we almost knew that catch was coming. Azumarill will sponge any energy from the Galaxkobolten. The Aqua Jet comes through. It's still the attack that you prefer to throw because X-Scissor is also resisted, but let's now remember, David has even more energy on his Shadow Drapion now.
David almost saying, anything you can do, I can do better by switching in my water types for a catch. Now Galaxkobolten can go for this Aqua Jet, but we know that the Azumarill can take this very comfortably.
Now, there is no Claydol in this matchup, but again, Danne went for that line, weak to Claydol. Azumarill here is very comfortable with play rough, and so David's line calls, even though he's not got the best position, is still so very comfortable. Charge Bug now coming in, Volt switches into Discharge, will put pressure on the Azumarill.
This is something Azumarill doesn't appreciate, but that switch timer is nearly up. It's able to go for a play rough, and it will be reset by the end of this charge attack.
Now, do you go for a full Volt switch down? Does David let you do that?
Well, let's have a look. Charge Bug is going to try. We've got a couple of Volt switches coming through, but there is the Drapion. It has energy banked already. A crunch is coming the way of the Charger Bug.
Unfortunately for David, a full Volt switch went through. Danne probably recognizes that and thinks, well, hold on a minute. I have a lot of energy to use here. However, he then puts a Volt switch and caps himself at 100 energy. So he doesn't quite get the full advantage of it, but he will take out this Shadow Drapion before taking another attack, and so he does still have a ton of energy he can now offload. X-Scissor is the attack to throw into the Pangoro.
Yes, this is the beautiful thing about that energy. You can go for that one X-Scissor to guarantee the KO and still have another one to threaten against that Pangoro, forcing one of the pressure shields on David's side of things. There's still one more though, so you have to go for the second X-Scissor to force the second shield, and hopefully you can get to a third one to get the damage on the board.
Yeah, Danne really relying on the energy of his Charger Bug here, knowing he does still have energy on his Drapion in the endgame. The Azumarill is still available for a catch in the back, so let's remember that. David will want to use the Azumarill probably as a catch, not really allowing his opponent to farm down. That would be less preferable.
Well, the Charger Bug finally finds its mark onto that Pangoro, but it is ready with a close combat of its own. And no shield on Danne's side. The close combat will come through.
Now, if this close combat takes out the Charger Bug, it doesn't quite, and that means the Shadow Drapion can come in. It can potentially farm, but it might not make a difference, because if the Pangoro has another close combat, no, the Pangoro went down to the Volt switch because of the close combat.
Well, there we go. The crunch is going to come through. We know that Azumarill, being a fairy type, can't resist this, but it's still enough to get the knockout. Danne takes a game and is still in this tournament.
Really well played from Danne. For a second, I thought that the Pangoro had dipped back out. It actually had dipped back into the Pokeball, and that's because the Volt Switch went through when the close combat landed. Close combat, it double drops your defense, so David wasn't able to use all of the energy that he had wanted to against the Charger Bug, and as we saw, Azumarill it didn't have the health or the energy to make a difference in the end game.
Sometimes that's how the very powerful moves like close combat can be balanced out, because you have to take those defense drops and it can leave you vulnerable to exactly what we saw play out there and the KO from the Charger Bug. But Danne, I think, played really well adjusting to that. The Galaxkobolten went down a little bit earlier than it had in the previous two games, and I was a bit concerned at first, but the fact that the Charger Bug was able to come in and play so well did, I think, give him more momentum in the match.
That Charger Bug really put in work there. And I think one moment that David could have optimized is when he comes in with the Shadow Drapion. He could have done one Poison Sting first before throwing the Crunch. By throwing it immediately, you use one turn for the swap. and then you use one turn to throw the attack, and that gave the damage on for Danne. But now we're getting into this game number 4.
Yep, let's keep the matches rolling. Drapion versus the Sandslash, but changes on both sides of the field here. It's the Pangoro and the Charger Bug.
So Charger Bug comes to suppress the energy of Pangoro. We're seeing this time and time again. Is it the case that Danne has worked out how do you neutralize this fighting type?
Well, the Pangoro is not holding back, goes straight away for a Night Slash, gets some damage on the board against the Charger Bug, playing more conservatively with that close combat. There is another Night Slash ready, so a shield going down, doesn't want to take this damage from the X-Scissor.
X-Scissor not going to land on the Pangoro. Pangoro still has a ton of energy that David wants to use, but he's probably going to need to shield again. There it is, 2 shields up already.
This is what we saw the Charger Bug do in that previous game, go for 2 X-Scissors, get rid of the shield, and then land the third. But the Pangoro does have a lot of energy. It's at 2 Night Slashes here.
A ton of energy available to the Pangoro. This Night Slash, it probably won't be enough to knock out the Charger Bug. Danne recognizes this. He hangs on. Can the Charger Bug reach another attack? It's going to be very close. It goes down.
Ooh, is able to karate chop it down. There is so much energy on this Pangoro, and that could be very good going into a Pokemon like the Sandslash.
It's time to start close combating.
I think so, because you have that switch timer as well. You can switch out from the drops if you want, or you can say, Pangoro, you've done your job. We can let you go from here. But Danne now has the decision to make. Does not shield the close combat. Wow, that's a knockout.
Goodbye, Alolan Sandslash. Danne will now likely shield this Shadow Drapion, and he should be able to Poison Sting down. David might not want that to happen, so I wouldn't be surprised if he swaps in his own Shadow Drapion. There it is.
Perfectly called there, Tomahawk, bringing in that Drapion to make sure that the opposing one does not get any additional energy from that farm down. The Aqua Tail is going to come through from the Drapion on David's side.
Aqua Tail doing a decent chunk of damage. No shields available to David. 1 shield available to Danne. David is doing really, really well here because he also still has the Azumarill.
Yes, keeping composure in this losers finals. He's 1 game away from advancing into grand finals, and Drapion is doing all it can here with these Aqua Tails to get him there.
Now, Danne has a great position in the Shadow Drapion, being able to be shielded and take out the opposing Shadow Drapion, but what energy do you have available to throw into the Azumarill in the back?
Yeah, Azumarill going to be very tricky to get through. There are no shields remaining on David's side, so it is going to have to take this Aqua Tail. But both of these Drapions just battling away at each other. Azumarill now has the free switch in and is able to go for these bubbles. I think might be able to get just 2 more to be able to apply pressure with something like the Ice Beam. And there we go, Azumarill has got it.
Azumarill has got it. It reaches the Ice Beam because Danne knows the crunch wouldn't be enough anyway. He smiles. He's always smiling. But David is the one who is absolutely beaming inside. He wins these losers finals. The players hug. And David and Azumarill will progress to the grand finals.
PvP David advancing into grand finals, facing down against Nickname. We have our ending, our penultimate match carved out. DanneWWW, what a valiant effort with that Galaxkobol. But as you said, David advances, Nickname's waiting, and it's going to be 2 Azumarills in grand finals.
I think Arceus Aurelius might have to get his shower cap on.
I think so too. I kind of wish we could see him right now and see his reaction, but I have to say, having a front row seat to this match, what a privilege it has been.
PvP David, this is going to be his 2nd grand finals this season. Now, the first time in Stuttgart, he was on the winner's side of the bracket. This time, he's coming from the loser's side of the bracket. That means if he wants to take it all here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, he needs to win 2 best-of-5s against Nickname, who is sat waiting for him. And this is going to be a pretty insane match.
And this is a Pokemon you got to keep your eye on. This Pangoro was so integral to David's success in this losers finals. It was able to apply a lot of pressure to Danne's team despite the double bug strategy that Danne had to try and take it down.
Really, really well played by David, but that Pangoro, every single game, I have not seen Pangoro dominate quite as much as that. Like, yes, you can catch some people off sometimes, but Pangoro there was almost a must-bring, and you had 2 bug types that you had to get through, and David said, no problem.
But it was that karate chop down in that game 3 as well was really nice, because not only did you get the knockout, but you preserved all of your energy. You didn't have to use a charge attack to guarantee that KO, and I think that gave him such a momentum swing to be able to take the victory in that set.
Yeah, Alolan Sandslash, we've seen lots of players use it, perhaps because there's not been too much fighting presence in the meta at the moment. Oh my goodness, that close combat. That didn't just take down 1 Alolan Sandslash. That Alolan Sandslash for generations will be shivering.
Yes, I think a lot of the Alolan Sandslashes were kind of scared when, you know, the Alolans, not the Alolan, the Primate and the
Primate and
Annihilate. Annihilate, that's the one. Alolan and Annihilate, they sound similar. When that kind of burst down to the field, that made things very difficult for the Sandslash. And actually going into our finals, we've spoken about how fighters have been maybe not as dominant, but we have not only this Pangoro, but we have that Annihilate as well, the Shadow form in finals.
So lots of different options available to players. When you're picking your fighting type, if you're picking a fighting type at all, there are so many available Pokemon that are really, really strong, and they are used in their own way. But David, he's played against Nickname, he's lost to Nickname already, he will want that redemption opportunity. He's going to get it. Will he make the most of it?
This is where I find our grand finals bracket so interesting, because for one of our trainers, they're currently undefeated in the tournament, and they could go all the way undefeated to get the champion title. But even if they take one loss, they're still in the game. They've just got to do it all over again.
Yeah, best of 5s available. These players will want to get inside each other's head. We want to get inside their head as well. So Adelian has brought them in for an interview. Let's take it away.
It's a bit easier. Hello trainers, welcome back to this interview. I have the 2 grand finalists here ready to do battle, but before that, let's hear a little bit from them. Welcome David, welcome Nickname. Congratulations to the 2 of you for making it this far. So, question time. Did you think you would make it? David, do you think you would actually get this far?
No. Well, like my goal is always to try and win the regional, but
yeah.
Like this past week and the other week, the week before, I was so sick. I had like the flu.
Oh, right.
I was like feeling really bad, but like getting here I'm really happy.
Yes, consider it means quite a lot to overcome not just the battles and the trainers, but also yourself to an extent. So I'm very glad that you've made it this far. Nickname, you have been on the Play Pokemon scene for quite a while with Bremen. And now there's another opportunity, and you're coming from the winner's bracket. Did you think this would be the position you end up in as the favorite to win potentially?
Never. Honestly, never. My goal here was just to reach the top 8, which I did in, well, fairly quickly, because I just swept my group and didn't have to go through the loser's bracket like I usually have to do. So yeah, being here on the winner's side, and even especially in the grand finals is amazing.
Yes, no, I'm glad. Well, I'm glad that you are also having success. Now, I've got to ask a question to you, David. You are the local favorite. You are defending home territory, as it were. Does that add a certain degree of additional importance to you for you to win?
Of course, like winning like the hometown would be like really cool, but I don't really think that too much about that. I feel like I just focus and do my own thing and really hope that I can just take the win and just try my best to see how it goes.
Yes, for sure. And hopefully, I know there are quite a few Swedish and other Scandinavian folk in the crowd that are very excited for you. I know that some of the casters are very excited for you as well, because of course you're in a caster draft, in my pick. So I'm going to, of course, have that favoritism there. But Nickname, you usually come to these events with some of your friends from Poland and elsewhere. Is it important to you to get that other win and bring some more glory back to your track record?
Could you repeat?
Yeah, sure. Does winning this regional add a bit more accolade to your good track record already in these events?
Oh, absolutely. I've been doing pretty well this season. I started the season with being third in Dortmund, which was like a very good place and very good performance. And my last tournament was EYC, where I reached day 2 as well. So yeah, that was also really good. So it's already my 3rd day 2, which is more than I ever achieved in all previous seasons. So yeah, I'll be really happy to if I would win this regional.
Okay, trainers, there's a best of 5 here, and then potentially, if David works his magic, there might be another best of 5. One final question to you both. Any trainers, any key individuals in your life that you want to give a shout out to for helping you in some way to this journey? David, I'll start with you.
Yeah, of course. I would really like to give a shout out to my family.
Of course.
And also my teammates from Team Pizza, always been supportive with like giving advice on teams, like some matchups I have. They're always supportive about it.
Yes. Nickname for yourself?
I would like to give a shout out to a couple of people who helped me scrim and build my my final team. In particular, SS Storm, Semi, a lot of my teammates from the Pogods team, and also my Polish teammates who also helped me scrimming and helping prepare for the entire tournament, and everyone who scrimmed with me in general, because there's a lot of people, so I probably wouldn't even be able to mention them all.
Well, of course, we want to see you battle. We will be here a while if you mention all the people that have helped you in some way, shape or form. The trainers are ready for this grand final. We here in this arena are ready for this grand final. Viewers at home, we hope you are ready for this grand final. So casters, we will send it back to you.
We too are ready for what is going to be an incredible grand finals. It's always lovely to hear their insights just ahead of the match, because you can almost have that rivalry brewing a little bit, but then also they have so much respect and love for the game. They're ready.
I think both of these players are so incredibly humble. They have so much respect for one another, but they're also really pleased to have got as far as they have. PvP David, he mentioned, he goes, I wasn't feeling very well, but I've had so much support from my teammates, and honestly, he's such a prolific player. He will really want to go all the way, but he has a big hurdle to climb. He has to win 2 best of 5s if he wants to win it here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
And both of them as well have what it takes to go all the way. They've been able to take #1 spots at championships before, but they want to be able to add that second to their name. And I think PvP David as well, having won an event already this season, wants to try and get the double. That's not something every trainer is able to achieve.
No, not at all. And he has his whole family rooting for him. Nickname as well. So many friends here really wanting to see him go and get gold. And to be honest, I'm pretty impressed with both of these players, because one has brought an Annihilate and the other has brought a Pangoro. So I'm pretty pleased to see both of those reach a final in this Might and Mastery season. But there's one Pokemon that Marcus didn't want to see. Arceus Aurelius, he set the world a challenge. He said, if Azumarill wins an event this season, then I will let a bucket of water be poured on my head. I hate to say it, but Azumarill has made the final on both sides. It will be winning the Stockholm Regional Championships.
It was #1 in the usage stats going into day 2. On day 1, it was only in second. It's been so incredible, this tournament. You and I have been talking about how it's being used a little bit differently. The move pool's still the same. Bubble as its fast attack, Ice Beam, Play Rough as its charge attack, but it doesn't have the same, I suppose, core synergy. We've seen it used before with Drapion, for example. It's kind of carving out its own water mirror mark.
It's really interesting the way that each player is using Azumarill. Most players are relying on its water and fairy typing. These are really good types defensively, and that means Azumarill, it really doesn't have to worry about many Pokemon in the meta. It's often paired with the Shadow Drapion. That's the poison type of choice, and Azumarill can hit that back quite hard. But Nickname has a slight advantage, because the poison type that he is pairing Azumarill with is Swalot.
This is the new poison type on the block, and it's been doing so incredibly well. It has phenomenal bulk, and Sludge that it got a boost to in this new meta has been able to really pressure a lot of these Azumarills. And, you know, Play Rough doesn't do the same impact with Swallow as it did to Drapion previously.
Yeah, so you look at the Pokemon that PvP David has on his team, and actually Azumarill looks very flexible into it. And this Azumarill on the other side, the Nickname's Azumarill, it's protected by Swalot, so that means PvP David's Azumarill is under risk. Both of these players will be looking to take their Azumarill all the way. I'm interested to see which fighter comes out on top as well.
Yes, we've been talking about this. The Pangoro has been so integral for PvP David, but on the opposing side for Nickname, you have that Shadow Annihilate, kind of a staple of previous metas, and the fact that it has that attack boosting Rage Fist as well can give it so much momentum if pinned in the correct position.
So what would you do if you are Nickname in this position? Because you can see that your Azumarill looks really, really strong. How do you best take advantage of it? We've seen him in the past use Guzzlord a ton. Guzzlord doesn't really want to be up against a Pokemon like Pangoro or, of course, PvP David's own Azumarill. There's so much flexibility on this team. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Swalot come out a lot for Nickname.
I think Swalot has to be a staple on this team. The Guzzlord, I know Nickname has always been tempted to use, is very versatile with it, but as you've mentioned, the Play Rough on Azumarill, and particularly the fighting type moves on the Pangoro, can make things a little bit difficult. I wonder if there's play potentially for something like the Lapras here. The Lapras can do decently well into Pokemon like the Claydol, for example, and can have some good coverage into other Pokemon. You just have to watch out, I think, for obviously the Cradilly.
The Cradilly is really strong. It has access to the super effective Grass Knot against Azumarill, but Rock Tomb just looks so good against so many Pokemon. Nickname only has one Pokemon that resists Rock Tomb. It is that Shadow Annihilate. But Shadow Annihilate in a lot of metas can be really tricky to bring. It doesn't really want to be up against Azumarill, and Talonflame, particularly when shields start to go down, can threaten it as well.
Yes, Talonflame has those flying type charge attacks, and if you're able to get the energy up on them, fighters like Annihilate really do not want to take that damage. Both these trainers are actually rocking Talonflame. That's not something we've touched on. It's been a Pokemon that's dropped in and out of metas, but right now seems firmly in a good champion position.
I wonder whether PvP David will try and use his Claydol. Claydol has decent play into a lot of Nickname's team. It resists Psywave, it resists Counter, it does super effective Mudslap damage against Swalot, can hit the Guzzlord for super effective with Ice Beam and the Talonflame for super effective with Rock Tomb, but it does have its own frailties. Psychic is not a great defensive type, and Ground as well means that Nickname has a lot of play back into it too.
I think you've sold me on the offensive capabilities though, for sure, and considering we've said that Swalot is a Pokemon that Nickname is very likely to bring, having that ground type Mudslap coverage can be a really nice way to not only get fast attack damage on the board, but also start getting up that energy. The Ice Beam can be so good into Pokemon like that Guzzlord, and even the Talonflame doesn't want to take that attack. You also have the Rock Tomb. Not only can that deal decent damage, but the attack drops, I think, could be critical here.
I think with teams like these, I wouldn't be surprised if David opts for an ABB strategy. What that means is your first Pokemon is strong against one of the Pokemon that you're most concerned about. You then use your first B to bait out the Pokemon you're worried about, and your final B is then available in the back. Let's see if that happens here. We have Claydol into Guzzlord, the first game of the Grand Finals here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
Claydol just going for these Mudslaps down, farming up some energy, trying to get to that Ice Beam to apply some pressure, but instead goes for the Rock Tomb. Guzzlord gets there first though.
Crunch will do a massive amount of damage to the Psychic-type Claydol. David doesn't mind. He's actually going straight for the Rock Tomb. So Nickname doesn't need to shield this because it won't do a huge amount of damage. It will, though, guarantee an attack drop.
We've seen PvP David play like this before, you know, letting damage come through and preserving those shields for the end game, and Claydol getting that attack drop could be in a really nice position to set up another Pokemon to deal with this Guzzlord. Claydol goes down.
So Azumarill's going to come in, and Nickname's going to immediately preserve all of that energy on the Guzzlord and respond with the Lapras instead. Lapras, remember, it doesn't have charge attacks that it can throw into the Azumarill comfortably, but it can also sponge a lot of the pressure that the Azumarill puts out.
And those fast attacks with the Psywaves are putting in some work. The Play Rough will come through, however, that's a decent amount of damage onto Lapras, but again, both these Pokemon, other than the Play Rough, can't do a lot of damage with their charge attacks. It really comes down to the Lapras for that Psywave.
Really smartly played, by the way, by Nickname. Because Swalot looked so good, he anticipated that David would play strong into the Swalot. What do? You don't bring it.
That's the mind game of a potential champion. The sparkling area is going to come down here from the Lapras. Of course, Azumarill is going to be able to take this really well, but it does still go now into the yellow zone.
Now, we're seeing so many Azumarill, so many Lapras. This might be the trigger for players to start considering Skull Bash on their Lapras, because it would put Lapras in such a better position here. Look how low it's already getting when it can't throw any neutral attacks into this Azumarill.
The bubbles as well getting dangerously close to KOing this Lapras. The sparkling aria will come down once again. We know that the Azumarill can hang on here, and is it going to be able to get to the energy it wants? It's got the Ice Beam, it's got the Play Rough ready, and now it's facing down against its opponent.
Now, I was wondering, why is the Lapras not throwing the Ice Beam against Azumarill? It does do more damage. Perhaps Nickname didn't mind, and he said, I will want to get more of a farm down anyway. So he comes in with this Azumarill, and it's being responded to by a Talonflame.
Talonflame not going to appreciate the bubbles coming through from the fast attacks, nor this Ice Beam, so a wise shield here on PvP David's side. We've actually seen David play very well with these shields before, banking them both on Talonflames to guarantee some big damage with the charge attacks. First, we're going to see the fly come through. A shield goes up on Nickname's side.
Yeah, Nickname puts up the shield David will probably be pleased to see this because Brave Bird is the one that he wants to go unshielded, and these incinerates generate a lot of energy, but Azumarill, it's actually getting to its ice beams pretty quickly too.
Forces that second shield on the Talonflame. PvP David knowing he has to preserve it to be able to unleash the energy from these flying charged attacks. Both Brave Bird and Fly already, and there is still one shield left on Nickname's side.
So here comes the Fly. This isn't enough to take down the Azumarill, but it does draw the shield. That is a pretty good moment for PvP David.
That is what he wanted to see, the shield down so that you can go for something like the Brave Bird in the future and try and get the KO. But the issue is the Azumarill paces to that Ice Beam. It's going to be able to knock the Talonflame from the sky.
David isn't there. He can't reach another attack. Talonflame goes down, and his own Azumarill does not have the health to hold on. Nickname in the driving seat in this game number 1. All 3 Pokemon still available. 1 point on the board.
Really love to see the Azumarill play there from Nickname, being able to use those bubbles to really whittle down against opponents, and the pressure that comes through from the play rough, even if it's only neutral damage, it takes a long time to get to, but I think the payoff is always worth it if you can connect.
Yes. David led Claydol into a Guzzlord there, and truth be told, I'm not happy with how he played that lead matchup. If you have access to Ice Beam, you at the very least should be trying to invite a shield from your opponent. Instead, he landed a Rock Tomb, didn't reach the next Rock Tomb, which meant he gave Guzzlord a full farm down. Comes in with the Azumarill, and the Guzzlord just banked the energy for the endgame. Nickname with a really dominant performance in that game number 1. Can David recover?
I think Guzzlord is just such a wall to get through if you don't have a Pokemon that can deal super effective damage. You want to somehow find the alignment with a Fairy type like the Azumarill to be able to apply pressure, but as we said, it takes so long to get to those play roughs, it can be very difficult to do. Are there any other Pokemon that can deal with Guzzlord well other than Azumarill and Pangoro?
It is tricky, but I actually think Cradley could be a good way of slowing down the Guzzlord. Yes, your grass attack is resisted by it, but your Rock Tomb is neutral, and it guarantees an attack drop. If you can really lower the health of the Guzzlord and reduce its attack, you could pave the way for a sweep with one of your other Pokemon.
And remember, this is a best of 5 in Grand Finals. If Nickname takes the best of 5, he will be our champion. If PvP David does, then we reset the bracket and we go again. But we are only going into game 2 of this first round here. Now, this is going to be intense. Nickname has that 1 game advantage.
It's tricky here for David because the Azumarill on Nickname's side is actually not even needing to be used defensively, because David doesn't really have a hard response to it. Nickname can just use that Azumarill in any way that he wants. He's actually putting out a ton of pressure with it, and David needs to work out, well, what are my best answers? Nickname has protected it so well. Even if that Cradley comes in, you have the Swalot to deal with, you have the Guzzlord to deal with, you of course have the Shadow Annihilate to be aware of.
I definitely want to keep an eye on the shields going into this next game, because if David can strip them away from Nickname, that might give him a window of opportunity. Azumarill facing down against the Claydol here. We're going to see the fast attacks just go across, but Claydol going to be on the harder end of this. The bubbles dealing super effective damage, and Azumarill actually pacing very well to that Ice Beam.
This is a great lead for Nickname. Not only that, PvP David has a Cradley in the back, and Nickname has the exact answers to be able to deal with it. Nickname is very much in the driver's seat here. I think David will need to play out of his mind if he wants to change the course of this game.
Yes, the Ice Beam coming through, letting it go, even though, yes, you have had the attack drop, that's still going to do a huge amount of damage, and Claydol does not want to receive that. It's going to take a lot of these Mud Slaps to pace to another one of the charge attacks, and it looks like Azumarill could almost bubble the whole way down if it wanted to.
Azumarill is going to have its attack dropped once more. The Rock Tomb lands. It's not going to be enough to take it out, though, and Azumarill does have an attack available if it wants to throw it. It might be at risk of being Mud Slapped down if it doesn't throw an attack. Nickname recognizes it, and he's going to take this Claydol down. There's no chance David shields it.
Yes, with the attack drops, wasn't quite able to get the bubbles to go through, but with that Ice Beam, is able to secure the KO, and now the Azumarill on PvP David's side can join the fray.
Okay, so Azumarill comes in and it gets a little bit of a farm down. The problem is Nickname has the perfect response in Swalot. It resists the Fairy type damage of Play Rough, but also it's just so bulky that Ice Beam from Azumarill really brushes off it.
Swalot is going to be so difficult to get through, particularly when you charge up that energy. Swalot did get a couple of fast attacks in, but now the Annihilate is on the field. Look how much damage the fast attacks are doing.
Shadow Annihilate, it's not gone yet. Very much still in the meta, even though it's not as popular as it once was. Nickname showing that it does still have a use case. Look at the pressure it's putting on this Cradley. So much counter damage.
It looks like it's just trying to counter the whole way down, but Nickname just in the nick of time able to go for this Rage Fist. Even if PvP David David lets this go through, the attack boost that the Annihilate is going to get is going to be so appreciated.
So the Annihilate throws an attack on charge attack priority. If you shield again, you don't even need to. The Grass Knot's probably not going to take you out. Annihilate has done its job. Swalot will comfortably be able to clean up in the endgame. Nickname knows it. He's going to throw a boosted Rage Fist into this Azumarill.
That came close for the Annihilate though, just able to hang on, and thanks to its energy, it can go for this Rage Fist. The Azumarill letting it come through. Yes, that Swalot's in the back as well to meet it, so it doesn't matter if the Annihilate goes down. What is the Azumarill going to do to the Swalot?
David, he's essentially conceding here. He taps his attack. He's not even going to charge it. He knows that Swalot is in a dominant position. Swalot, let's take a look at how much this Sludge does when it lands. This is a super effective poison type attack against the fairy typing of Azumarill, and Sludge got a massive buff in this Might and Mastery season. Huge damage there.
Look at that, does over a quarter of damage. That's something that really is detrimental to the defensive capabilities of this Azumarill. PvP David maybe using this time to start really thinking about game 3, because if he lets Nickname take a third game, then he'll let him take the title.
Now both of these players having a little bit of fun. Nickname reaches the Ice Beam here. David refuses to go down to it. He says, look, if you're going to take me down, it's not going to be with a resisted Ice Beam against my Azumarill. So the players are enjoying themselves a little bit, but
Yeah.
Nickname very much in the driver's seat in these grand finals.
David saying, I'm going to make your Pokemon work for it a little bit, you know, just maybe get them a little bit more tired out, but now they get to rest and get reset for game number 3. Nickname is 1 game away from being our Stockholm Regional Champion.
Now, I think one of the reasons why it might have been a good thing that David was throwing those attacks, shielding those attacks, is it gave him a little bit more time to calm the nerves. Because as soon as you go into this position where you're looking at the team sheets, the judges are watching you, they're expecting you to lock in after a certain amount of time. David gave himself a few extra moments to breathe, to relax and to think, you're not out of this yet, let's just take a moment to take those nerves away.
That can be so important because you need to keep your composure, particularly in a game that is so meticulous with split-second decisions. Regroup yourself and keep going. As you've said, he's not out of the tournament yet, and we have seen many reverse sweeps in previous champion history.
Now, Nickname is very much leaning into the Azumarill. That absolutely makes sense. It's very difficult for David to be able to counter it. And it's interesting because Azumarill, for so much of this weekend here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, has been the defensive Pokemon, the Pokemon to sponge all damage. But in this matchup, this particular matchup, Azumarill is actually the driving force of Nickname's team, and it is either being paired with the Swalot or with the Guzzlord, and really making David's life difficult.
I almost wish to see the Claydol really come to the forefront for David here in a way to challenge that Swalot. The Azumarill is being played really well, but the Swalot also was just such a wall in Nickname's defense, and you have to find a way to deal with it. The Mud Slaps, I think, are a great way to get some fast attack damage on there, and your charge attacks can also be significant on Claydol. There it is. This could potentially be the game that decides the champion.
David has the lead. He's finally been looking for. Claydol into the Swalot, and Lapras is going to come in. But the problem is, Lapras does resisted Psywave damage into this Claydol, and the Rock Tomb is reached. They throw on charge attack priority. David is going to shield up. He's saying, I'm going to, at the very least, I'm going to debuff you first.
Yes, uses a shield early. I don't think Lapras is out here for the Psywave fast attack damage. It's just trying to get to those sparkling areas as quickly as possible. It's going to have to take a Rock Tomb, though, for its troubles. This is going to lower its special attack and give Claydol more breathing room.
Now, I was thinking, will David do 4 more Mud Slaps and then go into Azumarill? No, he's actually going to go aggressively in with this Claydol and throw a Rock Tomb before the Lapras can reach an Ice Beam. So this is a little bit of an interesting play. Nickname's going to let the Lapras go.
Yes, Nickname choosing to preserve those shields for the Pokemon in the back. We're going to see that Swalot once again. Obviously, these Bullet Seeds, really negligible damage to the Swalot that's able to get to that Ice Beam. This is something Cradilly has to watch out for. Cradilly wants to go for that Rock Tomb, but it's going to have to deal with the Ice Beam first.
Yeah, Ice Beam will do super effective damage. I think many of us are wondering, should Cradley have been left in the back for the Azumarill? David says, do you know what? I don't want to risk that it's an Annihilate.
That's very true. The Annihilate could have spelled a little bit of disaster. Rock Tomb will come through and connect with Swalot. It's easily going to be able to take this, but it will take that attack drop. The issue is the timer is on this Cradilly. It doesn't have a lot of HP remaining. It can go for the second Rock Tomb here.
Now, once this Swalot is out of the way, then David's Azumarill could be safe. So David doesn't mind this at all. It's also not really in a position where Cradley can be mudshot down. However, the Swalot can farm up loads of energy before throwing this Sludge.
It has a Nullus Sludge banked as well, so even even if this goes through, you can bring in your Azumarill and there's another sludge ready. So PvP David has to be cognizant of that. We're going to see 2 Azumarills actually on the field here as these switch timers, you know, reset themselves.
To be honest, I think David maybe could have gone up to the Rock Tomb first and debuffed the Azumarill before mirroring with his own. That would have meant that despite the shield disadvantage, you're up against a debuffed Azumarill. Azumarill really doesn't like to be debuffed.
That's very true, and the player roughs are going to come through. A little bubble snuck through that onto Nickname's Azumarill as it can go for its charge attack here. Obviously, PvP David letting this go through, but will do a little bit of damage.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nickname takes this Azumarill low. He starts throwing play roughs and puts the Azumarill in a position where he can come in quickly and maybe snipe with a sludge instead, reserving the energy on his own Azumarill to be thrown into the Claydol instead.
That could be a fantastic endgame situation. You can see the energy being stacked up on this Azumarill. Yes, it can go for this play rough here, but I think only a couple more bubbles are going to be able to put it in range. When we get a look, we need to check those switch timers as well. Looks like Swalot is primed to be able to come back in and snipe once the opposing Azumarill is low enough.
You can see how low the Azumarill is on David's side, and Nickname is now throwing the attack. This will threaten a knockout. David is actually going to let this go.
David needs to hold on to that shield in case Sludge comes its way, but then again, Azumarill is down. It's now on Claydol's shoulders for PvP David to stay in this championship.
Rock Tomb will win charge attack priority versus this Azumarill. Claydol does have higher attack. However, David's in a bit of a tricky position because both the Pokemon remaining, Swalot and Azumarill, have access to the super effective Ice Beam. If David lets this through, he's then starting to be pressured by the bubble damage of the Azumarill.
Well, Azumarill going straight for the Ice Beam, super effective damage straight into that Claydol, and these bubbles are coming through thick and fast as well. Claydol trying as fast as it can to get to these charge attacks.
Look at that! Swalot comes in and Nickname catches it. David uses all of the energy. The Azumarill can now come back in, bubble down the Claydol. Nickname is playing out of his mind. He does take down the Claydol. He does hang on, and he takes the crown.
Nickname is your 2025 Stockholm Regional Champion. With Azumarill by his side, that final bubble for the knockout. What a tremendous tournament he has had.
Superbly played. David had done everything he could in that game number 3. He was so worried about the Annihilate that he brought the Cradley in against the Lapras. He thought the Azumarill mirror could work for him, but Nickname recognized every win condition. He recognized every corner that he could take advantage of, and he now has his title.
Congratulations, Nickname, our champion here in Stockholm. Annihilate turned out not to be the nightmare that PvP David was thinking of. Instead, it was that Azumarill. It was the combination of incredible plays that Nickname was able to put down. What incredible play, what a treat we have had.
3 years since his win in Bremen. 3 years this player has been wanting and working to get his way back to the very top. And now the Might and Mastery season is here, and Nickname says, this is mine.
And incredible to be able to see such an interesting team. We've got some of those old favorites with the Annihilate. Guzzlord's been around as well, and Talonflame, but Lapras and Swalot, incredible to see how well they're doing. And I think they're Pokemon that you need to be looking out for in your future matches in this meta.
Now, I have to put my hand up. I will say that I was an Azumarill doubter as well. And Nickname, you have proven me wrong. Azumarill and Swalot there did so much for him, and you just couldn't take them out. They were just so bulky. Nickname, with his world's place now guaranteed, he will be at Anaheim, California, automatically invited by winning these regional championships.
That's just the cherry on top. At the end of the day, not only are you a champion, particularly in a new meta as well, you already get that invite, and that's incredible to be able to have looking towards the end of our season. If you're just tuning in, Nickname has become our champion, but you can have a little look at this replay to see how exactly in grand finals he was able to dominate in an incredible set over PvP David.
He read David at every turn, and even in the one game where he did not win lead, he set himself up for victory. He baited out the Cradley and then left his Azumarill to do all of the work. Superbly played, superbly recognized, and to catch at the very end, just shows that he very much deserve this title.
The end of this game too as well was such a beautiful highlight between two amazing Pokemon trainers. It shows that camaraderie and respect that they have. Where they saw the end game, they had a little bit of a laugh with each other and then put their game faces right back on for this game 3. Claydol, I think, did such a valiant effort in this match. It really did put in a lot of work. The Mud Slaps were stacking up, the Rock Tombs were coming through, but just the combination of Swalot and the Azumarill was too much for PvP David to contend with.
Yeah, really, really well played by both players. They both get medals. Nicknames is a little bit shinier, but they should both be very, very proud of their performances. And I think we've all just been really impressed. Sat behind this cast desk, we've got to see so many new Pokemon, so many players that some we haven't seen before, but really impressive plays across the board.
Well, let's take a recap of our losers bracket as well, so we can see exactly the journey that some of our trainers have gone through in order to get to this point. We have had so many incredible matches, so many incredible trainers here, maybe even some new ones like Withered, who really has broken out onto the scene this year and is a name we should definitely watch out for, as well as some familiar favorites from the seasons, Colin 6, Padaman as well, and let's not forget DanneWWW.
Yeah, make no mistake, these players, they will be back. They still want their hands on titles, but today is about nickname. Here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, we have our 6th regional winner of the EU 2025 season, and I am really excited at the growth of play Pokemon across Europe and actually the rest of the world, because so many players are bringing in really exciting things. And I think so many of you at home are looking at these players, looking at these Pokemon, and you are excited. I can feel it.
It's the inspirational element that's really gone through the course of this weekend. Players like Withered being able to battle so well against veterans of the competition. Pokemon like Ouden bringing training. Pokemon like Furret into the meta as well has been really, really nice to see. And I think that variety shows that there is literally an option for everybody out there. There's some way that you can come and get involved with competitive Pokemon, and there's still time in the season to do it.
There's still time, and there's still a lot of opportunity to see so much exploration in this meta, but the winners of today are ready. They want their medals, so let's go over to them.
Yes, let's first have a little dive at the winners bracket. We're going to be able to see exactly how they got through this. Nickname, fully undefeated in this tournament. I don't think that's something we have highlighted enough. Taking down Ouden, taking down PvP David, and then in that kind of rematch, being able to be victorious once again. I mean, what a 3-0 in finals. That is such a commanding finish.
Now, let's not take anything away. You're a Swedish player in your home regional and you got to the grand finals. That's a great achievement. But nickname, that was dominant. That was really, really impressive. And I think everyone can just sit back and say, do you know what? Fair play.
But what an incredible accomplishment for PvP David. Coming into this tournament, maybe not setting yourself the biggest expectations, because he said he'd been a little bit unwell before the tournament, wasn't as prepped and ready as he would like to have been. But he's just been on such a tear, doing so incredibly well, making great memories. If you missed it yesterday, he actually faced his dad on the broadcast in winners semis.
And that's a life.
Exactly, literally, it's recorded for everyone to enjoy, including his family back home. And that's something that might even be even more special than winning.
Yeah, I think they'll all be very, very proud of him. And so many friends also really, really proud of nickname, as well as all of the players that have done so well this weekend at the Stockholm Regional Championships. Let's take a look at our top placing players here this weekend.
I want to dive a little bit into these teams as well, because Lapras was on my list, and guess what? It's taken that #1 spot. Looking across the teams as well, a lot of Cradily jumping out into this new meta. Were there any surprises for you, Tomahawk?
I think we all are a little bit surprised at just how well Azumarill did. Lots of players expected it to drop, and I still think it might over the course of the season. But to have this level of dominance in the first event of the meta, well, ArcticAnubis, like I say, has lost his challenge already.
Maybe he needed to make that challenge a little bit later into the meta when it actually started dropping off, but we'll have to see, you know, what is going to happen with the end of that result. Taking a little look as well, you know, Pokemon like Swalot have really surprised me personally. I was not expecting to see it not only so dominant, but do so well. I have to credit as well C. Leonardo's team. I think for me, it was really inspirational seeing the Registeel play so well into a lot of the broadcast matches, as well as getting some highlights from the Pidgeot. I would say Spiritomb as well, but I think we already saw it for a second.
Yeah, I think C. Leonardo and his Registeel would have been thinking to themselves, I would quite like a shot at Nickname's team, because Registeel has a lot of play into
That's true.
The Talonflames, both of them in the grand finals, that's something to consider. But then, as you say, Swalot, is that now the best poison type. Drapion does not win a title for the first time in a long time.
And there's only 3 Drapions in this top 8 as well, so that's something to consider. Maybe it's going to be dropping in the usage a bit quicker than its normal core partner of that Azumarill, so that's something that only time will tell as the rest of the season, as the rest of the meta starts developing.
So, players at home, if you want to see Azumarill drop, start bringing better answers to it. I think that is the real message to everyone. You cannot expect an Azumarill drop if you're not bringing more of those poisons, more Swalot, maybe even Galarian Weezing as well. You don't even need a Poison Fairy core when one Pokemon can do it all.
Galarian Weezing actually did great in day 1. We didn't get to see it shine as much in day 2, but I think particularly with the Fairy Wind being really good into a lot of the Guzzlords that we're seeing running around, did give it a little bit of dominance. So a really good top tip there from Tomahawk.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what new Pokemon people try as well, because like we've said, there's so many options available that this is just the beginning. This is like almost a transition from the last meta, an overhang, so to speak, because try out some of the new stuff. That's what I'd say.
Try out a Furret as well. I know there was only 1 in the top 8, but I still think it has a lot of potential, and Ouden, I think, showed that very, very well, particularly once you get the attack buff on your Trailblaze. The Sucker Punches hit so hard. We have, however, looked at, the main tournament out there, but there was another little secret tournament going on amongst us casters as well, with a bit of a fantasy draft with which players we thought were going to take it all the way. As it turns out, none of us were victorious, but it does look like Adelian maybe pipped us to the post with the runner-up, the finalist, PvP David.
Yeah, PvP David did make the final. Adelian had him hit on his caster pick, and I think all of us will be wondering, well, why did we not pick Nickname? Nickname takes gold here, but so many brilliant players all doing really, really well, and we really cannot wait to see which players come to the remaining events here in the EU events.
I'm very proud of all of my picks as well. Padaman, Stone Collection, Elitic as well. Elitic may not have done too well in the competition, but we did get to see one of her tweets earlier where she got a hundo on that Nickit. So who's really winning, hey?
Yeah, exactly. I guess that's one of the nice things about coming to the events as well. You're spending time with the people, but you also get to catch quite a lot of rare Pokemon here. There's a lot of Pokestops and gyms and extra little bonuses. You get more special trades here, Lou, and I know I haven't done mine yet, so keep them free for me.
Okay, definitely. I will note that down. It was also lovely yesterday with the Totodile Community Day. You're literally in the heart of the Pokemon Go community here, and everyone's sharing stories and showing, the Pokemon that they have caught, maybe a few shinies out there as well, and that's one of the beautiful things. You can look at these amazing veteran champions that we've got, incredible players, but really that love of Pokemon is what connects everyone here.
It really, really does, and these players will be going home. They'll be maybe taking a little break, but then I think they'll be very, very quickly getting back online and trying to work out what's the next pick, what's the next spice. And I think I've just seen in chat that someone has mentioned Fortress, and I agree. Fortress is a great option. Steel and bug typing means you only have one weakness, fire. And if you can avoid that, then you have Rock Tomb as well. So maybe that's another little idea for you out there that are looking to break what is becoming meta already.
You might be onto something there, but there was a double Talonflame mirror in finals, and that's something that maybe will give Fortress a little bit of difficulty. But I think it's time for us to fly over to the stage and crown our champion. Let's take it away.
Welcome. Thank you, Lou and Fareed, for that. The awards ceremony is here where we crown the 4 individuals that made the best performance at the Stockholm Regional Championships. I'm going to start off with the 4th place medalist. This trainer has been getting better and better, it seems, with every tournament so far. The key thing he has run is Forret and Skeledirge and some more unusual picks in order to be successful and get a place on this podium. It gives me great honor, therefore, to welcome Ouden! So let's see, you got top 8 in Stockholm last year, you got top 4 today, so top 2 and then first very soon, hopefully, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, go so forward to be here to get a medal again, like Gdansk, it's pretty awesome. So I'm pretty happy.
Excellent, excellent. I'm very excited to see when you will get your next medal. Crowd, give it up for Ouden. Another round of applause. Now, the next trainer was the only trainer to not use Azumarill, and we all know how much the community loves Azumarill, including all the casters. But this trainer has been able to secure his first ever medal on home soil. I'd love to introduce DanneWWW. This is a interesting scenario. You've got a medal. This is the first time you've got a medal. How does that feel?
It feels very strange. Usually I go home without any silverware. So yeah, this is... What even is this? What do you do with it?
Check it out later and find out, yeah?
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, it's a weird thing.
You've won one medal. You're hopefully one day going to get another. When will we see you next?
Maybe as soon as Utrecht, but otherwise... Of course, at Worlds.
Of course, at Worlds. We are very excited to see how well you do. Danny, it's been a pleasure. Another round of applause for third place, Danny. Now, second place. It goes up a little bit more in intensity. The second place trainer had to beat many powerful opponents, both in terms of gameplay and also emotionally, with his own dad falling to him. I therefore want to give a big shout out and welcome to the stage PvP David. Don't worry, I'll get you a handshake, it's all good. David, I know it's been a real journey. How important is it to you that you've managed to grab a medal here on home soil?
Yeah, I'm super happy. Like, yeah, of course, you want to win, right? But Nickname's team was so rough. And I'm so happy getting second place with Pangoro.
Pangoro was indeed amazing. Is there any? Do you want to give a shout out to your dad because he helped you on along the way, right?
Yeah, of course. I will definitely give a shout out to my dad. Been so supportive throughout like this season, in like my Play Pokemon season in general. So yeah, shout out Dad.
Shout out to Dad. Thank you, David. It's a pleasure to have you here. I cannot wait to see how well you do at Worlds. Another round of applause, folks. Thank you. And now, finally, the trainer that you have been waiting for. This trainer has exemplified all the best things you expect to see from a regional champion. This trainer has won every single battle, not losing one match at all. Coming from the winners bracket, a former Bremen Regional champion and now Stockholm Regional champion, Nickname! Well, 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 let's have a look at that then, folks. What do you think?
Looks good. Looks good. It looks good.
How does it feel? How does it feel to finally be a champion once more?
It feels amazing. It feels unreal. I was not expecting that at all. My goal was, as I said previously, just to reach the top 8, just to get some more championship points. But I'm here. Not sure how. I put a lot of practice, so I'm happy that it paid off. But yeah, I'm incredibly happy.
So, you've got one championship on tally ready. You've got the World's invite now off the back of that. You're now looking to get championship points as well. When is the next time we will see the Stockholm Regional champion?
I think it's going to be either Utrecht or Bologna, probably one of those. And then I'll try to make it to Worlds.
Okay, Worlds, be ready. A new regional champion is crowned. Please give a big shout out and round of applause to your champion, Nickname. Trainers, this has been an amazing, amazing tournament. 4 fabulous champions have been crowned here. Nickname has made his mark on history in the Hall of Fame. However, both of the two trainers, the finalists and the champion, both had Azumarill. So let's get a feel for the impressions of day 2, and then I think there's one little bit of footage that we need to see afterwards. Don't go anywhere. It has been absolutely amazing to see all of these champions make their mark on history in the Hall of Fame here in Play Pokemon Stockholm Regional Championship. I'm just in awe at just how dominating Nickname was. Is there anything that stood out for you in that particular last match, Tomahawk?
I think he just had a really good matchup against David, and David had to have pulled out every trick under the sun in order to win. And to be honest, Nickname just had the answers. A really well-deserved victory.
Yes, indeed. Lou, was there one particular highlight from the tournament that you really want to point out? It doesn't have to be about Nickname, but he's also a good trainer.
I mean, I loved seeing Furret, didn't I? My little new favorite Pokemon over here, I think, did incredibly well, got a top 8 finish, one to watch out for in the future. But I have to say, all the matches throughout today's tournament have been phenomenal. They've been a real treat, and I can't wait to actually watch them back and study the meta a little bit more.
Well, one thing about the meta that we have to accept is that the top usage Pokemon in day 2 definitely did make an impression as well. You also mentioned Furret. Were there any other Pokemon that really stood out? Maybe Fareed, is there one Pokemon that you like to highlight as well that trainers should get?
I think, honestly, Swalot was so good. We all saw it. Swalot and probably Guzzlord as well deserves a shout out. Both of those Pokemon so bulky, they're typing useful defensively as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more of those in this season.
Yes, I think for me, I am thinking of Galaxkobolten. That will be the Pokemon that I want to highlight because it's really fun, it's really cool, it's got fabulous coverage. I think that is the Pokemon that we should all go for. So get Wimpod, get those 400 candy for it, and evolve a few Galaxkobolten, and it will do you very, very well. So, next, the next thing to consider is focusing on Azumarill, really. Azumarill was a Pokemon that one of our casters was quite certain would not do well. Oh yeah, I'm so ready.
Where's Marcus, everyone?
Where is Marcus? We're a bit curious.
Yeah.
Marcus, are you around somewhere? Are you? Is he there? I think he's trying to avoid where he's here he is.
Found him.
I have a very important message, trainers. Speak your mind. Stand up for what you believe in. But if you are wrong, be ready to face the consequences. I lost the challenge to Azumarill and to Nickname. And for that, Azumarill, use Hydro Pump.
Well, we can see that water definitely landed somewhere on Marcus, so let's see how much did we manage to get on him? Oh, there we go. Well, he looks a little bit worse for wear, I think.
I think that's how PvP David felt at the end of that match after all the Azumarill bubbles that kept coming down. So I think it's a little bit poetic in a way.
We didn't get to see all of the pain, but it's there in his eyes, deep in his soul.
Oh yes, we definitely can see that, but there was no pain for some of these top trainers and how well they did in Stockholm. Don't forget all of the fabulous teams that they ran, and don't also forget that these trainers, some of them have got their Worlds invites through the regional victory or indeed through championship points as well. So these are the 3 fabulous faces that have made an impact here in Stockholm.
Look at all of these Pokemon, such variety, with Shadow Annihilate still taking that crown. That's really exciting to see, but also so many new Pokemon taking advantage of the Might and Mastery season update. I think players at home have so much opportunity to use anything anything, almost any of their favorite Pokemon, bring it.
Yes, and that is the summary of this meta and just how good it has been so far. We also have a list. How does Nickname fit in with the other regional champions that have won their championships this year so far? Nickname is a new face this season, but not a new face to winning before. How does he look here?
He looks great. Honestly, the way that he has dominated through this tournament, coming in on the winner's side of the bracket and still not dropping a game. Let's add in the commanding grand finals that we were able to see. I really think he has carved his name out here and is a totally deserving winner. When we take a look at some of our other champions as well, you know, PvP David, his finalist, his opponent, has already also won a regional championship. So it really was a treat and a privilege for us to be able to watch that.
And indeed it was. And of course, there are 3 more opportunities in Europe to secure a championship win. Right now, after Stockholm, there are 3. There is the Seville Special Championship, followed by Utrecht, and then followed by Bologna. So those 3 are the 3 next opportunities that you can jump in here in Europe to take part in one of these championship events. But all roads lead to one other place here.
Yeah, Worlds at Anaheim. It's where everyone wants to be. Everything is going to California. But players are, right now, they're in the present. They want to use the Pokemon that are new. They want to use Pokemon that are old. They want to use a Azumarill. And Marcus, tell me, like, what have you done with your hair? You look great today.
Oh, you know, I just had to I had to fresh myself up for this session with you guys. So I got just the opportunity to fresh myself up, and here I am, and I'm happy to stand by my word. I didn't believe in Azumarill. It proved me wrong. Nickname proved me wrong, and he cemented himself as a 2-time regional champion this weekend. I'm so impressed. I had no faith in Azumarill, but Nickname really piloted Azumarill well this weekend. I gotta hand it to him.
Absolutely. Now, the question I want to ask Marcus is, you laid down one challenge, and you've obviously had to do something for that. What's the next Pokemon that you would like to suggest? Just because we want to see more of this more often is all I'm saying.
PR team losing their minds. Okay. Marcus, don't say anything.
I have a challenge. Next time, try not winning with Swalot. No.
That might be a tall order.
But not winning with Swalot seems impossible.
No, I think we can set a new challenge to all trainers. I want to see you win a regional without Azumarill.
Ooh, that is a better challenge. Maybe I should have gone that way instead.
Yeah, we've seen so much of it, and I don't think people want to see Azumarill mirrors anymore.
I agree. That is also why I wanted Swalot to succeed, and surely it did. It looked incredible this entire weekend, don't you agree?
I love the synergy amongst the Azumarill against the Swalot as well, and Swalot being able to be very bulky on the field, as well as hold its own against so many of the other Pokemon we're seeing in the meta. I wasn't expecting it coming into this tournament. I thought Drapion would still be all the rage, but Swalot definitely coming for its new best buddy, the Azumarill.
Yes, for me, Shadow Sableye as well was also competing with Shadow Drapion. So you had Swalot on one end with the poison type, and then you have Shadow Sableye on the other end. I think there's so much utility now within the meta with Shadow Drapion, with Shadow Sableye, and other likely safe swaps that could be used. Honestly, we're spoiled for choice here. We're very lucky. Very, very lucky.
I think we're going to see a rise in Skull Bash, if I'm honest.
In Skull Bash?
Yeah, we saw so many Azumarill, so many Lapras, and we saw so many situations where you were throwing resisted water or ice-type attacks into one another. Skull Bash is coming. Blastoise, beware.
That's a good call.
I believe in Blastoise still. I don't think this is the last we'll see of Blastoise.
No, Blastoise definitely going to make more of an impact thanks to rollout coming in. We also don't forget that the Twitch schedule is always available, so there is plenty of Pokemon content for you to watch in the week. We have, of course, episodes from the Pokemon series. So this is XY Kalos Quest. This is from Ash Ketchum showing off what he does in the region of Kalos. We also have reruns from previous regionals. So we have the rerun from the Los Angeles VG Championship in 2024. And of course, if you didn't get enough episodes episodes of Pokemon and the anime. There is an extra one available on Thursday as well, so do tune into those because those episodes are fun, and that is basically my childhood. I don't know about you three, but that childhood is watching anime, and that got me into Pokemon.
It's always a lot of fun, and also you can go back and watch this broadcast as well. If you missed any of the competitive action, not only will you see our incredible champion nickname, but you will also see ArcticAnubis getting a gallon of water poured over his head. It is out there as a fantastic memory to kind of sign off from this brilliant regional.
Yeah, memory for life.
I will never forget this, I can tell you. And maybe I've learned something. Don't state stuff that you can't back up. So if you make any challenge, be sure to live it down and be ready to live it down. I surely am.
Yeah, imagine the very first hurdle, the very first regional event. Well, maybe next time, but genuinely, I think that there is so much excitement around this Might and Mastery season. So many players and so many Pokemon still to come. I know Atlanta is in a couple of weeks in the US, NA event. They will be looking at us, right? They will be wondering, what shall we bring?
And I wonder with Atlanta whether any of the casters there will want to make a challenge for that. Now, they've been so inspired by you, Marcus. So inspired. I think we all are, right?
Let's see if any of the casters in Atlanta are ready to pick up the glove and see what can happen there.
And of course, if you are in Europe and Atlanta seems a little bit far away, there's also the Sevilla Special Championships. So this is the difference between this is that there is no entry, but there's no prize money, but the championship points, the accolades, the medals will all be there, and it's going to be a hotbed of amazing competition. That is taking place on April 26th and 27th, so only a month or so and a little bit away. Of course, you can follow all of us on social media, so on #PlayPokemon, or go on YouTube, go on Twitch. Make sure that you jump in, go to Pokemon.com/broadcast, and you can see all of the regionals, all of the streams from all of the different games, video games, trading card game, and of course, Pokemon Go, my personal favorite, of course. And yes, like as said, YouTube and Twitch, follow those, subscribe to those so that you can get a notification whenever we or our co-casters elsewhere in the world are live showing you another amazing championship. With that in mind, it is time for us to finally sign off. It's to go to have a little rest because we've had an amazing time. Nickname needs to detox and get all the nerves out as well, and we are all going to celebrate with him. Congratulations again to all our Stockholm champions.